teacher in the school giving a lesson one afternoon. Little Tommy Tompkins was the dunce and what a fool in the way.
Welcome, everyone, to episode 157, Wino Forever the Deppening. I'm here with Sarah and Judy Tanuna, who is on. We had some topics that he would delve into, but I believe Judy has something to say before we get started. Actually, before that, you say that. Let me say this. Hello, everyone. Kathy Scott says, hope you had a good day. Sarah, you have been missed.
Thank you, Kathy, and thank you for your generosity, and also Mr. A. Smith.
A. Smith, welcome everyone. Welcome Autobot up top. I see you there. Jamie Flamered, welcome. Joni, thank you for joining us. We'll get back to that soon. Would you see it if Depp wasn't in it? A phenomenal debut by you. What a rock on tour. What a great wit you are, and what a vocabulary. I hope you come back next time. She's Flamered 24, aka. There's Jamie Isabel. Welcome, happy Friday. First game of the American League Divisional Series starts tomorrow. The Baltimore Orioles laying Venice's Baltimore Orioles and the Texas Rangers. Let's go, Baltimore. Couldn't root for them more, Isabel. I am truly root. I want a Phillies Orioles World Series. I believe that was a World Series in it was the late 70s or early 80s in the days of Jim Palmer and Steve Carlton. That's my wish for the World Series. Rick, the electrician, welcome, sir. I'm gonna check. Great to have you live. Finally, just moved out to the woods. Where in the woods, Rick? Let us know where so we can stalk you and do our own. What's that movie again with the flashlights and the no budget? We
Blair
talked
Witch.
about that.
Blair
Yeah,
Witch
Blair.
Project.
We do our own Blair Witch on Rick. The Blair Rick Project.
I have to watch this movie. I've never seen it.
I haven't either. I couldn't be bothered when it came out. It made a lot of money for.
I would recommend still not being bothered.
Yeah, I went against the grain. I was like, everyone's like, you must see it. You must see it. And
No,
I
you
guess I was
don't
being
have to do anything. It's shit.
I was being contrarian. I'm like, no, so.
Go with your instinct.
Who's from that movie that
No
we
one.
would know? Has anyone become bigger from that, like in a
No.
Kevin Smith?
No, and there's a reason.
Ben Affleck kind of way.
No.
I think the directors they maybe did a second movie, but I don't remember what the name is. It's gone.
Did they do a second one and it bombed?
It was called Book of Shadows, but I don't think it was the same crew. They put then $30 million into the the second one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. John O'Reilly, welcome, JOR. It was great to have you on here. I think I had to ask you some legal questions about because we're going back with Amber Heard. He's a great one to have during this. Actually, he's always a great one to have, but especially during this. I remember thinking about him last night, needing for this. So I was watching something. I think I was watching trial footage again, and I was thinking about John's opinion on something. It was like a basic bitch question by me, but it was like a bottom line. Isabel, missed you, Sarah. I think she echoes everybody. A. Smith, thank you, sir. Welcome again. I hope you join us on our next Jump Street. I'm not sure when exactly that's going to be, but it's going to be soon.
Maybe tomorrow.
Flamer, Sarah, see you. Great to talk to Judy and you. Tennessee. Thank you. I love it. Remember Arrested Development had that song Tennessee?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Guy reminds me of D.L. Hughley, the lead singer. And then and of course Kathy's in Tennessee. I love that band. I wish they lasted a little longer. Kind of in the vein of In Living Color. Arrested Development is what's the other big hit they had? Tennessee and I Am Everyday People. And there was another one.
Mr. Wendell.
Yes.
Should I watch that show? I love David Cross, you know, like Mr. Show back in the day. Is it worth seeing the?
We're talking about the band. I hope you realize it.
Oh shit, are you? Oops.
Yeah.
Okay, move
No,
on.
the television show is weird. That's a Fox show, and it feels like a Fox show, produced by Ron Howard and Brian Grazer, and it failed to get like good ratings, and they kept moving it around, almost like it's lucky to have had the and they because of the power of Ron Howard and Brian Grazer, I believe they were not going to take a failure. They were not going to take the L, and they just kept moving it around different time slots. And they found streaming services, and it has a cult following, but it was never a big hit. But a lot of people came out of that show. It's like
Okay.
Will Arnett and Jason Bateman, and I think Jeffrey Tambor's in it. And I never watched an episode. It's just
Okay.
one of those episodes. It's one of those shows that
Me
everybody
neither.
claims they watch, but really didn't watch.
Yeah. Sorry, I had a music brain fart for a second.
That's okay. There'll never be another band like Arrested Development. It was just a weird. They combined like rap and I don't even know what how you classify it. I really don't even know what you would call it in genre.
And we were in high school when they came out, right, or whatever, close enough.
Like a Generation X band. Yeah, it was like early. They were the biggest year for them. It's probably the early '90s, like '92ish, '91. I remember being in Murray State and hearing that, and it made me feel safe. Murray State's Kentucky, and I felt like imposter complex to the tilt. I just didn't know anybody, and that band made me feel like I was one of my bluegrass brethren. I don't know why. It just did. It was like on the MTV rotation. That, and I remember that song by Katie Lang. It goes, constant craving has always been. That was in the same like time, like the top 20. MTV and VH1 would just play the same videos over and over again.
I think me and Sarah were listening to the Seattle music scene when you were listening to these.
I listen to everything. I don't.
I know. I'm kidding. I'm
No,
kidding.
I appreciate Katie Lang, and it's weird that you phrase it as that one song by Katie Lang, "Constant Craving."
No,
Okay,
it's the big hit.
the
That
one
was the
song. You're right.
Big...
She lives in
from
Portland, by the
Oregon?
way, and she lives in Portland, by the way, and she's a massive Trailblazer fan.
Oh wow.
We like each other's tweets periodically.
Does she tweet about them?
Yes.
Oh God, I got to read these. Is she knowledgeable, or she just makes?
No, she knows what
comments?
she's talking about.
Oh, good, good. As a lesbian should. Yes.
She lives in the Pearl District of Portland, which is the ritzy town city area that I can never afford. Super Chats won't afford me the Pearl District.
The Pearl. Is it where Kevin Love is from?
He could be.
He's originally from your. I always felt like he was going to get back to Oregon and play for the Blazers, but he never did.
It's all right. He's too old now. But we have a young team. We don't need him. You are. I think he's from Oregon City, which is a suburb of Portland. Same thing.
Who's the most famous Portland Trailblazer? I hope I'm not messing it up. Is it Clive Drexler?
Probably overall, yes.
All right. Okay. All right, Judy. Probably like historically, it probably is Drexler. Bill Walton is probably second because they won a championship in the late 70s. But Drexler, he did too with Houston. Drexler's career is way better than Walton played. He was injured so much, and he has these like 3 really good seasons. And other than that, he was just constant damaged goods.
Well, during Jordan's era, every team had a star. So like I remember, we could talk about sports another time. I don't want to.
No, let's do it now.
And another thing, Armai, you were talking about WFAN, and I have stuff to say about that. But like, I just have a question, guys, and this is me. Is like something like, did you guys watch these like 60 Minutes where the referee was working with the mob and like
I'm obsessed with Tim Donaghy's story. Yeah,
Allen Iverson, like man, it's the same thing as like for me, like the steroid era of baseball. It's like like what's his name? Iverson should have a championship, if not for like he was fouling him every second. It's like everything affects the future. So like and what's happening now on the court. So like this guy ruined, the Sixers. It's like it really put a bad taste in my mouth. Like
there's an asterisk behind everything. It seems like.
Yeah.
the Baseball Hall of Fame is a debacle. It's a mess. It's a whole
because of
I
this.
can't.
Yeah.
It's just Pete Rose in general with the gambling, so he's not in, and then the steroids. They don't know what to do with Bonds, Clemens, and it's a mess. McGuire and Sosa. It's a debacle.
Dude, I have a box of baseball cards. Every I'm the era where every card was steroids. So like Mark McGuire, you know, like what's his name?
Canseco.
Was it? Yeah, Canseco. Who's the number one?
Canseco was the number one whistleblower on steroids. Like his thing was, I ain't going down alone. I'm taking you all down with me. I'm throwing everyone under the bus. If I'm the poster boy for it, bullshit, I'm not the only one that takes it. And he does like documentaries and writes books and names, and there's a billion steroid documentaries now on like Netflix and stuff. You should watch. I'm about to watch the Canseco one I saw on Amazon. I think
go on.
No, go. You go.
When I was a kid, that his Don Ross card was worth the most. You know what I mean?
Don Ross. Look at you with a Don. Yeah.
Don Ross, upper deck, Fleer, tops, score. Right. So there was like 5. It was like a bloated, you know, collecting back then. You know, just like comic books and everything else. So like,
A. Smith, will you sing Arrested Development's Tennessee when you're on the next show? Please, will you sing it? I'm begging.
And when you guys talk about like, I just want to say when football, it's like the whole Super Bowl is about Rihanna is pregnant. Like it just is like, it's just a bad taste in my mouth. I still like hockey, but those 3 sports, I don't mean to be a dick about it, but those 3 sports have just never come back. You know what I mean?
For me, I agree. I mean, for me, baseball was tainted in a way that I could never get back into it again since the strike. The mid-90s lockout. I was like, oh, okay. And then I knew the steroid stuff along with it. It was a mess. But the thing I hate the most about baseball is there's no salary cap. So you can just do whatever you want with any team. And you could make the Yankees can have 16 all-stars at the same time, and there's no regulating of it. It's literally not fair. Like it's literally the opposite of competition.
And it's slow. I mean, if you go to a game, you know, at Citi Field or Yankee Stadium, it's just slow. But I've heard they speed it up. They've sped it up now, right?
They try things and it barely takes. They try to cut off 15 seconds from like they limit the trips to the mound and the on deck circle and tapping your dirt out it just never works. It never takes. It's just only so much you can do. They just can't. They've for years they've tried new things to try to speed baseball up, and it just seems to never take. A lot of people like it for just a background thing. It's just like this soothing, comforting voice in the background, this slow moving thing that they want to slow down. They want something slow. They want to take a beat between. But for most people, it's too fast. There's too many options now. There's too many entertainment options for baseball to be appealing to, especially kids with ADHD and goldfish brains. Would you watch baseball today if you were a kid with all the options you have? No, I would never have gotten into it.
And it's like when you go to Citi Field, it's like I wait 3 innings for a hamburger. It's just like not cool anymore.
And pay what?
Yeah, $20 or more, right?
Right.
But go ahead.
Go ahead. J.I. Young says, you guys have never heard of the YouTube channel that Catfish. They had a Depp episode with a woman who believes she dated Depp for a year during is that Sarah? Is that the Marianne from Brooklyn?
No, this is a woman who really thinks she dated Depp for a year. This isn't somebody who got scammed.
What about the crazy woman that was going back and forth with Kathy Scott?
No, that's what I'm talking about. She didn't get scammed. She's just weird.
But that's
her,
crazy. Though, right? That's who he's talking about?
I don't think so. There's probably a different woman.
Sean Kemp was a trailblazer once, Pal. Yeah, towards the end of his career. He was also on Cleveland.
But he was really a Sonic, right?
He was known as a Sonic, yes.
Yeah, and having a lot of kids.
That's like that's like saying Wayne Gretzky was a Ranger. I mean, sorry, yeah. I don't want to be a dick, but
no, that's fine. Sean Kemp will always be a Sonic. I think Xavier McDaniel will always be. The Sonics have a special place. There's something. It has a cool factor, and I think Autobot will back me up on this. Maybe the Trailblazers, that Pacific Northwest, there's something about those two teams. The Seattle Supersonics had a cool factor that it doesn't even need the grunge era to amplify it. It was cool before grunge came along.
The guys from Pearl Jam, they still talk about with the Sonics wanting to be. They want them back, you know.
I can't believe how it's been since we're looking at now 15 years since they've had a team. 15 years. It's been that long, and they still haven't made it happen. And there's a conspiracy with it was David Stern was friends with the owner of OKC, and then he basically forced them to buy a new arena, and they wouldn't. It's like, you just tell the guy, hey, buy a new arena. We need a new arena. I'm going to move you to Oklahoma City. And so Clay Bennett was the owner's name. And then David Stern was in cahoots with him, and they forced the Sonics to go to OKC. There's a movie called Sonics Gate. Go ahead, Sarah.
If you go to the oh god, they changed the name. The it used to be the EMP Museum next to the Space Needle. I think it's Pop Culture Museum now. But they have an entire Pearl Jam exhibit, which I have been to twice.
Wow.
But they have a whole section where it's just like Sonic / Pearl Jam.
When was the last? When was the year you went to that?
2018.
Oh, you know it's been built up since then.
They might have closed the exhibit. We'd have to check that. But yeah, it was like 30 Eddie Vedder notebooks, right? And like all the original posters.
It's all the real people donating to it, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Like they curated it, like the fan club curated it or whatever. Yeah, like
I was more interested in the Nirvana exhibit, to be honest. But
I heard that was incredible too.
My life goal before I die was to be in the same room as one of the anatomical life-size angel dolls that Kurt Cobain made, and I got to touch one, and now I can die.
Were they made of foam?
In my life.
Were they made of foam? Sorry?
No, they're plastic.
Because I think this video or pictures of Kurt one time he like destroyed it with his guitar, or broke it, on purpose. But that's pretty dope.
This one was plastic with actual organs inside of it, and it has feathered wings.
It can't get worse. It has to have been even curated more and built up since the 5 years ago you went. It's got to be even deeper now, right?
I would assume.
Do they have a revolving exhibits or it's
I think so. They had a Chris Cornell exhibit.
Oh wow!
When I went, because he had just died, and they had like mannequins with his outfits. I think one of the Rolling Stone covers, he did one of his outfits he wore there. And they have a statue outside the museum of Chris Cornell, too.
Does it feel like a graveyard?
It's very sad.
Yeah, I bet it's like there's so many great, and I don't use this term loosely, some great artists that have come and gone from that era that are passed away, and some of it's suicide, and now it's really starting to pile up, and I bet you it's very morbid walking through there.
Well, if you look at drug overdoses, most of it is suicide.
There was this stupid joke on the internet, like when Chris Cornell died. So the joke was like, somebody call Eddie Vedder, Courtney Love, and Billy Corgan and make sure they're okay. And I was like, none of them grew up in Seattle, so that's like stupid. You know what I mean?
A lot of people, Vedder is from Chicago originally, and then he moved to San Diego.
Corgan.
Yep.
Right. And Courtney Love's actually from Sarah's neck of the woods.
Yeah. No, I thought she was from LA though.
There's like 10 different cities. She claims Portland, she claims LA, she claims Seattle, she claims Olympia, she claims New Zealand. It's who cares?
Mastic Shirley.
She's stripped in Japan. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Imagine the quality of that strip club.
Yeah, exactly.
Brendan says the only sport with integrity is professional wrestling. Yeah, they don't have any scandals, Brendan.
Hockey's not bad. Hockey's not bad.
They drop dead by the time they're 40. That's the only scandal.
Pellel goes, Judy, I had cards of that era too. I remember the top shear with the wood paneling for the background. Oh my God.
Oh yeah, of course.
Only on Patreon. Cut the number of innings. Pellel's right. 7 innings is fine, right? Cut the number of games. 162 is ridiculous. Who needs? You can't get your shit established in 120 games. They need to shave off at least 40 games. Baseball on the radio. Yeah, that's the only thing that subsists on the radio.
Don't get me wrong. Like if the Knicks had right now Ewing, Latrell Sprewell, Xavier McDaniel, Anthony Mason, Mark Jackson, Oakley, like I'd watch, but like it's just that's all gone. Like the Jordan era, you know what I mean? It's like that's it.
Well, it's tough. I think we're always crutching back to the Jordan era, and it's I say the Jordan. I mean the Kersey era, Sarah, and. It's impossible. It hasn't been. It's amazing. We skip generations and go to that. It's 35 years ago now in some ways, right? I mean, you're talking 84. That's almost 40 years ago. The 84-85 draft that started it all. Go ahead. No, you go.
Speaking of OJ this week from Howard, it's like, did you guys ever see? I think it's called like 30 on 30, and it was like there was that night where like every major sporting event was going on, and then like OJ's Bronco was being interrupted. It's an incredible little documentary.
Rockets, Knicks.
Are you talking about the 6-part 30 for 30 on OJ?
No, I could look it up. I think it was.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah,
it was done by the same director as Montage of Heck, the Nirvana movie, and it was just clips of, because like every major sporting event was happening that night or something, like hockey or baseball. It's like everything. And
I was sitting in the hospital with my grandfather who had a 5-way bypass, and they cut him from his chest to his ankle to get arteries for his bypass. And we were sitting there watching the Rockets final, and here comes OJ.
It's God. So now, that's we're going on 30. Can you believe that? We're going on 30 years ago.
Yeah, it's called 30
for 30.
Yeah, July 17th, 1994. I guess that was that night. Brett Morgan directed it. He also directed the Nirvana Montage of Heck, and it's pretty cool. That's all.
Barbara DeRush, welcome. Baseball on the baseball's the only thing that people like want it on the radio. Like it's more exciting on the radio than watching it in real life. I don't know how baseball got the radio thing. It's tough. Basketball on the radio just doesn't hold it. You feel like you're always missing something. It just doesn't. You can't take it. When I was a kid, this is how psychotic I was about the NBA. If we don't have the league pass wasn't around till like 96. I think. And so you couldn't watch, and the options were less. And so there were these weird nights of the week where if I couldn't get something in, we didn't always have, so to be like a Nets, I would take stats off the radio. They would do the play-by-play, and I would try to keep stats off of what the radio announcer would, and it would be so ridiculous. It would be so off because they would just leave details out and stuff. So there would be times you can get like a 76er game on Long Island, depending on the night. Sometimes you get a Cavalier game or a Bullets game, and I would take stats off the radio, and because you couldn't get you couldn't watch it. It just wasn't there, and it was like in and out. It would fade in, and I would try to go off the announcer's lead, and I never came close to getting it, and it didn't stop me, but I'd still do it.
When we were kids, we'd have that book. I forgot the name of what was it called? Not the Sporting News, but yeah, they'd be like all the stats forever. You know what I mean? And everyone
register the NBA, encyclopedia or register,
and there was like a baseball one, and it was really cool back then.
Well, that's what you had the crutch. That was your Bible, because there was no internet. You had to keep it and study it, and I had every year I got the new updated NBA register or guide.
But then just back to football, like we all hate Adam Levine because of Howard, and it's like his halftime show just ruins the whole football. I mean, that's just for me. It's like, screw the Super Bowl. I'm sorry, guys, but like it's just like annoying. You know what I mean?
Screw the Super Bowl. Who do you, Andy Milonakis over there?
I mean, when the Super Bowl's done, Super Bowl's done, it's all about Rihanna had a terrible performance, and it's like, she's
you're talking about them obsessed with the halftime show?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like Adam Levine with his shirt off, like on one halftime show. It's like, dude, you suck. You know what I mean?
We need to get a committee of how they choose the halftime show. I want to figure out who's doing that.
Like everyone's been asking for Pearl Jam, and they essentially, I think, for Fuse or Foo Fighters would be cool, or
Pearl Jam, who are real sports fans.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, but instead they want Bruno Mars every year and Beyonce.
Whoever the flavor of the month is. Remember the guy The Weeknd? That was Lily Rose's co-star in The Idol. He fucking did it 2 years ago. That's a flavor of the month. That's ridiculous. Do you know how many people haven't, like, there's really huge names, talented people who haven't done that, and they haven't been asked. It's the network.
Or they have, and they refuse because it seems like you're a sellout,
Yeah. There's a way to do that and look. Like Springsteen's was great.
Oh my God, that was incredible. Tom Petty was good.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think. Like remember Red Hot Chili Peppers, they weren't really playing their instruments, so that sucks. I
know Prince is talented and everything, and he gets.
His was good when he did a Foo Fighters song. That was pretty.
Yeah,
cool.
I think that's like my favorite thing he's ever done was cover it. Was it The Best of You, or was it?
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah, that's my favorite Foo Fighters song.
That was, and it was like sheets, like big, large sheets or something, like fabric.
Yes.
It was pretty dope.
Chris Cornell's death was a very dark day in Seattle, says Autobot. Worse than Cobain and Stale. Oh, was it worse? Wow. How about for you in Oregon, Sarah? Was it worse for you?
It was worse because Cornell, and ask any of them, say what you want about Andy Wood and Mother Love Bone or Green River, but Cornell was considered like the father of all of these up and coming rock stars in Seattle. So he was kind of like the voice of reason, who they could go to, you know, to get through it. And then he dies in such a depressing way. Yeah, it's very sad. He's one of the last few, and he decided he had to go out like that. It's very sad.
What was like, and this is obscure, but like the Wipers or the U-Men, is that like even before? Obviously, that's before.
That's way before my interest.
Yeah. So like, no, because you were saying Cornell was like I get it.
The movie.
May I interrupt this program for a moment?
Yeah, sure.
Please, everybody, send some good thoughts to my mother right now, because right now somebody is walking through her home as we speak, interested in buying her home. Please send good vibes. That's all I need.
Okay.
This house needs to sell very quickly.
Do the business thing while you're at it, Sarah.
All right. Yes, I will. We are. Oh God, I got to do the math, but we have had some super chats today and a Cash App. We are about 201 in the high ones anyway, from our goal for this month. I know this is our first show of the month, but if you can, please super chat, super sticker us, Cash App us, Venmo us, or join us over on patreon.com/Wino Forever for a whopping $2. Because of my personal issues, we've been kind of screwing our Patreon audience, but we are getting back to it right now. So if you can, donate to the Arm Fund. He deserves it. He won't ever ask for it, so I have to come on and do it. But yeah, he deserves to make some money from this.
I'm not saying smash. I'm going to say dry hump the like and subscribe button.
Well, do that too, but
while you're there,
I'd rather you super chat us.
wow, Barbara. So I'm gonna see this story here. This is Kumia just had a bypass. Oh, is that the new bypass?
Yeah,
or is that the current
he
one?
had something happen. I don't know.
Today?
Within the last few days.
I knew about the other one. Okay.
He had old man blockage.
Yeah, he's what is he, 62? Not that that's old, but you know that could happen. Yeah, Bill Simmons actually started Rick, right? The 30 for 30. A lot of people don't realize that. I like Bill Simmons more than I don't. Sometimes he's an annoying chowderhead with self-indulgent chowderhead and a basic bitch, but he has innovated a lot of things. He's one of the first podcast people that I ever remember listening to regularly, and he would vacillate between sports and pop culture, and he started the 30 for 30 thing. He actually is, I don't know if he officially, but he's one of the co-creators or creator, and a lot of people don't know that. I don't know why, because it just doesn't come up. Like, did he abandon it? Did he like drop it? Or go ahead, Sarah.
I don't know. I will always like him for the rewatchables, even though he doesn't really do it anymore. But that 3-part Godfather series was amazing. But I have developed a new appreciation for him the last few months, because he's actually taking the stance that Portland needs to do what's best for Portland in terms of the trade. God bless you, Mr. Simmons. I love you for that, and have a great day.
He takes radical stances on stuff. I give him a lot of credit. He got fired from ESPN for being exactly what they hired him for. Don't we love this? With ESPN's the worst now.
They're horrible.
They claim they want edge. They claim they want radical. They claim they're hiring someone for their, crazy opinions. And when you give it to them, they fire you. Right?
No,
Stephen A. Smith's the only one that's allowed to do it, or for some reason. And I hope he goes down. He needs to be humbled a little bit. He needs to be cut down to size.
Despite his never-ending caterwauling about boxing, I liked Max Kellerman. And I am very disappointed on what has come out about Stephen A. Smith pushing him out.
What's the details of it? I don't know if I know the details.
He just didn't like him, so he basically set him up to be fired.
Yeah, he doesn't deserve that kind of power there.
No, he's not. He has no sources, despite what he says. Nobody likes him. That hairline is running from his forehead faster than his sources run from him. So I can't stand him, but I also can't stand Skip Bayless. So I don't know. It's like two channels I can't stand. Which one do I watch?
Well, they're both the worst. The thing I hate the most about Stephen A. Smith is he pushes a New York Knicks agenda on the national audience, a team that's 20-62. He's bringing. They have no business getting the national stage on any level. I heard a great point about your vaunted Cleveland sports show is one of my favorite sports shows, and they were talking about how the guy Bull, who's from New York, moved to Cleveland, and they're talking about the Cleveland sports scene, how every city he's ever worked in, Jay Crawford was saying this too, women are huge sports fans everywhere except New York. So if you go to Cleveland, if you go to Portland, women love their teams. Only in New York, they don't care about sports. So my theory is New York actually has a horrible sports fandom because there's no women following it. Like you can take all the females, and I completely agree with that. Chicago women love sports. Philadelphia women love sports. There's something about New York that the women don't engage in pro sports in New York.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's a good question.
I couldn't agree with that more. I've noticed that too. I've for years I've said I couldn't say it to anyone because who would believe? It's just a conversation you could have with so few people. But I've always thought that I'm like, why do women love sports in every other city except New York? They're so allegiant. Like the Chicago, Philadelphia, and Boston sports team is far more passionate and provincial than New York. Maybe it's because there's a lot of transplants. Maybe there's too many teams. Maybe there's too many options. But the best sports it's not New York. And so Stephen A. Smith foisting the Knicks on the national scene is a waste of everyone's time, and it's self-indulgent, and it's what a poser does. And if you really had any taste, you wouldn't waste your time. They're a waste of everyone's time. They're a blight, a waste of from overpriced. There's one waste season after the next. They are the worst thing, pound for pound, dollar for dollar, in all of professional sports. An absolute blight. The Legion of Doom that is Madison Square Garden. And if there was ever a 9/11. Let's focus on MSG. That's what I would bomb next.
And Dolan's getting such accolades right now.
That's right.
Because of the Sphere. It's like, fine, just do musicians. Stay away from sports.
That's right. Jay-Z's company, Rock Nation, chooses the halftime show. I didn't know that, Autobot. Thank you. That's crazy. I had no idea.
Jay-Z's friends with Pearl Jam. They did a song together.
What'd they do together? I didn't know that.
There was this. They covered 99 Problems, and Eddie sung Redemption Song with Beyonce at a Global Citizens Fest. And at the Made in America Fest, which was Jay-Z's fest. That's where they did the 99 Problems.
Babs DeRush said it started raining when Prince played Purple Rain. I think I remember that. Or was it manufactured rain, or was it
Good question.
Was it like Storm from the X-Men producing a rain cloud and going over the halftime performers are not paid, says Brendan. I believe they actually pay in order to perform.
Who's getting arrested?
That's got to be Judy.
It's not me for once.
Judy's in Jamaica, Queens, everyone.
Pretty close. How do you know that?
I know you're in Queens.
Okay.
That's just normal for New York. You could be in the nicest neighborhood in the world, and there's a EMT or a cop or a fireman passing by.
But by the way, when Shuli said, "Oh, he was in a story. He's like, I'm in a war zone." It's like one of the most expensive neighborhoods.
It's gotten bad. When I lived in Brooklyn, that was when it was gentrifying. That's exactly right.
He was telling Howard, I need to leave here. It's a war zone. I couldn't believe no one was saying shit. You know what I mean? It was like such a lie. It was pretty sickening.
Thank you, Sue B. Sue 73. Much love to you and all you do. Thank you, Flamer. Lots of love to you. Your mom, Sarah, says Flamer.
Thank you.
Yep, everyone loves Sarah. That's what I've come to realize. Yes. You're almost beloved.
May I say this, since we're on the topic? I will be driving in the car 6 hours again this weekend. I got to go clean out some closets at this house. If you want to do 21 Jump Street tomorrow, feel free. Because it's an episode I don't want to be a part of.
We'll see what I'm ready for. I don't know if I have the material for it, or the time.
Okay.
We'll see what happens. What's up? I don't want to get it with the last. It's too last minute. What's up, Depp Bitches? Says Hooper 45. Struggling to keep my eyes open, working like a dog, getting up at 3:30 a.m.
Me too, Hoop.
Jesus.
Are we getting up together, Hooper?
Did I tell you the story when I dozed off at the wheel?
Uh-oh.
Coming back from what was I coming back from? Manhattan.
I've heard this, yeah.
Yeah, just all night, just not a lot of sleep, whatever, and it hit me. Fatigue finally hit me, and I swerved into the guardrail and you see the sparks flying. It's like 3:30 in the morning. And I blame Steve Summers. Anyone knows WFAN, the boringest son of a bitch on the face of the earth. Eccentrically funny and cute, but boring as hell. And if you listen to him at night, you will go into a soporific.
Me here, you there. Yeah.
Yeah. That's all that for 4 hours.
When Pharrell joined, we could talk about FAN a lot, but when Pharrell joined, was he after Steve Summers or before?
Way after. Steve Summers is one of the original people. WFAN debuted, and it was the greatest thing because it was like a great comforting voice in the background when there weren't a lot of options. So it was 24 hours, and it was crazy to have anything besides ESPN. That was especially radio where you could call in, and it was when it's not the first sports radio set. There were shows that weren't, but there was the first 24-hour sports radio station. There were many shows before. Like, in fact, WNBC had a sports show at night with Dave Sims and Mike Breen. There were shows in St. Louis. There were shows in Chicago. It's just that they decided, let's go 24 hours with this. We have enough interest. And then Imus did the morning show.
And tell me if you agree, there was nothing better than the day after a Tyson fight, like to just listen to FAN all day, WFAN, and like, because they would be ranting and raving, or like when Clemens threw the bat at, Piazza, or like something to do with, Isaiah Thomas and the Bad Boys. Like, it was just insane. It was a lot of fun.
It's tough if you're not a New York sports fan. Like, FAN's not for you. Like, I was eventually starting to get burnt out. There's nothing worse than hearing about the Mets middle relief for 4 hours when you're a Trailblazer fan and an Angels fan and a Steelers fan. I couldn't take so much of FAN because there was like Russo and Francesa were actually like multi-sports fans, like where they nationally were aware.
But he wouldn't shut up about the Giants,
Yeah, well, that's he's actually like a contrarian.
Yeah,
he was a New York contrarian.
Oh yeah, he was like against Mike. I get it. Yeah.
Well, no, I mean, he's genuinely a Giants fan, but he does the fun thing about Russo is he hated New York sports. Yeah. So he would push back. He's a Packers fan. He's
San Francisco Giants.
Yeah. He's a Giants fan, and in the NBA, he is a Golden State Warrior fan. So he grew up like when like Rick Barry's Golden State Warriors are big, and that was his influence of, he's a teenager when you're influenced by stuff at a certain, like when they say that it sticks with you. Like everyone's favorite cast of Saturday Night Live is the cast they grew up with high school with. Kind of thing.
And Chris Mullins, right? That he was on the.
No, that was way before that. It's Rick Barry. Like Chris Mullins is like
he was the Jordan
era, right?
Yeah.
He's in the next draft with Karl Malone.
But no, Mike and the Mad Dog was sweet. Every day coming home was super sweet.
Imus actually put them together.
Oh.
Yeah, he actually said we'll do like a Laurel and Hardy kind of thing.
Oh my God, it worked totally.
Yeah, it did work. Pell says at least skip Shannon Sharp. Is for the no longer exists. I like Shannon Sharp a lot.
Nope. Shannon Sharp is no longer with Skip.
Yeah, I like Shannon Sharp a lot.
Shannon Sharp is actually with Stephen A. Smith now over on ESPN.
Yep. There's Gina Bobina. Welcome, Gina. And your Bulby. I haven't seen Gina in a while. I was thinking about her the other night.
John wants to date Gina Bobina.
Oh God. No. Jesus Christ. Is he... I'm not bringing John up. I'm not falling into it.
You want me to? No, I'm just kidding.
Doing it. You'll read my DMs someday.
I already have.
Stephen A. Shtick. Yes. Let's do this story. I got to stop getting sidetracked.
Sorry. Yeah.
Too many.
Yeah, this is a Depp show, but Depp likes sports, so.
Speaking of Depp in Seattle, we'll just bring him back. A lot of people don't realize that, and I used to have the Us magazine. Johnny Depp was at the singles premiere, the Cameron Crowe movie.
No way. Are you serious?
And that was his dream, is to be in a movie like that. He auditioned for this is my inside sources tell me. He auditioned for the Matt Dillon role and didn't get it.
I thought Matt Dillon was terrible.
Yeah.
I think actually the movie is terrible.
I think Matt Dillon is incredibly miscast in that movie.
Oh, we can talk about it, yeah.
I love singles. It's too short, actually.
Oh my God. Longer. It's such a boring love story.
I have nothing to talk about with you then.
Bill Pullman, he's a great leading man.
Dare to
I didn't say that.
I know,
that movie is fantastic. I don't care about the characters. I care about the music and the soundtrack.
Let's talk about that for a little bit, though. So he was. No. I'm saying I brought this up because he was up for. This is that weird period where he didn't do anything. So he goes from Scissorhands and they crowbar kind of Arizona Dream, and he doesn't show up again until Benny and June. My theory is he needed to do something Washington State based. So he did Benny and June, because what's the soundtrack in that, Sarah?
The Benny and June soundtrack?
Yeah.
Forward Pushing Back. Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Oh,
I saw it in the past 2 months. Yeah.
Sarah knew that.
Sorry, Sarah.
She didn't
I
know.
didn't know
She
that.
just beat her to the punch.
It's a Temple of the Dog song.
Oh, I know, but I didn't know that was on the soundtrack.
So as you did, when Depp is cleaning the ceiling with the mop.
Okay, you're right. I did know that. I'm lying.
It's a sweet song. Yeah.
And so that was Depp's attempt at getting into the grunge scene, but he auditioned for the Matt Dillon role. And I will say this, as much as I love that movie, and don't worry about the story. It's just a kind of you're probing the Seattle scene at that time, and that whole thing about what is, and the story was insignificant to the dialogue and the cameos and stuff. I don't even think I cared about the story. I don't even think I thought about it. A lot of times the dialogue can be so strong you don't care about the story.
And you know why it was made? Cameron Crowe was living. He used to be married to the guitarist from Heart, and Heart was from Seattle.
Yes, Nancy Wilson.
Ann and Nancy. Yeah, you're right.
Well, he also did the Pearl Jam documentary, 20.
which is decent.
He was a rock.
No, it's good. It's good.
So
I cry, and you could just call it decent.
No, we could talk about that.
This is a no-brainer bringing this up. So this is from Singles, and we brought him up before, and he's going to be brought up again and often. This is Xavier This is why you should love the movie, Judy.
What are you thinking right now?
I just go out and just play basketball, good, hard-nosed basketball. Things happen throughout the course of the game. There's nothing you can do. I don't go out to look to say I'm going to beat this guy up or beat that guy up.
Anything else, X?
Yes, Steve, don't come yet.
Best cameo in the history of motion pictures.
Well, I wouldn't say that, but I'll go with it because you're a fanboy.
God. It's such a wacky thing. How much does Campbell Scott look like Tobey Maguire, by the way? I just noticed.
Campbell Scott and Bill Pullman are like the wimpiest leading men you've ever seen, I feel like.
Campbell Scott's a good actor. He's George C. Scott's son, right?
Yeah, and he's what is he good in? I don't know.
He's really good. You ever see Roger Dodger?
Yes, he was dope in that. He's
really good in that.
Yeah, it was like a night.
I really enjoy that. Yep.
A Night in New York. Yeah, that was great. I never saw Young.
He plays like a jaded copyright guy who takes his nephew and he shows him the ways of the feminine wiles in A Night in New York. Elizabeth Berkley's in that.
Yeah.
Hey, Rick the Electrician, thank you, sir. And it's great to see you live. This is for you, Sarah. Good vibes to your mom from Rick the Electrician.
Thank you, Rick.
I second that. Bill Mazer. God damn it. That's an old Battle Axe sports announcer from New York. That wasn't.
But Sarah, I feel like Pearl Jam 20 is a little bit of a puff piece. They don't really go into like why the drummer got fired, Dave Ravz's stuff. There's some puff piece in it. I feel like it's like a love letter. But I love it. But I'm just telling you.
Speaking of puff piece, what a segue by Judy Tenuta.
Oh, nice.
Johnny Depp's animated movie, Johnny Puff, Secret Mission, seals the deal ahead of 2024 release. This is the man who was canceled. And this is like an animated, which he's been in. I think it's a European animated series, the Puffins. Anyone know this or see this? I've always meant to go back to it. I don't know if there's a clip from the trailer here. Exclusive Johnny Depp animated movie, Johnny Puff, Secret Mission has sold to German-speaking Europe. Everything's European all the time. Korea, Spain, Portugal, Middle East, Turkey, ahead of AFM later this month. Nestor Dennis has directed the movie, which is inspired by the Puffins, a series featuring Johnny Depp as Johnny Puff. Skeet Ulrich almost got the role, by the way. Produced by Ervolino and Lady Bacardi. In the film, Johnny Puff helps his Puffin friends as they go on a secret mission to save their beloved village, Tagisville, from the evil plans of villain Otto von Walrus. Click here to watch the first trailer. Discussions are underway in North America distribution for a 2024 release in quarter on the offing ahead of the international rollout. In the Puffins franchise, the characters adopt an idiosyncratic dialect, which Depp has previously described as a mesh of his own voice and a real Puffin sound. The movie's life lessons include recycling, environmental protection, and team spirit. That's kind of like Aquaman, environmental protection, right? I think that's a theme of Aquaman too. Hasn't officially been revealed. That was initially the plot, that was going to be, you stupid surface dwellers are polluting my ocean. And I agree with him 100%. Pick is produced by Cristobal Rodriguez and Nestor Dennis at Mila's, in participation with U.S. companies WWPS and Evolution, Italian firm handling sales of the project. Depp is currently in production in Amedeo Modigliani biopic Modi, which he's directing. Depp is represented by Range Media Partners. Nestor F. Dennis is represented by Palo Bernabo Abagas, and these are the kind of the still shots from it. Look at this, a parody of himself in Puffin with Patrick Hasberg's guitar. And where's the brown cigarette, Puffin? Huh? You got a puff on the brown cigarette. Here we go. Here's more. Man, you talk about, it doesn't say if Infinitum Nihil is in this. You gonna see this? Are you not gonna see this too, Sarah?
I don't see any of his children's movies, and probably I will not see this one.
I agree with you. I watched all his movies recently, but I can't get myself to watch Rango or the other one, right? He plays like Jack.
Rango's good. You're missing
Okay.
out. Rango's good because I say this because you get to see, he is a talented, gifted voice person and mimic when he wants to be. I think that's the thing about him that doesn't get. You really get to see him, dig in, and there's no visuals and there's no minimalist acting, and you get to see him really have to emote and enunciate. I recommend seeing Rango. There's a Fear and Loathing cameo.
And should I see Corpse Bride too?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll see him.
Rango a little better, but yeah, see them both, and you get to see him really have to. I think he's it's an underrated thing. He really could become like a super duper. And you know how like they bring in Billy West's big complaint, right? Is that he thinks, why would you pay Cameron Diaz $15 million when you can pay what's her name? Jennifer Hale $1 million. And she could do a much better job, and she's way more talented at this. The celebrity name is not selling the animated movie. It rarely ever does. And you're wasting the budget on their names. I agree with them for the most part, but Depp actually has talent in this.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, there's people who are just being themselves. And then there's him who's actually trying to do interesting things, and he's trying to do nuance and impression. And then he actually is a guy who deserves to work in animated movies had he wanted to. Unlike Cameron Diaz, who has no talent other than playing.
No, and
is Billy West right? Do you agree with Billy West about that? Like, why would you waste your production budget on hiring superstars when it's not about them and their name? It's a kids movie. Kids are not showing up to the theater to see Cameron Diaz.
I couldn't get through Toy Story, but Tom Allen, right, or Tim Allen and Tom Hanks.
Kids care about Tim Allen and Tom Hanks.
Yeah, I mean, and what's the one with Mike Myers?
Shrek.
Yeah, it's hard to say because Shrek had like 12, famous people in it or whatever.
Do kids care about that?
No,
probably
I guess
not.
Maybe the parents.
That's Billy West's argument. Yeah. Why are you wasting your budget on paying these people their superstar rates when you're getting better work and you could save on that? What's the point if it's a kids movie?
I will say this, Arm. I watched on a plane, DC Super Pets, the DC Comics Super Pets. It was really good.
Does The Rock play?
Yeah, and like
Superman in that?
I think so. And Keanu Reeves is Batman, or the Batman dog, or it's. I think you would dig it because Aquaman's in it. I mean,
I didn't know that. That's why I didn't see it. That's why I haven't seen it.
Yeah, no, he's in it. You'll love it.
Is he in it or is it a cameo?
No, I mean he's got a solid. He's not every second. Like the leads are the Batman dog and the Superman dog, but like all the characters. No, you.
Okay, that's the end of the show. We got to go. I'm going to watch it now. I actually have it on a hard drive.
No, you're gonna love it. I'm telling you.
I will watch it at your recommendation. You've never steered me wrong before.
Yeah,
and you won't now.
It's amazing. It is.
So Puffins, like I will certainly, I believe, and I don't, again, I don't know if it's in America. It's not it's an animated series. Yeah, the snoozer, John O'Reilly, right? Steve Summers. When I drove off I almost drove off the road. I drove into a railing on the LIE. It has a HIV lane. Did I say HIV? Yeah, there's a Magic Johnson lane, and it's you swerve. It's you have to have multiple passengers in it, and there are people who put like cardboard cutouts in their passenger seat. It's really stupid. Like no one's commuting. It's meant so it's to encourage people to commute. No one's commuting in the morning. Just open the whole damn thing up. Get rid of the HOV lane. People are so selfish and self-absorbed and self-consumed that they can't collaborate with anyone in the morning. Nobody feels like it. Then when you just get rid of it, right, Judy?
You told them, yeah, like you need either 2 or 3 people to go in the lane and to this special lane that you could, that's less traffic. And they would remember this in like Newsday or whatever. Somebody put like a dummy in the like passenger seat and got in trouble, because they just had like a fake dummy in it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, people were doing it because the bottom line is you're never going to encourage people to do that, and you can thin traffic immensely. I think it's the equivalent of if you take the little median part, that little dead area in between the road and the HOV lane, you could fit 2 lanes in what that technically is. So you would thin traffic. They have to. It's this false thing we do that we're all one in this community and we're a team and we're looking out for each other and we're all neighbors. Nobody's commuting together. Stop with this delusions that's ever going to work. Just open it up. Stop. Or how many years has it been?
Sarah, do you have crazy traffic things in your neighborhood, neck of the woods?
No, not really.
Sarah, what's a commute? A quarter of a mile?
2.5 miles to work.
You should move to New York. You'll have
gas
so much,
doesn't apply. Gas
you'll have so
prices
much fun.
don't apply to her.
The worst I ever experienced, well, probably not the worst, but in the last 6 years, I'd say, is like 3 weeks ago, driving home from Eugene with the traffic coming back from the Ducks game, the Ducks Colorado game. That was a nightmare. That's the worst. Took like 2 hours to get home.
That's the difference between New York and Oregon. New York doesn't give a F about college sports. I'm talking about the tri-state area. Like
football-wise, this is all we have, and I don't give a shit either. I want, if we had a professional football team, nobody would care about the Ducks or the Beavers, but that's what we got.
Did you hear our conversation last show about Notre Dame, how they get away with?
No, I didn't hear any of it.
They basically can recruit based on being Irish, just Irish Catholicism. Like you could just go, everybody who's like super Irish wants their kid to go to Notre Dame, and you could charge like 100. It'd be like if LIU called themselves the LIU Guineas, and everyone in New York. I mean, they're calling themselves the Fighting Irish. So if you called yourselves the pugilistic Pisans, the LIU pugilistic Pisans, and everybody Italian would want to go to that one school.
It sounds like you need something to complain about right now. And
this is they're on national TV for no reason at all on NBC on Saturday night, and they can go 0-14, whatever.
I don't think it's the same.
It is the same.
Okay.
It's because they have a cool logo, the like Fighting Irish logo.
It's just everybody Irish needs to be associated with Notre Dame. And it's in Indiana, which is bizarre. But you don't think of Indiana as anything ethnic. You just
Indiana. You think of as white.
Yeah, not Irish, not Italian.
Well, I also think of Irish sometimes as white.
Marshawn Lynch and Shannon Sharp have an interview that's quote fire, and I will watch that Autobot. Influx of tourists we got after singles.
Yeah, I think they rip on Russell Wilson, which I'm always up for.
Autobot says that the Washington, Seattle area, you got this crazy influx of tourists after singles came out.
Well, that was at the same time as the music scene was really taking off.
My friend Brendan, who was in the chat, was the first person I knew of that time. He was very, very progressive music fan. He really liked stuff before it got annoyingly popular. And he loved the grunge era, I think, very, very early on. And he was the first dude I knew who wore shorts all year round. Because they started it, the grunge era started this thing of like, oh fuck it, I'll wear shorts in January. And he went to school in upstate New York, Albany. He was wearing shorts in January.
Or shorts on top, and what is it? What are they called for winter on like underneath?
Flannels and shorts.
No. Or what's the under? Oh shoot, when it's cold.
Thermal.
Yeah, thermals.
Yeah. He wasn't doing that. It was shorts. Okay. It was short. And Brendan's like a runner, and he kind of doesn't fear the cold. But he was the first person I knew who was doing that thing where you're wearing shorts all year round. And I remember vividly, in like 90, 91, he's had shorts on in Albany in January. It's crazy.
You know what I picture Brendan looking like? Dutch Mantell in 1995.
He has no hair. He's the opposite of. He's Reddit.
Okay.
Reddit.
I just wanted to throw in a wrestling reference.
He's Artie Lang's second cousin, Brendan Lang.
I want to know, Brendan.
He took the.
Was the Ultimate Warrior the worst wrestler in the history of wrestling?
Dude,
that's my opinion.
Whoa, slow down, stop. He's my favorite. What the hell?
Mm-hmm.
What don't you like? What don't you like about him?
His 2 moves.
Oh, the leg drop and
yeah, he has no moves.
No. The clothesline and the shaking of the ropes. That was about it for an Ultimate Warrior.
Does anyone watch MSNBC here?
Oh God, only you.
Like as much as I do. You can't miss this guy. He's on like 10 shows at once. Do you know this guy Jonathan Lemire? He's on Morning Joe a lot, and he pops in and he does like correspondence stuff. Brendan looks exactly like him, actually. Now he looks 90% similar to this guy, Jonathan Lemire on MSNBC. He's on Morning Joe a lot. He has a show before him at 5 a.m. Eastern time when I'm going to sleep, if I am. And he pops in on all these. The guy, he must just sleep at MSNBC. He's on every show. Matt Dillon, Barbara DeRush. Matt Dillon is and Depp have interesting. When Depp was first establishing himself as a movie star, they were up for a lot of the same things. And that time I called Howard with the FME with the Baldwin brothers, I'd said to Billy Baldwin that Depp got offered the role on Backdraft before Billy Baldwin did, and he did. And so Billy Baldwin screams back at me. He's like, no, Matt Dillon got offered the role. Matt Dillon got offered the role. I go, no, he didn't. But he was trying to like one-up me and saying that. So Matt Dillon actually, him and Depp both turned down the lead role in Backdraft, which I wish Depp would do now. I wish Depp would play fireman now.
Do you know why Depp
I
turned
would
it
love
down?
that.
He thought it was too cliche. It was a Ron Howard movie, by the way.
It's cheesy. Yeah.
In his mind, he thought it was too cliche. But now what's better, Backdraft or Mordecai?
I would just want to see him with the dark soot makeup on his face, dressed as a fireman, carrying me over his shoulder.
There is a way to do a fireman movie without being cheesy.
I would have. Dude, I don't hate Mordecai. I know.
Yes, it's horrible. It's an Austin Powers.
Hang up on him.
We'll talk. Come on. But
you know it's an Austin Powers ripoff. Come on. You watched it. You know it's an Austin Powers.
I thought Depp was really working hard. I don't think he was phoning it in.
It's fine.
I was laughing at some of his shit.
He's out of touch with doing that. He's a huge Austin Powers fan. You know he was channeling that when he did it. And the whole damn movie is all his friends and Paul Bettany and it's
except Gwyneth Paltrow, right? She hates him.
She hates him. Well, she didn't say. We had to figure that out from the transcripts. The agent, Gwyneth Paltrow's agent, they were never telling her a schedule. Depp was so all over the place that they would never tell her what the schedule was, and she was trying to plan out the next couple of years. And she, she's a phony too. She pretends she likes him on camera, but we know better.
But I Backdraft would have been sweet because he would have had a scene with Robert De Niro, and Kurt Russell and Donald Sutton like that. That's
a great cast. You're right. That's a great cast.
Yeah, the cast is pretty huge.
And a Ron Howard movie, which he's never worked with.
Huh.
He knows Brian Grazer from something. I can't remember what. They have some. Oh well, I got it. Did you know the Trump movie? Ron Howard's in the Trump movie with Depp.
Should I see
and so is Fonzie, by the way.
Oh, really, Winkler? Should I? Does that count as a Depp movie? I'm just curious. I will watch it.
Yes, absolutely. Okay. Sarah, you watched the Trump movie, right?
Yes, of course.
It's a full hour of they tried to reenact. It's almost like what Fear and Loathing did. They tried to reenact the Art of the Deal from the 80s. It's really good. It's really it's cartoony and fun.
It's on YouTube. I saw it.
So many cameos.
Am I right in saying the sets and makeup look like it's like a Saturday Night Live or something, or am I mistaken?
The guys from Saturday Night Live did it. It's from
Oh,
that
really?
Will Ferrell's Funny or Die.
Oh, really? I like him. All right.
Production company.
I'll watch it. I didn't know if it was a TV movie or a real movie. Okay.
It's it's funny because I was thinking, I saw an article. David and I were talking about Saturday Night Live, and it's gonna really annoy me that if Depp doesn't host that show before he's dead, it's really going to annoy me because he's just I mean, that's a guy who, if he hosted Saturday Night Live, would put the show on his back, and he'd be in everything. He would kill it. People would see what a great mimic he is. He does a great Don Rickles impression. I mean, it would be the most amazing episode of that show. I need to write it. Forget. I don't want them even participating in it.
But you've mentioned this, like, why doesn't he do theater? It's the same thing. Maybe he just doesn't feel comfortable. Like, it's one take and that's it, and you're live. Like, if he forgets something, maybe he's just not built for that. But I could be wrong.
No, that's exactly the fear and theory you should have, is that it's that thing. But again, if you're playing in front of 100,000 people with the Hollywood Vampire,
that's true. That's
Jeff
true.
Beck, why is that stage fright different than what this is? He's done a huge award shows. He's done the Oscars. So I don't know. He should be over that by now. I don't buy. It seems to be selective. He moves the goalpost all the time on stage fright, and I don't understand it. And I understand stage fright. I don't understand his stage fright. Then why are you going into entertainment at all? Why are you going into? Well, I mean, look. Initially, you wanted to be. I want to be a guitarist. So the plan is to sell stadiums out, right? So what are you even going into that for?
No, you're right. I mean, if he didn't do one during Pirates, it's like he's never going to do it. I mean, I want him to be wrong, but yeah, we don't like his biggest moment. He should have done it.
Autobot says, "No, I was going to tell you the other night. My friend has a door size Xavier McDaniel poster was seen in the movie." Yeah, Xavier McDaniel has. I had the one and then the one from Athlete's Foot where it says X-Man, and he's they filmed it in an alley in Seattle. That's the best poster I've ever seen in my life. And he has a dog. He has a possessed dog with green eyes, and he's sitting in an alley, and it says X-Man. And it was, they sold it at Athlete's Foot.
Don't you have that T-shirt?
I do have the T-shirt. Jesus Christ, I forgot about that. You sent me that as a present.
Yes, I did. I also sent you the Burger King advertisement.
I'm going to take a picture of this. I'm going to take a picture of my T-shirt.
Arm, could I just ask you?
Not now. I'll do it next con.
When I was a kid, Xavier McDaniel was incredible. I didn't realize he only did 1 year at the Knicks. Why did they?
Yeah, only one season.
Why did they get rid of him? He was huge.
He was a free agent.
Oh, okay. They didn't want to pay him.
And he went to Boston, and he played, I think, 3 seasons in Boston.
Do you recall how he did with Ewing?
He's a Sonic. He was a mediocre small forward on the Knicks. He wasn't the man. So they was like him, Oakley, and Ewing were crashing into each other.
Oh,
and it was done as like an intimidation thing. He was playing the small forward, and he was known as like the third option on that team. So his points went from, as a Sonic, he was a 20-point scorer, and he dropped down to 13 and point something in that Knicks season. And he was graded. He was more of an intangible guy, so they would have him guard. He could guard. The beauty of him on Seattle was he could literally guard 5 positions. And I don't think a lot of people realize that he could guard if they're playing, say, the Lakers, he could guard Kareem and Magic in the same game, and Byron Scott.
And did Latrell Sprewell take over his position, or no?
No, they play different. Sprewell's a 2-guard. McDaniel's a 3.5.
I can't remember. Okay,
that's all right. No, that's a good question. No, it was later too. It was like years later. McDaniel was only on the Knicks, the 91, 92, the 90. We'll call it the 92.
So who replaced X on?
It was kind of like Charles Smith came along from who I liked a lot on the Clippers, and the Knicks did to Charles Smith what they did to Xavier McDaniel. He became like mediocre. He went from a 20-point scorer on the Clippers, and he was like, backseat to Ewing, and they didn't know he's out of position playing the 3 spot. He's not a 3. He's a power forward, and he can play center if he has to, a small center, but he's not a 3, and they had him out of position with Mason and Oakley, and I hated Smith on the Knicks because he was so good on the Clippers. He was so much fun, and he had the run of the place.
I don't
Larry Johnson came along, and he did the same thing happened to him. He went as a 20-point scorer.
Oh, he was good, dude. I remember that.
Who am I? Rashard Lewis over here. that's like the last Sonic. Josh Foster. That's so funny. Okay, let's go to the next story. Okay, this is what I want to. this is something I saw today, and I have a take on this. I connected. You got to connect the Hollywood dots. You know, you just got to. This is. Oh no! Did I mistakenly delete it? You effing. I was going to use the R word. Come on. Oh God. It's called Gen V. That's the spinoff. Beauty.
Oh, for what?
The Boys.
The comic?
I got it here. Don't worry about it. I got it here. Okay, you see this?
The Boys. Okay.
Interesting. Look at the title. Look at the article. Look at the author's last name. Kimberly Ricci.
Mm-hmm.
And she looks like Christina, right? In the face a little bit.
Forehead that goes on for miles. I can't quite see.
Forehead that goes from Eugene to Salem. Yes.
That's not very far.
And there's nothing wrong with a big forehead. It gives people character, and I have no problem with it at all. So this is The Boys. This is on Amazon. It's kind of a hit on Amazon. It's like Judy. Do you remember the superhero, the anti Justice League that was in Marvel called goddamn, with Hyperion and Nighthawk?
No. Yeah, it's the Squadron Supreme.
Squadron Supreme. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah.
The Boys basically ripped off the Squadron Supreme, so it's not a Marvel or DC property. It's what they are is basically the bad Justice League. So they're taking their analogs of the main Justice League team, and they're called The Boys, but it's a ripoff of Squadron Supreme, which is a Marvel Comics property, which took the Justice League from DC and turned them into villains. If you know what I mean, if you get my drift. So The Boys is a knockoff of that, and it's a big hit on Amazon. And it says, and they made a spinoff called Gen V, which I guess I haven't seen it yet. Is it supposed to be like an X-Men knockoff?
I don't remember that in the comic. They were different X-Men teams, like like in real Marvel. There's like X-Force, X-Men, Mutants, Excalibur. So X Factor. So like that's what it could be, because I don't remember. I don't remember any comic book Gen. I read all The Boys, but Gen V might be a new thing or a new name.
But I'm wondering how this Boys verse is handling it. So it says here, this new season, this new show, this spinoff of The Boys, appears to have taken a side in the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard saga. Now, I have not seen it yet, but when I saw this, immediately what came to mind was, I'll tell you after I'm done reading it. It's fair to say that Johnny Depp and Amber Heard's defamation trial, which jury awarded Johnny Depp $15 million. No, he didn't. He won 9 and 10, and they settled down to $1 million, led to a lot of heated and subjective takes. Some of those takes were even reportedly from pro-Depp bots, as the Amber described the experience. She never stood a chance in a courtroom full of Jack Sparrow fans. Amber had originally sued Depp for $50 million over a Washington Post online, in which she never mentioned Depp's name, but identified herself and became a public figure representing blah, 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 blah. The subsequent defamation trial devolved into a media circus with accusations involving bodily function, tons of mudslinging following from supporters of both actors. Even now, to publicly take a side in this saga often invites a pile-on from the other camp, which is true. However, The Boys spinoff Gen V isn't afraid of upsetting anyone. In this week's episode, Ted Knight, where'd you get that name from, right? Right? Monroe. In this week's episode,
Tech Knight is like the Iron Man analog, as they say, or whatever. Yeah.
Yes. Descends upon Godolican University as part of his true crime show. He's hunting for a public-facing answer for why Golden Boy killed himself, and Dean Shetty wonders aloud, "You're going to blame an innocent student for Luke's hysteria?" Tech Knight's answer is, "I'm going to Johnny Depp someone so hard they're going to want to crawl into a hole and die." So here's
by the way, Goldie, how do you say Goldican University? That's Professor Xavier University.
Right.
Yeah.
So they're taking all sorts of Marvel tropes and throwing them into...
And DC, like Aquaman's called the Deep. Yeah.
Yes, that's clearly Aquaman. Exactly.
It's everybody, yeah.
Gen V quickly moved on from that discussion, but it was more than mere shade. This series used Johnny Depp as a verb, and people noticed. You can see the clip below. In this time, seeing a popular media take. Sorry for the whack quality. Let's see if I can play it. Oh, God. Never mind. It's too involved. Sorry for the whack. Clearly taking a side against Johnny Depp. They seem to be implying his name is now synonymous with Darvo. I wholeheartedly concur. Tech Night, I'm going to Johnny Depp someone so hard, yo. That line was crazy. Now we're dropping here. And so they're showing examples of people taking it because it's pretty big. And so, okay. So here's my take on
when you say Johnny Depp, is it physical? Is it mental? Like, it doesn't make any. Is it? I'm taking you to court. Like, what does Johnny Depping mean?
It means they're going to drag you through the media mud in trial, and all the general public is going to come after you on Twitter. You're going to arise an international A-list star, and his fans are going to attack you online over and over again to the point where you're going to run to Spain and hide. Is what they're implying. You're going
such great writing.
Well, did you create a massive lie over a decade of your life with fake pictures and defamation and all of that? Then you should be Johnny Depp.
Right. But that doesn't count if you see where the source comes from. Does anyone know the history? Does anyone know the boys and who's the showrunners and who's responsible for it?
Oh, it's not Rogen, is it? No.
Tell me again.
It's not Seth Rogen, right?
You nailed it.
Oh shit. Okay, because he also did. I think he also did Preacher, which was another comic. I guess he likes comics.
It's not about. Yes, he does, but it's not even about that. Who's his best friend?
Oh shit, I don't know.
Who's Seth Rogen's best friend? Who has he worked with on
James
everything?
Franco.
James Franco.
Okay. But I heard, when he's on Howard, he says he hates him now or whatever.
Oh, well, that he's back. Let's break that down. Everybody knew what James Franco was doing.
He knew exactly what he was doing because he got pulled into the Franco thing, the sexual misconduct and all the crazy grooming he was doing as an acting coach. I'm a drinking coach and I don't groom anyone. And I have alcohol at my disposal to do it.
Everybody knew what Weinstein was doing. Everybody knew what Epstein was doing. They can pretend all they want how they're mortified. They knew what they knew what they were doing.
It's going to be the new Happy Feet. Yes, Gina, that's exactly right. All those, it could be a knockoff. I don't know Happy Feet puffin stuff, but it could be a knockoff of that. But Sarah's right. So Seth Rogen has a pretty big career in terms of just being behind the camera, in front of the camera, that he can't risk being affiliated and an enabler of James Franco. One of James Franco's major accusers was an Asian woman on when she has all her receipts, and she pulled Seth Rogen into it with him. So his move is, now, what did Seth Rogen work on? Give me a movie with a fruit in the title that he did.
Oh, it's the cartoon,
Pineapple
right?
Express.
Pineapple Express.
Okay, sorry.
Who was in Pineapple Express with him?
The fuck toy they all passed around.
Succubus,
named
right.
Amber Heard.
And who do you think he's still friends with?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So I don't know why it takes me to do the math on that, but if you're wondering what the deal is with the boys and Gen V, it's Seth Rogen all over it, and that's the narrative. He's trying to. Is there any question? Is there any question that's where it comes from?
No, there's always an agenda.
There's always an agenda. Right, Sarah. So if you're wondering about this as this controversy boils, and we're getting to it here, it hasn't really marinated yet in the general public. That's why. Seth Rogen is the executive producer of The Boys. His best friend is James Franco, and he is friends with Amber Heard going back to cast her in Pineapple Express.
How many times do you think Seth Rogen went up in the elevator in the middle of the night to Penthouse 3?
I bet you a half dozen times. I bet you he knows the what is it, key fob? What is that the term?
Yeah, whatever. I know what you mean.
Yeah, Flamer's right. That's a great, thank you, Joni. Yeah, if you watch the behind the scenes stuff of Rango, she says Tango. I like that better. The cast, I know they're not playing it up to the camera. They are like, oh Jesus, I didn't know he could do that. I didn't know he was, I didn't know he was that talented. Because you see him and you're not giving him his props for what a gifted mimic he is. This is what I can't emphasize enough what a great impressionist he is. And that's why I say if he hosted Saturday Night Live, it would be the best episode they've had since the Dana Carvey years. I guarantee it. You ever see those episodes in SNL, and it's horrible 90% of the time, like, because Lorne Michaels' agenda ruins that show. But every now and again, you get a virtuoso who's a talented chameleon that puts the show on his back, and oh my god, and it's talked about for. If he hosted that show, it would be incredible. I had a sketch that I wrote with this called 21 Trump Street, where Depp plays Donald Trump and he's so full of himself, he's so delusional that he thinks he can pass for a high school student as Trump at age 79.
Donald Trump walks in with a jean jacket on and a do-rag.
Yes.
But
yes,
is it also like a too cool for school? Like, Brad Pitt's never done it, or Harrison Ford's never done it.
Some of it is that, yeah. There's a lot of dudes who are afraid. Yes,
like Depp is in the elite, as opposed to
But he's sold out so many times now, Judy, that this is a step up from a Sauvage ad. A big step up. Fuji Vice, thank you, Brendan. I think you heard the monologue about you and your pioneering the shorts movement in the earliest of 90s. And I believe I jumped on that bandwagon pretty forcefully right after that. I'm like, this guy made it okay to wear shorts all year round. I'm telling you, Albany in January. It's not
Let that Dutchman tell Harry back.
He does not have Harry back.
How do you know?
He introduced me to the Smithereens and Sinead O'Connor's. Prince smokes that. So all right, so let's get rid of that. And it's funny. Oh, by the way, Adam McKay is the executive producer and director of the Trump Funny or Die movie. And he is a major filmmaker now. He's got a lot of good shit under his belt. He's a former SNL writer and executive producer. And he's the guy. Apparently, they threw the Trump thing together in a couple of days, from what I heard. Depp was, quote, canceled. He was at a bad time. His mama just passed away. He was in that. It's really on the downward spiral. And they said to him, they ignored it. They brought him in, and they threw together this, The Art of the Deal, and he played Trump in the most cartoony way possible. Before people, Alec Baldwin was doing it, but it wasn't a ton of people doing it. It was like his own take on it and his physical movements, and he only did it. It took him 2 days to do it. It's really amazing what he did in it. It doesn't get nearly. It's amazing how much attention Trump himself gets, and nobody talks about this. Depp and Trump both get tons of attention all day long, and yet the two come together and nobody talks about this. Isn't it crazy?
And it wasn't, obviously, you said it wasn't in a movie theater, right? It was only on, it was a TV movie?
Came out on the internet.
Oh, got you. Okay.
And then eventually Netflix picked it up.
Oh, okay.
It's 54 minutes or 52 minutes. It's slightly under an hour.
And it's funny. It's funny.
I was laughing heartily a bunch of times, and I was just so amazed at that just them trying to capture the late 80s. And it looked like it, like the filming of it, like the way they filmed it. It had that haze you would watch like a TV movie, like with not rabbit ears, but like early basic cable, when things were like you thought it was good, but it wasn't good. If you see like someone converting a VHS tape, it looks like that.
Is it like the set of Night Court or something? The TV.
Yeah, it's got a haze to it like that. They did a thing where they preempted Monday Night Football, and Ron Howard starts off doing it. The Paisans. So he said the pugilistic Paisans from LIU would be a sweaty wife beater. That's so great, Pello. Mexican and Catholic would have gone to Notre Dame. Long John's hoodie. Ultimate Warrior can't work. He's as bad as Goldberg, says Pello. You agree with that, Sarah?
I certainly agree. Goldberg has that, death spear, whatever they call it, and that's about it.
Sarah, who's your favorite wrestler then?
For the theatrics and bringing wrestling back from the brink of extinction, WWE, I would say Stone Cold. But I understand his technique isn't the greatest. Technique-wise, I would go with Macho Man.
Okay.
Who's your favorite? Who's your favorite wrestler, Judy?
Oh, I said the Ultimate Warrior.
Oh, it's your very favorite. Okay.
And now Sarah hates me. So, but Arn, did you? I saw 2 WWFs at Nassau Coliseum. Did you ever go there to see?
Yeah, that's. I went to a lot of back in the day in the 80s when I was kid, elementary school and middle school, they had a lot of shows at high schools. Do you guys remember that? And WWF did. It was not just like the shitty independent division. The WWF was only regional at the time, and they used to have shows at high schools. But when I was in 6th grade, 5th, I won tickets on Z100 for the WWF at the Garden. This is like the gritty, dangerous early 80s of New York City. And Rocky Johnson's my favorite all-time wrestler, The Rock's dad.
I don't even know him. Was he before Hogan and stuff?
Yeah, he was a little bit before Hogan in WWF. And,
I was going to ask you.
He was only there for a year and a half. People think he was only in the WWF for a year and a half.
I was going to ask you, yeah.
83 to like midway through 84 when Hogan came in and ruined wrestling. And he was wrestling. He had a feud with Roddy Piper from Piper's Pit, and they wrestled on that card. And my cousin Gary, who's like Howard's age, like 20 years older than me, he was a huge wrestling fan. He got me into wrestling, and he drove in
to the Garden
from East Meadow, which is right next to you in Syosset. Long Island. My father drove me to his brother's house. His nephew was Gary. Gary drove me in, and I was like in awe of, like, I'd been in New York on field trips, but this is the first time I'd been there at night in Manhattan. This is like the early gritty 80s, like people just running around screaming. It was so scary for like a kid. I'm like, what is going on?
Like Bernard Getz was hanging out.
Yeah, it really seemed like the city that didn't sleep. It's a Monday night too, which is weird. You're going out on a school night to see wrestling, and I better have stayed home the next day. I better have. And he drove into Manhattan, which I thought was the craziest thing in the world. And he parked on the street, and I thought that was crazy. And we're walking to it, and the crazy wrestling fans are there. And I'm like, what? It was so bizarre. Like, and New York was truly a scary place for a kid at that time from Long Island. And we went in, we sat in the 10th row.
Oh my God.
Direct 2 rows in front of us was Bob Costas. And I guess he was there with like Dick Ebersol. He was there with clearly a producer. And so in those days, they would identify the celebrity that was in the crowd, and wrestling always wanted to be associated with celebrities. So there was Howard Finkel. Remember him? The announcer in the middle of the ring.
Yeah.
He goes, "Ladies and gentlemen, direct to row 8 from NBC Sports, Bob Costas." And Costas gets up, and you realize how small he must be, 5'4". And so some drunken idiot to his right gets up and he goes, "Bob, I didn't know they had midget wrestling tonight."
Oh man, that sucks.
I'll never forget it. And he high fives his friend, and there's beer spilling everywhere. And Costas just like sits down and shakes, because you got to see how small he was. Like, you only saw him on TV. He's literally 5'4".
And who
2 rows behind him.
Do you remember who was on the bill that you saw that was cool or whatever?
I only remember Rocky Johnson versus Roddy Piper.
Okay.
And it was a huge card, and I was a fan of everybody, and I just don't remember anything but that match. And it was just, I think the experience of New York was just as memorable as wrestling. It was just, even if you went to a Mets game back then or a Yankee game, it was crazy. Like the early 80s, like it was so lawless. It was just, fights would break out all over the place. Everyone was drunk. The parking lot was crazy. There was never a time when there wasn't just multiple, and the cops had like the billy clubs and the weird old school thing, and they're running around. It was insanity. It was just lawless.
Did you read that book, about the Mets, The Bad Guys Won?
I saw the 30 for 30 doc. I actually have not read that book good. All the way through.
Yeah, it's okay, but it's part of that. Everyone's drunk and everyone's high, and Shea Stadium sucks, and
David C., welcome. He goes, "Nobody has a strong enough back to carry SNL." Thank you, David. Thank you for giving us diversity in our thread. It was no crazy.
I hope Depp never does SNL.
Why?
It's garbage.
You're crazy.
It's been garbage for 40 years.
It'll be good because he's in it. It'll be good because he's in it. Don't worry about Lorne Michaels and his agenda.
Is he writing it?
Yeah, you don't think they're going to let him have the run of the place?
Yeah, he's going to write it with Jackie and Fred.
Yes. He's going to write it with me, even better. I won't trust. I'm telling you, it would be incredible. I know that he would get dominion over doing it. I know he would.
But Arm, is he a funny guy in real life?
Yes.
Okay, I believe
he's subtly funny. and you've seen it in the trailer.
Yeah,
He's
like
always thinking in like clever terms, and when he gets to create stuff, yeah. Terry Gilliam, to give you like more props of him as a sketch comedian, Depp, I'm talking about. Terry Gilliam said Depp was more creatively talented than anyone he worked on in Monty Python. Which is pretty crazy to say.
Speaking of Terry Gilliam, I think we should all pay Sarah to watch Fear and Loathing.
Are you gonna charge for this now, Sarah? We can't get you to watch this.
I'm dying for her to watch it. It's so good.
If you want to pay for me to watch it, that's fine.
How much?
I'd do it for $20.
Is that her?
Date.
I'm kidding.
It's not cheap.
Is that her one Depp movie crime? Like, is there anything else she's seen? That she hasn't seen that is like, why didn't you see?
Oh, she hasn't seen What's Eating Gilbert Grape.
I can't.
Tell everybody the shit you haven't.
This is not a good time for me to watch a sad movie. Okay.
Oh, that's gonna kill you. In what you're going through.
I can't. That's why I can't.
Tragedies.
No, but I would say Fear and Loathing is more important. What else? We're not beating you up. I promise you.
You haven't seen Dead
We
Man?
Love you. Not yet. Yeah.
Have you seen Don Juan DeMarco?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Have you seen Nick of Time?
Yes, I have.
Have you? So it's about how he looks. Is how you see the movie. Okay, you're so shallow. You're so vapid.
Oh, and
have
you're
you
not.
seen Sleepy Hollow? I don't know if he's going.
I
have not seen Sleepy.
I have not seen Sleepy Hollow. I know the story of the Ichabod Crane man, but
because you think he looks too effeminate.
I don't like Christina Ricci.
That's could be my favorite Depp movie. Oh man. Okay, go on.
Have you seen Ninth Gate?
Yeah, go on.
The Ninth Gate? No, I have not.
Astronaut's Wife?
Yes, I have.
Because he looks good in it.
Yeah. Well, I don't like him as a blonde.
You have seen Blow. You better have seen Blow.
I've seen Blow 100 times.
You have seen Finding Neverland?
No.
Oh, that's my second favorite.
Okay. I'm not going to include the cameos. I'm going to just.
What about The Love Story Chocolat?
I've watched his scenes, so yes, I have seen it.
They're good scenes. Yep.
I don't want to watch her scenes. I don't care.
I believe he's doing a Bono impression in that.
She's really
pretty. I don't care.
Well said, Flamer. It'll be Depp on SNL would be amazing. It'd be a one-man show. Agreed.
Did you see From Hell or Charlie and the Chocolate Factory?
I have seen Charlie and the Chocolate Factory.
Have
I seen From Hell? I'm going to say no.
It's kind of like Sleepy Hollow Light.
I know.
A lot of people, it came out too close to Sleepy Hollow. So like, what are you doing? What is this? Sleepy Hollow 2 is Fred Aberline, Ichabod Crane, and like he has to explain. He goes, you know what? Fred Aberline would hate. He would absolutely hate Ichabod Crane. They'd hate it. Yeah, she's trying to like explain this. How these characters wouldn't get along.
But they're two amazing movies in their own right. I would say that.
I don't think From Hell's amazing.
No, we'll talk about it. Yeah.
Pell has a good idea, and I would do this for $40 if I watched on Patreon.
Yeah, she's upping it already. Go on.
If I watched Fear and Loathing back to back with the Rum Diaries.
Oh, Rum Diaries sucks.
I know. I've seen it a couple times. I absolutely.
Rum Diaries is how Amber Heard began. I mean, that's how
I'll pay you $20 not to watch that again and watch something else.
Okay.
Hunter S. Thompson. It was Kathy Scott. We talked last week where Hunter S. Thompson has how it all is how any of this, all the humanoids and all the new Deptford Wives and the Fairfax stuff. If you're not, the idolatry of Hunter S. Thompson is how this all came about.
Like and Finding Neverland, he's incredible. I mean, I think in the first Alice in Wonderland, he's incredible. I mean. There's somebody laughed.
No, I didn't. I was breathing in. I was not. It laughed. That was not nothing.
I mean, Sleepy Hollow is my favorite. I mean, there's so many good ones.
I have not watched the Alice series because I never cared about Alice in Wonderland. It's the worst Disney story ever told.
The first one is amazing. The second one sucks. Go on.
Public Enemies.
Yes, of course. I have that poster on my wall.
Do you like it?
Yes, I like it.
Okay.
Maybe we should change the Patreon to be how do you say it? If you get to a certain amount of money, then she'll watch this movie. You get to another certain amount of money, she'll watch that movie. What's that called?
That's a great idea.
What are they? Stretch goals. That's what they're called. Let's do Sarah's stretch goals.
You have this amazing ability, Judy, to pull out like really obscure information, and then you do this thing where you go, how do you say, almost like the way like foreigners come into America and they know this stuff, but they go, how you say, how you say, how you say,
I'm terrible at English. So
but you get it right.
I shouldn't even be on here. So yeah, go on.
Now you gotta be. See, you're so like. Do you have bad self-esteem?
When it comes to speaking, maybe I don't know. That's not right for me to say. I don't know.
It isn't, because you always hit the landing.
I'm more visual, so that's why.
Is it stick the landing?
I don't know what that is.
What pilots say? What Hal Jordan would say?
Stick the landing is also, it can be flying, but it can also be gymnastics.
Right.
If you want the truth, I think it's like when I, look at you guys at Radio or listen to Radio Gunk, you guys are so gelling all the time, and I'm just like, oh man, I want to gel like that. You know what I mean?
We need to do a show that's different from that.
Which this is, this is different.
No. I'm talking about with like people like you, like a round table, like a Howard round table, which is removed, or just some like random cleaning out the computer thing, which has no continuity. Like I find stuff all the time which just doesn't fit.
Like it was really funny when Sarah was on like
she got a lot of good.
It was hilarious.
Yeah.
It's almost it's a difficult show to be on when you have 4 A personalities and you're a B personality. You just don't. It doesn't fit.
You just call me an a-hole?
Yeah.
Well, no, it's like Mo. She's obviously incredible. She's wrangling. How do you say? Tries to wrangle them in or whatever.
Rango.
No, whatever the word is. Reel you guys in.
Hell says the stage fright's different. SNL stage fright is different. Music you pretend to play. He says he's playing air guitar. I guess it could be different. It could be construed as different stage fright where it's on him. I think there's so many people though that would be dotting his I's that I just don't. He's so beloved. You saw how everybody eats up everything he does. You really think there's any threat at all? He has to know by now that it would just be, everybody just loves everything he does in that setting. I don't see the risk. Maybe,
I haven't watched it in years, but maybe he thinks it's not funny anymore, and maybe that's why. I don't know. I'm not saying
I don't think he watches it. I think the Belushi year is the last time he watched a full episode.
If there was a British version, which there is, he'd rather do that.
Yeah, right. The fast show, right? He loves but that's what I said about Monty Python.
Wasn't he on The Vicar of Dibley?
Yes.
Okay. My ex-husband used to be obsessed with that show. I don't remember Depp being on it though. I'll have to watch that.
He has one cameo on.
Is he hot?
No.
He's not?
No.
It wasn't during the hot era?
He looks like a bloated Skeet Ulrich during it.
Okay, what year was this? What year was he on?
This is like 2004 or something.
Oh God, he was fine.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm tired of you fawning over everyone. If I sat here and I fawned over Winona Ryder in the way that you do,
and you do,
like looks, it wouldn't go as well, right? Wouldn't people be sickened by that? You'd be like, no one wants to hear it. It's the different rules for guys fawning.
I would let you call me Winona. I'd be fine with that.
Oh, please, you would not. Everyone apparently knew what Danny Masterson was doing, says Pillel. Oh God, Ashton Kutcher and Mila Kunis. Nobody believes. What do you think happens to those two in the future? You think they have to go the way of Spain?
No. Unless they get caught with their hand in the cookie jar, no.
Don't you think they're sitting there with PR people right now planning on how to handle this, get in front of it? I mean, like every day they're on the phone with PR people for hours going, what do we do about
right now? They are desperate to make you not know they are Scientologists. That's all they care about.
You're talking about Ashton Kutcher and Mila?
Yes. Ashton, yes, that's a perfect name.
Like,
Ashton and Mila.
I have to say, you guys know he's so wealthy from like other stuff. Like
I know he doesn't deserve. I know
I don't even think he thinks about anything anymore. He's so.
No one deserves wealth less than Ashton Kutcher in Hollywood.
Well, yeah, he had no range in acting, and I don't think, I don't think I'm hurting his. Like he never even tried to do. I mean, show me if you could do something. He never did.
Did you hear what Josh Foster said about him?
What?
This guy has all the range of a Daisy air rifle. For Christ's sake, he tried to play Steve Jobs at one point. He tried to play Steve Jobs.
Oh, yeah.
And then he has the audacity to replace Charlie Sheen.
He put on a bald cap and wore a turtleneck. That's how he played Steve Jobs.
He is the worst. When you're on the highway, suddenly you get the bubble butt guts, and you need to stop and take an Amber Heard on the side of the road. Says J.I. Young. That's so funny.
Was Punk'd even funny? I
No.
watched
It was good. Punk'd was good.
I
No, it
trust
wasn't.
you.
Depp was never on Punk'd.
Don't trust him. It was
Because
not
he would have
good.
killed him.
The only good one was making Justin.
That's the one. Yeah.
Timberlake
What
cry.
is it like
that was
at a car dealership?
That's my favorite one, Sarah. You just nailed my favorite one.
They were unloading his house of all his possessions for some reason. I don't remember.
Yeah, and he was crying on the side of the curb.
Yeah.
And I never watched that 70s show, and I never will.
Same.
Depp was on his own version of Punk'd, and he participated in it called Overhauling. And it's on our Patreon with Amber Heard. They did a Punk'd on Amber.
That's true.
He did his own Punk'd. It's every frame for frame exactly what Punk'd was with Ashton Kutcher. He did it to Amber Heard on Overhauling.
Did we put that on Patreon?
Yes, it's a full episodes on Patreon. The full 45
Are you sure?
minutes.
Oh, okay, never mind.
HD. Adam McKay, yes, Pell. Jim Brewer got to yes, that's exactly right. Jim Brewer got to a fist fight with him on the bad seasons of
because he was a writer, right?
Yeah, one of those Will Ferrell seasons.
Okay.
I remember my friend saw Tatanka at Burger King.
That sounds like
is that a new wrestler?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, he's now 20 years, 25, but that sounds like a Richard Christie, like fucking.
I don't want to out. Kathy Scott worked for the Mid-South Wrestling Federation in our chat.
That was when they were all regional or whatever?
Yes. It was my favorite regional federation that I couldn't watch. If you go back, the old wrestling magazines would say the top 10 guys, and they have all these iconic guys that the WWF eventually would steal. And if you go back, I remember being like in elementary school, having the magazines, and the top 10 wrestlers are all guys who became huge stars in the WWF, and they stole them. They pilfered them from the Mid-South. And little by little, Junkyard Dog was the big one, right? She's right. That was Hacksaw Butch Reed was a favorite of mine. It was also.
Do you remember?
I love all black wrestlers. Iceman Parsons.
When Sid Vicious became Sid Justice. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Anyway,
I remember Sid Vicious. The first time I saw him was in the late days of. Well, I think it was like 89, 90. He was with was it Danny Spivey? And they were a tag team in the
British
NWA.
Was that wasn't the British Bulldog, or it was?
No. Sid Vicious was
he had dreadlocks, right? Was Danny Spivey? I mean, I have to look.
The British Bulldogs were Davey Boy Smith and Dynamite Kid.
Okay. I'm getting mixed up.
Yeah, it's I could see how you would think SNL is a career killer, bottomless pit, says Pello. By chance, 6th grade slug calling Costas a midget. I know he's talking about fucking Scott Coombs. It was just Brendan. It was like some typical New York. Who would I compare this guy to that you would know? Jesus, Lou Bellera. Remember that guy? He just looks like every Scott the Engineer, like a more boisterous Scott the Engineer is what the guy looked like. Screaming that at Costas. SNL with squash Depp's creativity. He's so big. I think they'd let him do whatever he wanted to. But you could be right, Pello. Watch from Hell. Sleepy Hollow is a must-watch for the time, Sarah. Depp is so good in Sleepy Hollow. It's too short. Sleepy Hollow needs another half hour. I got a great interview with Casper Van Dien.
Yeah, no, he gets killed. Sorry, we're not giving anything away. He sucks.
Oh my, Casper Van Dien.
He doesn't say. Was he also in Starship Troopers?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah,
he looks like
90210. How dare you?
He's got no range.
Barbie, cheekbone, no acting, no talent. He was on 90210, and he just has that guy. He's just every fucking Aaron Spelling actor they wheel in to audition. He's nothing against the guy. He's probably a nice guy. He's a terrible actor, and he played Brom Van Brunt in Sleepy Hollow.
And he's fine. I mean, he doesn't do anything right or wrong in it, right?
Right. He doesn't have a lot of speaking lines, and he tells a story how when he was on Sleepy Hollow that Depp kept forcing cigarettes on him the whole time. He's like, "Nah, man, I don't smoke. No, thanks. I don't smoke. That's okay. I don't smoke." He just wouldn't stop pushing brown cigarettes on him the whole time. It's an interesting story.
There must have been a reason. Maybe he was trying to annoy him. We just don't know.
I agree with Autobot, Sarah. This time of year in the fall, Sleepy Hollow is a must-watch. It's a perfect.
I know. If there's gonna be one that let's say I was gonna watch one tonight, it would be either From Hell or Sleepy Hollow.
That needs a director's cut in the worst way. They need to slap on another 45 minutes to it.
Sarah, if this changes your mind, my 3 favorites are Sleepy Hollow, Finding Neverland, and From Hell. So I don't know.
Well, the chat tells me not to watch Finding Neverland right now, so because it's sad, I guess.
Yeah, it's incredible.
I don't want to deal with anything sad.
No, do 6 months a year or whatever. But go on.
Yeah,
he got nominated for an Academy Award for that.
Yeah, I mean,
not as strong as performance. It's fine. It's subtle. It's good. It's okay. Not as strong as performance. Whitey Bulger destroys J.M. Barrie. It's not even close. Whitey Bulger destroys everything that came out in the 3 years around it. Actually, his Whitey Bulger. It's not even close how much better he is than DiCaprio.
But no. I mean, as a film though, I do think Finding Neverland's pretty awesome. I don't know.
When I get let me say this real quick. When I was
think Jamie Foxx won for that year. I think.
Go ahead, Ray.
Go ahead, Sarah. I'm sorry.
When I get desperate for stuff to listen to at work, sometimes I'll go back to the trial. And I decided to watch Illegal Bites, a stream of a trial one day. And what's her name? Alita?
Yeah.
She goes, "What's Whitey Bulger?" Because it was mentioned at the trial. I wanted to
Now do you see why I'm so angry?
I know.
And surly about those grifters that came on that don't know.
I know. I think this was as she was reading she's reading a $500 super chat.
Right. That's why I hate everybody except us.
I know.
In our community, because none of them. I'm not kidding.
Don't say that. Rikita is good. I like Rikita.
He doesn't know anything either.
I like him.
That's fine.
That means they never saw the movie or didn't.
They just don't know anything about his career.
It's sad. What's the point?
It's just grift onto the latest goldfish brain thing that everyone's. It's an utter poser lack of passion. It's the very personification of poser. That whole community. From fucking Popcorn Planet to Legal Bites, all of them posers to the hilt.
You know, it still makes me nauseous that even seeing a still of when Andy Signor met Johnny Depp and came off like, "Thank you for fighting for me as a victim of domestic violence."
Yeah. Apparently, he has like crazy Me Too stuff. Like the a-hole, like several of them.
Yep.
Like everyone has their receipts. Absolute cretin, creep, lecherous. Sleepy Hollow's Sleepy Hollow, one of the annoying things about it, it didn't come out on Halloween. It came out later. So they couldn't time it for Halloween, and it's throwing pumpkins and Green Goblin, and somehow I don't know if it was Warner Brothers or they couldn't time it correctly for Halloween. And that was like a big miss. It was the first time a Depp movie had made 9 figures too, by the way.
No, I love it. It's my favorite. It's awesome.
He based Ichabod Crane on Angela Lansbury,
and he's funny. Like you said, he's super funny in it.
Yeah, it was like not an anti-hero, but it was like an uncharacteristic, like sort of atypical of what an alpha male hero would be, and he's a coward. He's yellow, but
good because that's what Ichabod Crane is.
Yes,
so that's my concern. Depp is hotter than hot, so I can't picture him playing Ichabod Crane. Ichabod Crane should be played by a Howard Stern physically.
Right. They wouldn't let him wear the Rockville Center schnozzle, the Ben Stern schnozola. They said we're just gonna lose. We need Depp's cheekbones, and so we can't have our lead live action looking like Howard, and so they wouldn't let him wear the nose and everything like that.
And the Headless Horseman story is one of my favorite stories of all time.
Oh my God, you're gonna love this.
I know, but I'm always thrown off by is it true? Is it a true interpretation of Ichabod Crane when it's my husband Johnny Depp playing it?
If you believe me that I tell you he's incredible, he's incredible.
I'm sure. I don't doubt that, but it's like
and Christopher Walken is amazing as
it's a cameo appearance though. It's not. He's not in the whole thing.
But he looks amazing. I mean,
all right, I'll watch it. When I have 5 seconds, I'll watch it.
The guy who plays the Headless Horseman in terms of the stunt man, who's most of the time, who is the Headless Horseman. His name is Ray Park. You know who he is?
Ray Parker Jr. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. And Huey Lewis sued him for impersonating him.
All right. That's what he had to do with his career.
This guy he's a top tier A-list stuntman, and he played Toad in X-Men, and he played I hate the new Star Wars. Who's the first villain in the episode 1? Not 1.
Darth Maul.
Darth Maul. He plays Darth.
Yeah.
He's the stuntman who plays.
Oh, okay.
So he plays a ton of huge movies. He's like a super duper martial artist stuntman, and he plays the Headless Horseman in Sleepy Hollow. Ray Park. And to see what he looks like is you just watch Toad in X-Men. Who's part of the evil Magneto's evil mutants.
And he's kind of skinny. They must have put a lot of padding on him for Horseman.
Well, you smart as, and Kathy Scott says that don't watch Final. No, you can handle it, Sarah. It's not that.
No,
I mean, if you relate to J.M. Barry, I don't know what to tell. I think enough time has passed where the statute of limitations is off anyone relating to that.
You want to understand? Listen, understand here, okay? I was driving home today from work. I Alone came on the radio. That's not a sad song, and I started crying.
From Live?
I can't watch a movie. Yes.
Oh my God.
What I do want to say, I remember I teared up in the theater for Finding Neverland. So
I'm not doing it.
It is true. I'm not going to pretend.
Sarah, what's the song? A Pearl Jam. A couple Pearl Jam songs choke me up. The one that gets me the most is, what's the one, Sarah, that's about his dad?
Release.
Yeah.
Release. That's it. You got it, Judy. That one kills me. They played that in the Out of the Furnace.
Oh yeah, with Christian Bale.
Same director as Black Mass.
Really?
Yes.
Black Mass is a better movie for sure.
What's Release Me about? What's Wooded Vetter? What's the story behind it? Backstory.
Yeah. Even Sarah, it's in Pearl Jam 20. He just starts talking about his dad and when he sung it, and then he had to run away from everybody and go downstairs. Yeah, it's just.
He walked out on his family, right?
No.
He didn't know his father until his father was dead.
Yeah.
Oh, so he's imagining. Okay.
His mother he thought another guy was his father. His mother sat him down one day and told him, "No, this guy was really your father, but I'm sorry, he's dead."
Who died of multiple sclerosis. They used to go to the hospital as a kid and go, "Oh no, this is a family friend," and it really was his dad.
And he's a picture of him hanging on his wall in his hallway.
Oh yeah, that's
and
really cool.
He's mirror image.
And the stepdad who he thought he was his dad was very abusive to him. And then when it was revealed that the person we're saying is your dad is actually not blood, it's his stepdad. He realized why this guy was a dick to him his whole life.
Mm-hmm.
I interpret the lyric of "I'll ride the wave where it takes me."
Well, Eddie loves surfing, so but
you gotta not read everything into every line because a lot of it's just random stuff.
No,
I like to interpret lyrics when I read them.
I interpret every Pearl Jam lyric.
I interpret every song I listen to. My dad yelled at me one time. We were driving in my 20s or something. He was driving back to the train station, and I was listening to something. I don't know what the song was, and he started yelling at me for interpreting lyrics too much and not just enjoying
it.
Oh God!
But
I understand. I'm on your dad's side.
Release means about release.
Well, you know what? I'm a very deep guy. I don't know if you've realized that. No, I'm just kidding.
But it's kind of release the pain, through his singing, I guess, of not knowing his dad and stuff like that.
I thought it was the dad walked out on the family, and so he's like, "I'll ride the wave where it takes me. I'm just gonna follow. I'm just leaving, and I'm gonna go. The wave is gonna take me out, and as long as it's away from here, that's the way I interpreted it."
Or Eddie fell into the guys in Pearl Jam, and I think he was, it was just he got plopped there, thank God, and that was maybe it too.
When someone's deep, they don't have to remind you that they're deep. They're not very deep if they have to tell you that they're deep. I just did that to be pompous. I know what a douche that sounds like.
Part of you meant it.
I'm a very deep guy. That might be the worst thing you could say.
It sounds like a come on line or something, right? A pickup line.
Flamered says that. What do you think of the professor, Sarah?
What?
What do you think of the professor? I think it missed.
I cried.
I like it. When we get to it, I liked it.
I wasn't as moved by it as I should have been.
But I told you this, like Dead's Poet Society, or what's the other one?
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yes,
Goodwill Hunting. It's like, is it as good as those, or something? If you do like those, you know.
He's too he's giving you that. He's giving you that tourist energy where he's not. He's too subtle.
And
he needs to pep it up a little bit.
And we were all.
I don't like the way he portrayed the professor.
And we also were screaming, all four of us. I remember about that one scene in the movie. I freaking hate it, where he hooks up with like the student.
Oh, the gay sex.
I just thought it was
horrible.
Yeah,
it was
so left field.
I hated every bit of it. Yep.
It was. I hated yeah.
I need to watch it again. I've seen it 3 times, and I don't know. Maybe I'll think differently, but it's missing. It seems like just out of touch people made something about university life that doesn't exist, and I would have done different things. I loved the concept. I loved the premise, and I was just disappointed when I watched it. I just couldn't.
Depp was having fun, right? It looked like.
The very end of that movie, I wept. The very last scene before it fades to black.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
David C says it's okay. It's not terrible or anything. It's okay. That's what David C thinks of it. Judy, as a listener, you seem to get Joe in here just fine, says Pellel.
Thank you. I like your avatar, the Superman.
You always reminded me of Pellel. You guys have a similar thing. I think you really get along. He's got a lot of the same. Yeah, even more than that. I don't know. I used to confuse you two back in the day, like because you were so similar in interest and the names.
In our anger.
No, I don't know. It was like I used to. You have like 2 posters who just remind you of each other. Those are you and him always. I always think of Brando too, and as Jarrell too when I see it, and people forget the story. Brando signed some crazy deal with Warner Brothers or something. He made a ton of money off Jarrell just for that cameo appearance.
And but if you really think, it's like a 30-minute cameo. It's a long, part of the movie. The Superman.
Yeah, it's amazing. I just wish you almost wish that the Phantom Zone and early Krypton, as he was a Krypton, was the earliest. They did the whole film there, and then the second one was, and then the third one was General Zod.
Did you watch that Donner cut? I don't know if I could ever watch. Okay, is it good? I've
been a long time.
Okay,
it is good. It's definitely. I can't get enough of that. Superman 2. So.
No, yeah, Terrence Stamp. Terrence Stamp's awesome. The girl is really pretty, and Ursula, right, or whatever.
Yeah.
Nan is funny. Yeah.
We need more Sarah on Gunk, says Autobot, and more Flamered on the Deppening. Agreed, 100%. They will be back.
So we should switch?
Oh, imagine that.
I'll just go to Gunk exclusively. And
David
like,
C.
and like want to end my days because I have to talk about Howard Stern 3 times a week.
Depp is on the Fast Show. Remember the Fast Show, Sarah? That improv. So he could do that. It's like I think it's Whose Line Is It Anyway? And Depp had mentioned that they asked him what his favorite TV show was in a Playboy interview, and he said, "Whose Line Is It Anyway?" And which is an improv show, right?
Makes me sad.
Well, there's a huge talent in doing improv.
Improv is never good. I don't care who.
Not at that level. It's very good on that level when you have the best people doing it.
No.
Mid-South was then called the UWF. I didn't even realize that, Autobot. I didn't realize they rebranded it or renamed it. The Skyscrapers. Thank you, Autobot. Sid Vicious and Danny Spivey.
Wow.
Isabel. He is an Oscar nod for Sweeney Todd. He's an Oscar nod for Finding Neverland.
And his Pirates was the last one?
And Pirates won.
Yeah.
And he should have won for Pirates 1.
Yes, I agree.
He was against,
So wait, he didn't even get nominated for Black Mass?
Not even nominated.
Oh my God! Was it because of the stuff for news?
There was
stuff?
some.
No, because that was like in 15, right? 2015.
Yeah, 2015.
Man,
that was
really
a year before.
That's really lame.
It was still like when you look at the nominees for that, you're gonna be even angrier than I sound now. When you go look at it, go look it up. I'm spinning too many plates. Go look it up.
215 or 216,
and interrupt me when you find it, and then read it to everybody who is nominated.
So tell me if you know this. So it looks like Black Mass came out in 2015.
Yes, it did.
But so would that be 216 Academy Awards or 250?
If it's the 2016 Academy Awards, he's somewhat, I hate to say, on the balls of his ass during that year.
Well, timing wise, the Oscars are like March.
There's stuff leaking out though. There's stuff leaking out that whole year.
Was it the year Eddie Redmayne won, or is it the year
DiCaprio? DiCaprio for
The Revenant or
yes,
whatever.
The Revenant.
Yeah.
So if you find you see the nominees.
Yeah, I do like that movie. I know you don't.
No, I hate it.
I do.
It's not that I hate it. I think he's massively overrated again in everything, and he looks ridiculous. When DiCaprio plays a tough guy, it is the most laughable thing on the it is so ridiculous. I cannot take him seriously as anything but Arnie Grape or This Boy's Life. When he plays a tough guy, it is so effing ridiculous.
Is that the movie where he gets butt sexed by the bear in the woods?
Yes. So read the nominees, Judy. It's called Pell.
So Leo won. So Bryan Cranston for Trumbo. I saw that. I know what it's about, but I don't remember it being. It was good. And
I like Cranston, but
okay. Yeah, it wasn't anything special. Matt Damon for The Martian. He's done so much better.
He's so mediocre in that, right? What?
He just plays an astronaut.
Oh, that's crazy. He was nominated. He's so below. He gets so
much. Michael Fassbender for Steve Jobs. He was really good in that. He was good. He was good. And then Eddie Redmayne and Danish Girl, which he won the year. Oh no, he didn't win the year before him. Let me see when.
Now put Johnny Depp's Whitey Bulger against all of that.
Yeah.
And he's not even nominated. And he's better than everybody you just named. And I saw every one of those movies.
Yeah, Eddie Redmayne won the year before for his portrayal of Stephen Hawking, so he wasn't going to win again.
And here you have Depp at 52 years old, 52, 53 years old, and still not going to win. And they know that he deserves. And I'm telling you, his Whitey Bulger is better, way better than everything in that. DiCaprio basically mumbles the whole time and walks around, has no speaking dialogue at all. And not that should be a criteria, but it's just so ridiculous. I can't believe how much better he is than everybody you just mentioned. And that's how stupid awards are in acting. And Depp is right. There is no best actor. I mean, I think there is. I'm saying that there is now. But to even have... Because it's clear he's better than everybody, and yet he's not nominated. There's nothing merit-based in show business, and that's why it's all a joke. From music to comedy to there's no best. It's so stupid to get excited over an award.
But like I watched Scissorhands like 2 days ago, and I'm like, he should have got nominated for that. I don't know.
You know what? It seems like Scissorhands had this like time release respect. Like it wasn't when it first came out. I don't remember the gushing, I remember, oh my God, this weird movie and Tim Burton and I don't know.
But the guy who did
21 Jump Street is in.
Yeah, and it's the guy who did Pee-wee.
Yeah, 8 years later in the 90s, people go, oh God, Johnny Depp's really good in Edward Scissorhands. People didn't appreciate it at all when it came out. I'm telling you, I was there. I saw it 10 times. No one cared about it when it came out. It made decent money because Burton did it, and he had just come off the '89 Batman.
I wanted to ask you, did when you saw Edward Scissorhands for the first time, were you just like blown away because you already loved him in 21 Jump Street, or?
Yeah, I mean, I'd known I had known about the formation of Edward Scissorhands from reading article after article after article about him. And like, what? I only read like a description. I'm going, what is this? What? I'm like, what? I didn't. And so you got to finally see it, and that's when there was only a few magazines you could read, and there wasn't previews for it. And when I saw the formation of it, I was just like, oh wow! And the cast in it and stuff. I couldn't believe how good it was from what I thought, and I did not like Crybaby. Oh, thank you, Autobot. Yes. That's a great reference. If all you G.I. Joe fans, the best character in the history of G.I. Joe, Snake Eyes, the ninja, the black and good ninja mercenary, the kind of, what would you call him? Ninja slash I'm trying to think of the other term you would use. Let's call him a ninja. Storm Shadow's brother. He plays Snake Eyes in the G.I. Joe films, which should have been better. But he's good in it, and that's what I forgot. Thank you, Autobot. Don't feel bad, Sarah. Smartass bought a pair of shoes and cried nonstop for 3 days. It took Smartass another week to be able to wear them. Smartass lost his or her mom for 2 months ago, and she always loved Smartass's taste in shoes. We'll assume Smartass is a woman because of the shoes.
God, men wear shoes too.
I hate men. They don't.
I get it, Smarty. I know.
You don't have to. Terrence Stamp is the voice of Jor-El in Smallville.
Interesting.
I was thinking about Smallville because I'll do this for next time because Anthony Michael Hall was interviewed by Michael Rosenbaum, and it's a long interview, and it came up on my YouTube feed, and I have to assume he's going to talk about Scissorhands in this interview, right?
And when I was watching Scissorhands, recently, I remember he in 16 Candles and what else? Weird Science and Breakfast Club. He was such a skinny weenie, and then for Scissorhands, he's totally this muscled bound. He in those span of years, he just suddenly bulked up,
And Brendan is the Hawk Girl, as the Hawk Man to Sarah's Hawk Girl. They are the same person. He writes, I totally agree. Improv is horrible. F you, Drew Carey.
Yep.
Depp will never win an Oscar.
Thank you, Drew. I will say, Drew Carey, thank you for entertaining my mother for an hour a day on The Price is Right. Other than that, I could do without you.
All the pretty chicks says Cleveland rocks. Cleveland rocks.
Just
Ohio. Right, Sarah?
No. Goodbye.
That's your Browns theme song.
No, it's not.
I asked you, what would it take money-wise for you to reenact the opening credits of the Drew Carey theme song?
And I told you.
You didn't
everything.
give a price?
I told you it would cost you everything.
He's not. Okay, that's fine. I'll take it. Okay.
Start saving up.
Flamer to Depp will never win an Oscar. He's not kissed enough ass. They'll give him one posthumously to cover their own ass.
No, I think they'll ignore him when he dies.
Somebody had a theory, could have been on here. I'm sure it was me.
They'll
give him
a
lifetime achievement award. He's all sorts of. He's everything else but. I'll say this again, guys. Don't worry about Oscars because the SAG award, in my humble opinion, is much better than the Oscar. Because what the SAG award is every one of your peers gets to vote. Not the stupid, pretentious European committee. It is everyone in the SAG, Screen Actors Guild, gets to vote. Would you not rather win that over a stupid Oscar? Is it even close? Is it even a debate?
I don't respect any of them, so...
Every person votes.
I'd prefer to stay home.
With a SAG award. The people who know the craft vote for their favorite. That's the one you want. It's way better than an Oscar. I don't care what anybody says. The best thing on the Oscars was the slap.
Unfortunately, the wrong person was slapped out of those two.
Yeah, it's funny. Chris Rock actually introduced Depp at the MTV Awards for Sleepy Hollow. He goes, ladies and gentlemen, a rich man, Skeet Ulrich, Johnny Depp. And he walked out. That's a great line. I don't know if he wrote that or Jeff Ross wrote that.
Remember how it was stupid? People oh, it was staged. Just shut up.
Right.
It was so.
No, Jada is that much of a bitch. That wasn't staged.
Last story before we get to the audio. Pirates. Now, this is kind of one of the reasons I wanted to have Judy Tenuta and Pellel. You remember me talking about how Pirates of the Caribbean is basically Star Wars. So finally, somebody besides me notices this. So this is apparently the way the formation of pirates, and this is the way they basically could. Pirates of the Caribbean franchise worth $4.5 billion could have been a disaster because of Disney's plans of copying Star Wars. Well, they already did, but Johnny Depp saved it, conquered it, and here's how. Johnny Depp may have been several roles, but since he's earned in show business 1984, since he entered show business. But Jack Sparrow is one engraved deep in our hearts. Pirates of the Caribbean is $1 billion franchise worth 4.5. None of that would have been possible had Disney followed its initial plans of taking inspiration from Star Wars, which they already did. Disney and Bruckheimer came together for Pirates of the Caribbean, which was released. You know, Bruckheimer's a hack. Are we going to pretend that he's like some artist? But Bruckheimer is the most mainstream commercial hack from the Bad Boys with Will Smith and Martin Lawrence. He's the opposite of creative. He just because he took a risk on Depp does not make him an artist and a visionary. Which released in the first installment of 03. Jeffrey Rush, Kevin McNally, who've been part of all parts. Keira Knightley, Zoe Saldana, Orlando Bloom, also been part of the cast during a 5-part franchise. As per a recent report by Fandomwire, Disney wanted Jack Sparrow to look handsome, just like Han Solo did in Star Wars. They initially hated the coal eyes, dreadlocks, and bandana, and the head accessories carried off by its lead. One can only imagine the blunder it could have turned into from that. One could also witness scenes from Pirates and the Curse of the Black Pearl where Jack Sparrow had a toned-down eyeliner look. Now you see Han Solo and Jack Sparrow. Look at that.
Yeah, it's
you believe me now?
Yeah, somebody was looking at that picture on the right when they were designing him.
So they met like in the middle. Gore Verbinski disapproved of the vision and continued with their original idea. Rest, as they say, is history. But we're glad that Disney agreed, and we're blessed with the blockbuster franchise that Pirates is today. There have been multiple rumors that JD was fired from Disney due to his unprofessional habits, like turning up late on sets in a drunken state. Johnny Depp has previously confirmed that he will not return to Pirates of the Caribbean for 6. But only time will tell if the fans. He doesn't want it, and hopefully he doesn't do. But the comparisons don't end there, does it, Judy? What else are some parallels that Pirates and Star Wars have?
Yeah, let's go through this. So, like Barnabas, obviously Johnny's Han Solo. So Jeffrey Rush is Barbossa is Darth Vader. Yes. Orlando Bloom, William Turner is Luke. Skywalker. Keira Knightley, Elizabeth is Leia. So Norrington,
the Black Pearl is.
Oh, the Black Pearl is the Millennium Falcon, right?
Yes.
But like Mr. Gibbs is like Chewbacca,
right?
Because he's like right-hand man. Jonathan Pryce, I feel like maybe he's the Emperor because he's controlling every. He turns into a good guy, but I don't know who's Obi-Wan Kenobi, and there's also Norrington. If you know who that was.
Keith Richards is Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Oh yeah. I mean, listen. I'm going by the first movie. That's
I know, but that's enough. That's all you need, right? You have the main ingredients for Star Wars. There, any idiot should be able to see it. They didn't. I don't know why. I felt like I was the only one that noticed.
Norrington's who's the first bad guy in the movie in Star Wars? Who talks to Darth Vader?
Yeah. I know you're talking about. I forget his name.
I'll tell you right now, but shit.
It could have been so bad we wouldn't be talking about it now. Not only that, Pell-El, but
Peter Cushing, Grand Moff Tarkin, yeah.
For Depp to get nominated for that movie is one of the craziest. I think it's crazier than the money it made. To do what he did with the Jack Sparrow character and what it was based on, Pepe Le Pew meets Keith Richards, to get nominated for, and he won the SAG award. I think that was more impressive than the money it made, in my opinion. That genre of a movie based on a Disney ride is, again, I don't care about the money. It's that he could be critically acclaimed doing it is the craziest thing to me. I still kind of marvel at that. Anthony Michael Hall, bulked up for Johnny Be Good. Yeah, it's kind of what he looked like. In Scissorhands, he's playing kind of the same thing.
And Arm, how many franchises did 5 movies? I mean, like Harry Potter, Indiana Jones. There's not many.
Ask the question again.
Arm, how many what is it called? Franchises did 5 movies, and there was going to be a 6. I mean, you could say Indiana Jones or Harry Potter, but there's not many.
Well, they got to know when to quit. They got to know when to. It's Hollywood never beats anything in the ground, making money off it. I couldn't believe Depp would ever do a sequel at all, let alone 5. So to one, he shouldn't have done 5. Is where I could even give him 4, right? But when you're going to 5, it's a cash grab. And I remember going, please don't do 5, and he did it. And
I like 5. Is that crazy?
There's so many problems that came from 5.
Okay.
You're allowed to like it. I mean, there's some things in it that are
Like Barbosa finds his daughter. That's a nice.
There's
story.
some good water scenes. You know, there's some stage.
Yeah. Oh, that's pretty dope. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like that. I wish kind of they would do an Aquaman, the way that looked.
You got missing fingers too.
Yeah. 50 Cent said, instead of Chris Rock making that joke, Will Smith's energy would have been way different. Yeah. Well, it's funny, Josh, and I don't want to stay on too much on this Chris Rock, Will Smith thing, but what I noticed immediately was everybody had Will Smith's back until the general public turned against him. And then I'm from Denzel Washington to John Travolta, they're all high-fiving him. They all had, and then all of a sudden, public sentiment went against Will Smith, and they all fucking did basically what Justin Timberlake did to Janet Jackson. They're all phonies. They all have no integrity. But Denzel Washington is right there. That sellout motherfucker. He was hugging Will Smith after that backstage. I don't know if anyone caught that. And he's gets his beloved thing. And Denzel Washington, no one says a bad word about. He was a total fucking two-faced sellout during that. If you didn't see that, he's hugging Will Smith after it, before it, during it. F him. He's overrated too.
But I'm not defending him, but they probably have been friends for 30 years. I mean, I'm not saying.
Well, then have it. Then own it. Then
yeah,
then own it.
Talk to him privately when you get home. Don't have video of it. Like you saw Bradley Cooper talking to him after.
Yeah.
They were all consoling the wrong person. I get it.
Do you think? Yes, he will. Has to admit. Yes. He's talking about the Howard interview. Yes, he absolutely will.
Oh, gosh.
Howard thinks that's going to be some in with him getting Depp on the show. I guarantee. Yes, absolutely. Joseph Campbell, hero of 1,000 faces. Joseph Campbell, says Flamer. George Lucas is reading the writing stars. Reddit, blow your mind. Josh Foster says, Arm, what WWF gimmick would you have wanted to see if you could? What would Depp's gimmick be if he were in the WWF?
Wait, can I say something? I wish I saw Andre the Giant. I'm sorry, I didn't to interrupt, but
Andre the Giant. What does he have to do with?
No. It says what? Oh, gimmick. Oh, I felt like anybody. I just meant anything.
I think he means what.
Okay.
What?
There's only one gimmick that Depp could do.
What would you have him do, Sarah?
This is not necessarily what I'd want him to do, but this is only the thing that would happen. An updated version of the Sting's Crow.
God, I'm trying to think of like character. How about take Donnie Brasco and turn him into a wrestler?
You're gonna have a mobster wrestler.
Yeah, it has to be done. An undercover wrestler.
Undercover wrestler.
Yeah, and he goes undercover and he keeps the Joe Pistone accent.
Okay, how does that work in a match?
How about Thompson? How about Hunter S. Thompson as a wrestler?
What?
The Fear and Loathing moves. Like
what is his? What does the entrance look like?
You never saw Thompson walk? The acid entrance when he's in Fear and Loathing?
That doesn't make sense.
Yes, it does.
WWF.
Yes, it does. Walking down the mode and he's.
You're fired. You're no Jim Cornette.
You don't know shit about Hunter S. Thompson or Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. I don't want to hear a word out of you. You know nothing about that.
Then you know nothing
you
about wrestling if you think that would work.
You don't get an opinion on that.
Oh,
you get no opinion. Until you watch that movie, get back to me, Toots. You get no opinion on that.
Keep watching Glow. Have fun.
I watched the original one. It was like on
so did I.
Saturday afternoon at like 2:00. You knew your day and weekend.
I bet you did watch Glow.
If you were watching Glow, you knew your weekend was shit. If you're watching,
you
Glow
had a pitiful
you had nothing to do.
If you were watching Glow.
It's on like when? Remember Pam Anderson's VIP?
Yeah.
Well, Aoki was on that. Dustin Glenn was on it.
I was young enough. I loved Glow. I watched it. It was like Saturday nights here. I watched it every week. I loved it.
But VIP was on that syndicated Saturday afternoon, and
my dad loved that show.
Yeah,
I wonder why.
They're all in Scientology. I know. It seems like Babs DeRush is right. It seems like it always goes back to Scientology. I agree, G. Cannon. I think he's way overrated. I think he's one of the most overrated actors ever. He's so cool.
See, people are listening. You're talking about Will Smith.
I know. It's what I said. Will Smith. G. Cannon is right.
You said he.
I said Will Smith. Sarah, you're right. He deserved to play Deadshot like Elvis deserved his black belt. I agree with you. That was the worst casting, right? How pissed were you when you Deadshot?
Deadshot has like no personality in the comics, so like
Deadshot looks like Depp. Deadshot looks like Depp. Have you
oh
ever seen
yeah,
Depp
that
with the
too.
cheesy
He's got a
mustache and
little. He's got like
goatee?
a pencil.
Yeah, right. The
yeah,
best
Manstick.
version of Deadshot is in. There's an animated movie called Arkham Assault.
Oh, okay,
and they do a Suicide Squad. It's great. That's how Suicide Squad should have went. It's called Assault on Arkham.
I've seen
and it's
that,
an
actually.
animated movie. It's great, isn't it, Sarah?
Mm-hmm.
And doesn't he look like? Doesn't Floyd Lawton look like Depp in that?
Yeah, I think you're right.
Thank you.
The last time I'm going to ever say it.
Denzel told the devil doesn't come for you when you're down. Will hugged him, and I still like Denzel. Yeah,
No.
well, his little fucking sage soothsaying advice isn't going to save anyone. Denzel needs a comeuppance, right? I think he needs to be humbled. He needs a nice Me Too coming at him. Him and DiCaprio need a nice big fat Me Too.
He got his comeuppance. He got the clap in Ricochet. Did anybody know what I'm talking about? I hope to God.
In Training Day, they stole that from 21 Jump Street. You remember Besieged?
No, I'm talking
when
about
Depp's
Ricochet.
driving around with. You remember when Depp's driving
Day.
around with Adabo? Sergeant Adabo?
Yeah.
When Penhall was freaked out. That's Training Day. Training Day stole that whole thing from Jump Street. I guarantee you, if I trace the producers back, you will see that worked on. I guarantee it. I've caught him so many times stealing from Jump Street. If 50 Cent had been shot 9 times, who's shooting him? Helen Keller. Oh, God. Jeff Healey's our new blind reference, right?
Oh, God.
No
Be
more.
nice to Jeff Healey.
We're substituting Jeff Healey for Stevie Wonder on the show.
Oh, okay.
I could see Depp being a manager. Nice to your face, but blowing salt in your eyes like Fuji, says Pelal. Well, I love, Depp directing Modi. I'm really looking forward to what his vision is on that, but it's not what I would choose. And I don't know who the audience is for what is it, 18th century? I don't know who. If the goal in a movie is to make a profit, I don't know how that's going to do well. Who's the audience for that?
I think he's probably hoping that Al Pacino gets an Academy Award nomination, and the goal is, and then you can make, it helps the movie make some money because people.
Depp claims to not be into awards, but I think you're right. I think he deep down wants that to be some critical darling, and I just don't know what the distribution for it is in 2023 when it comes out in probably 24. I don't know what the audience is anymore for that.
Like William Dafoe played Vincent Van Gogh a couple of years ago, and I think he got nominated, and it just helps the movie get more.
There are movies that come out strictly to get awards. You're absolutely right. It's amazing because like Weinstein's name would have been on that if you were guaranteed this would have been a Miramax film. Guaranteed.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Barbara DeRush. Gee, I love you. You never know. There used to be a wrestling tag team called the FBI. Oh, I didn't know that. Is that true? The Full-Blooded Italians. They wore sweatsuits and wife beaters. Is that true? That's after my time, J.I. Young.
Sounds like a joke.
Oh no, I bet you he's right. I bet they've done way weirder gimmicks than that.
It sounds like a WCW thing.
I believe that. I only watch Glow with my pants around my ankles. And Cliff Butner was watching him through the window, by the way. LOL, Fuji. Has anyone seen the Glow series on
I refuse. I don't want them to ruin my memories.
I heard it's good. I heard it's really good. I heard it's good. I haven't seen it, but I heard it's good. No, the FBI is a real thing, says Pelal. It's one of the guys who's bald. All right, Sarah. I know this is a moment.
You skipped over the Ricochet comment from Pelal.
Ricochet was with Ice-T.
Yes. One of my favorite movies.
Shit, I should see it. I don't know if I've ever seen it.
Okay, this is what it is. Denzel Washington plays a cop. It's from 1991. Denzel Washington is a cop, and John Lithgow comes back to enact revenge on the cop that put him away. So John Lithgow basically kidnaps Denzel Washington, hires a prostitute with the clap to rape Denzel Washington while he's tied up to a bed and drugged, and she gives him the clap. It's one of the greatest shitty cop movies ever. I highly recommend it. Ricochet, 1991.
I'll see it. I promise.
Yes, John J.O.R. I am a huge Alison Brie fan as well. That's pants around your ankle, Brendan. What John O'Reilly is describing. By the way,
She's no Winona.
Chadwick Boseman and Jamie Foxx are 10 times the actor that Denzel Washington is. In my humble opinion.
You want to know a depressing movie?
Chameleon watch talent, way better.
Watch Man on Fire. What a depressing movie.
Yeah, no, I've seen it. Yeah.
Oh God, Pellel. You know who he's quoting here? Platoon. No. Barnes.
Yeah.
Barnes. Oh, fuck you, Lerner. And Tom Berenger. He's a real actor. I want to get Dustin Nguyen on this show so bad. I want his opinion on Depp's Vietnamese in that movie. Because we never heard it. He never talked about it. And just a scant year after that, he's doing Jump Street. I want Dustin Nguyen's opinion on Johnny Depp's Vietnamese. Did you know his first name was Gator? Private Gator Lerner in that movie. Gator.
I think I might have mentioned this too. Is like on the internet, people like, did Johnny Depp's character survive or not in Platoon?
No, he died.
Okay.
Off camera.
Was there? Okay. I didn't know if there was
There's
a
a scene.
Yeah.
It's in the movie, but it's you can't tell because it's very shaded and dark, and he's got all this soot on his face.
Oh, I got it.
Charlie Sheen's leaning down to console. Lerner gets shot in some bombing raid, and Charlie Sheen's down, and as you know, Oliver Stone in the movie, and he's consoling Lerner, and he's trying to patch him up, and it's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. And Depp's like kind of in convulsions. He's like, and it's very, very difficult to make his face out. It's all darkened, and it's in the woods, and you have to watch that thing 10 times to see Depp's face in it because it's really. But that's Lerner, and they're implying that he's going to die, and he does die off camera.
And you know, we forget this. The third movie he was in won Best Picture. Like, that is insane. Like, people, I mean, he wasn't a lead, let's say, but like Defoe or Berenger. But you know.
Do you know the legend of that movie with this is like a huge backward compliment to Depp. Do you know the story behind Oliver Stone and Depp and Platoon and stuff?
No, as far as getting in the part.
Well, after the finished product came out.
Oh no, I
you
should
tell
watch,
him, Sarah.
Yeah.
I don't want to grandstand here.
You gotta do it. I don't know.
Okay. So Depp, after Platoon was finished, Depp goes back to Miramar to watch it with his family, and he goes into the theater. I think it might have been with Sherilyn Fenn. It was it was on his helmet. No pun intended. He goes to the theater to watch Platoon. Doesn't know what the finished cut was. Goes in to watch it. Watches the whole thing, and he realizes 95% of what he filmed is cut out of the movie.
That sucks.
And he's like, "What? Huh? That's a great scene. Why would you cut that out? You know, like, you're constantly doing that." It's not that he's like an air whore. He's not an attention whore. He's just like, why did I go there and shoot this if you're gonna cut it out? I know this scene was good. And there's a lot of finished deleted scenes you could find, and I'll play them some other time. There's a really good scene where so as it turns out, it was revealed later that Oliver Stone was Charlie Sheen's character is based on Oliver Stone virtually across the board. When you watch Charlie Sheen, that's Oliver Stone's experience in Platoon. And so the feeling was that Depp's charisma and character was more sympathetic than Charlie Sheen was in the movie. So Oliver Stone was bitter. He cut Depp's scenes out because it was taking attention away from Charlie Sheen.
And his scenes, you could tell his character is actually one of the only nice guys. Like, you for sure. You can even
if you were looking at that movie, I think Depp would have been better in the Charlie Sheen role because he would be way more, empathetic, sympathetic looking, and you could definitely root for him more than you. Not that Charlie Sheen's not charismatic. He is. He was a great actor in the late 80s and early 90s. He was like the man in the late 80s and early 90s, the Oliver Stone stuff he did. I really was a fan of his, and a lot of people were. And then it deteriorated into what it is. And I like Charlie Sheen, but he's got his problems. He's phenomenal in Major League, blah, blah, blah.
Wall Street,
but Depp was upstaging him enough where it bothered Oliver Stone because Sheen is based on Oliver Stone that they altered the final cut of the movie. And then Depp found out the hard way by going to the theater with his girlfriend, with Sherilyn Fenn and his family.
Wow. He could have been a huge part of it.
And that's like, oh God, Johnny Depp's only in it for like 5 minutes. No, he's supposed to be in it a lot more. The Platoon documentary is one of the great. Charlie Sheen directed it. It's a great. We got to do a show on that.
Yeah, I watched a little. I got to watch the whole thing. And Johnny is in complete. His outfit is like crazy, right?
But he's such a different Depp.
Yeah,
when he's interviewed, he's animated, and he's like, it's incredible how different his personality shifts all the time.
Now he's the biggest star in that movie, right?
Oh, it's not even close. It's
Yeah.
not even close. Including Willem Dafoe, it's not even. Forrest Whitaker's in it. He has a great career.
Yeah.
Forrest Whitaker was cast in City of Lies because of their relationship that goes back to Platoon.
That's cool. Yeah, he stays friends with everybody.
Yeah, there's a story in the documentary that they lived together. That he lived with a couple guys from the movie for like months and months. They just had this huge loft and they all lived together. And they had like every year they had a reunion, like they were in the actual military together. And they would have like a party every year. And the guys that would still in 21 Jump Street, he cast Ivan Kane in the episode Fear and Loathing with Russell Buckins. He played the drag racing rival, if you remember that episode. And then he also cast Tony Todd in You Ought to Be in Prison when they pose as bodyguards for the fake movie star Jeremy Woods. Tony Todd plays the prison warden, the juvenile prison warden. He's also in Platoon. So he's bringing them in to Jump Street even.
That's cool.
And so I cannot wait to go back to watch the Platoon documentary. It's an underrated watch if anyone gets a chance to see it. Easy on Jeff Healy.
The amount of screen time Depp has as opposed to in the documentary, it's really funny, right? They give him a lot of the, right?
He's in the documentary as much as anybody. He's in the movie for 3 minutes.
They knew. That's so funny.
Yeah, of course. You want to sell the documentary. Again, this is a bad time for Depp. This is like when Depp is, he's got all the negative. This is like the worst time in his life. This is like 2016, 2007 when he films it. So he'll do anything. And Charlie Sheen's like the best guy to go to when you're on the balls of your ass. And he said, sure, I'll do it. And he's proud of it. And I remember a story that I had known, and finally the the Depp haters finally picked up on it a few months ago on Depp Delusion. The story goes in Platoon, they would go out a lot, and they had like a local bar in Vietnam they would go to, and Depp played guitar while Corey Glover from Living Colors in the movie, he's the lead singer, and Kevin Dillon plays drums. And so they would play a band and they would hang out at this bar. So they're all out one night, and Oliver Stone had been a total dick to the cast, and Depp included. So Depp had hated Oliver Stone during the movie filming of it. He got so drunk that he climbed on a scaffolding, pulled his pants down, and goes to piss on Oliver Stone. Like Oliver Stone's sitting at a table, and there's a scaffolding, a second floor above Oliver Stone. Depp goes to take a piss on Oliver Stone above him, and his platoon mates had to drag him down before he actually peed on him. He pulled his pants down, the whole thing. He was about to do it, and they saved him from actually pissing on Oliver Stone.
I wish I was there.
I knew you were going to say that. I knew it.
And I mean, at first I was like, oh my God, how could he do that to Oliver Stone? But Oliver Stone wasn't super famous until after Platoon.
He was just like a notorious like slave driver on he was like a director, almost like a football coach or a drill sergeant that's trying to get this filming technique to get the best, to piss his actors off, that he would get the best performance from them when they finally went on camera. You're changing their mindset and mentality by making the filming of it so unpleasant that it's going to translate to the screen, and you need to get anger and irritation out of your actors. Mm-hmm. It's stupid. It's stupid. Like they're not capable of doing that themselves.
Yeah, just living where they were living probably was just a pain in the ass,
Denzel Washington was terrible in He Got Game. He looked ridiculous. To believe that guy could be an all-city player was if anyone has played basketball at any decent level, you realize a guy like Denzel, I wouldn't choose him on my CYO team. He was so ridiculous.
That's not a bad film, though, right?
Playing Ray Allen in a one-on-one. You know how much Ray Allen would beat him if they played to 100. Ray Allen would win 100-1. He might make like a fall away 3 at some point. It's so bad to have him play. I cannot tell you the level Ray Allen is at. Arm does love superheroes. Any black guy that plays a superhero is the shit to Arm. It usually is. I do love my black superheroes, that's for sure, and my black actors. Mama Luke, I haven't heard a good Mama Luke in a while, Jay Young. So, Sarah, this is what we're here for. You
have something to do first.
What do I have to do?
You have some sound drops that you haven't incorporated yet into the show.
I'm so sorry. So Sarah found a way now we can do sound drops from here. And it is in Banner, and these are the new sound drops Sarah has concocted. If anyone works StreamYard, in the background, you can replace their music with your own sound drops.
Boy?
Well, no one's going to do it.
We have to appear special.
No one's going to do this. No one's going to bother. So this is Sarah's new Johnny Depp / Amber Heard sound drops. And it's not going to be just them. I'm tired of fixating on the goddamn Fairfax shit. I'm so sick of it. Speaking of sound drops.
Say goodbye.
Here's this is number 1.
Say goodbye.
Oh, you can raise the volume? You want to max it out?
Say goodbye.
This is number 2.
No, thank you. No, thank you. There's sperm on the pillows.
I don't know if anyone heard that's from what we're about to listen.
Stop rushing me! Stop pushing me in the corner and then poking me with a stick and then saying, "Why are you saying the words you want me to say?"
Oh, I didn't know you used that one.
No, I want to suck your dick.
Oh, I think you need to translate that.
No, I want to suck your dick.
I don't want to suck your dick.
I thought we were going to hear Eric.
No, I want to suck your dick.
Here's Johnny Depp's psychotic laugh, a laugh that a lot of people have never heard. I think I know what this is.
That's pretty funny.
I thought you were going to do the one where he goes, ha, ha, ha!
Well, we're not done. You can figure out how to do it.
God, that laugh. And that was really emphasized on the trial. Speaking of sound bites,
say one more. Sorry. Say no thank you again.
Okay.
No, thank you. No, thank you. There's sperm on the pillows.
That's my favorite. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm done.
If everyone knows, it's from the San Francisco hotel room. Bon Jovial, welcome, sir. I didn't think you were going to make it. I just throw the invite out, hoping you'll do it. And finally, we know what we've all heard a million times, the time zone difference.
Howard's favorite song.
I own Prince.
Yeah.
I own all Prince.
I own Batman. I own Prince. I own the dance.
Hello.
No more toys for Arm. Who am I, Malik Sealy over here? Welcome, Bon Jovial. I don't know if you're going to stick around, but it's great to cameo in any appearance. We're about to play the audio from...
I've been listening since the start, and I thought I'd drop in. Hold on. Someone has something to say to Sarah.
Anyway, this girl Sarah has the most amazing body. All she wears is orange.
Anyone want to take a guess at who that was?
It's guessing
Sarah
time.
knows who it is. Sarah, you don't count.
You're a savage.
Anyone in the chat, play that again, Bon.
Okay.
Anyway, this girl Sarah has the most amazing body. All she wears is orange.
All right, Judy, let the chat try to decide. You get dibs if they don't get it.
I'm a petite flower. It can happen.
Oh my God.
That's for Judy. It's nice to meet you, Judy.
Oh, yeah,
it's the first time I've plonked that one in for you because I know you're a big
what a nice guy.
Judy Tenuta fan. And a couple of years ago, I looked at this gentleman's name on the forum and I was like, who the hell is Judy Tenuta? Okay. So I looked her up and then I watched some videos and I went, wow, she was awesome. And we had a good old chat in the DMs about her. So I appreciated that.
And I hate men.
do you even care what I mean, not you, but the other the origin of why I'm Mr. Judy Tenuta? Do you care?
Yeah, we do.
Because
care.
you love her, I assume.
No, she's the first person on Crucified by the FCC. So, and that's kind of when I got into Howard. So,
well, he should have got her on the show. She could have sat in the Artie chair. She's so great, you know.
Congratulations to Jamie.
Get rid of her.
You got it right, Bon. Jamie got it right. Yes, indeed. Steve Sanders, 90210, son of Rush Sanders, Ian Ziering, who you talk about doesn't age. I don't know if you watched the show when I played a clip of him on Swamp Thing. He's going to be 60 next year.
Oh my God! Is this hair
still... that's weird. He shouldn't. He should have died young, like Dean. You want to remember him wearing the bullets, the shot glasses in the bulletproof. Not the bullet. Like he had like Rambo. The straps with all the bullets in them at a party on 90210, and he put shot glasses in them instead of bullets. He was a tough guy.
If Crazy Robin's in the chat or listens to this, Sarah wants you so badly to do that. What's the episode, Sarah? The 90210
Spring Dance.
Spring Dance.
The last call because I'm doing it next week.
Okay. If I'll sit in if she doesn't do it. Somebody black, just anybody black, anyone, David C, anyone. If Crazy Robin doesn't do it,
I've got something here, John. If you want to just play that, because I had Sarah came on the Radio Gunk show.
Definitely they're going to know this.
A few weeks ago, and I was thrilled to have her on. I'm still reeling from this moment.
She's never stolen a thing in her life. She would never run a red light. She's what Beth wishes.
I'm sorry, Bon. Go ahead. I was playing it and I didn't know it was playing.
No, I'm still reeling from this moment on it, where I found out something that has confounded me for the last few weeks.
If everyone listens to Deppening, they're going to know this. She's never stolen. If everyone listens to Deppening, they're going to know this. She's never stolen a thing in her life. She would never run a red light. She's what Beth wishes she could be.
Yes.
A saint, a real. You are, and you're a nurse as well. Is there anything you can't achieve? You sort of.
You know, I'm not a nurse, right?
I thought you
know, he doesn't know that.
I'm not a nurse.
He doesn't know that.
Oh, no. All right. I'm going to have a problem with that, nurse. Why aren't you a nurse? I always thought you were a nurse. Is that a running joke that I didn't know?
Yeah, I work with the police department, but I'm not a nurse. I learned how to count to 10 in Japanese.
So I'm still lost. Did she become a nurse because of the picture of her wearing the mask? And people were always saying, why does she have a mask on? And was Sarah, you have to explain yourself, because it left me baffled.
I can't explain your thinking. I apologize.
I think it left the whole audience baffled. I think they're still shocked by that announcement. I think they all thought she was a nurse. I loved thinking she was a nurse, and I've sent John countless text messages saying, I thought she was a nurse. What? And he hasn't replied yet.
You do come
That's
off
normal.
as very nurse-like. I could see why someone would think that. Definitely.
Huh.
I'm just
safety first with you, and I could see how someone would think that.
Okay.
I'm reassessing everything, and I mean, I just sort of feel like, who is she? Anyway, I've been listening since the start of the show. I just got a couple of quick comments. I think Singles, the soundtrack, as Sarah said, was incredible.
Oh my God, it's the best. Of course.
The soundtrack came out here before the movie, so we were watching Entertainment Tonight, and they were saying, this new movie called Singles, everybody's loving it, and we were like, oh, when are we getting it? But the soundtrack was out here, and I heard State of Love and Trust on it by Pearl Jam, and I was like, oh my God, this song's amazing.
Let me replacements, right?
And Breath, huh? Oh yeah,
Breath. Yes, Breath was.
But what's his name? Paul Westenberg's songs are incredible.
Yes.
You just said that. Yeah.
He's really the godfather of alternative music. I think if anyone that's a guy who kind of the most he's ever sold out is probably that, and that's not really selling out because it's, to me, anyway. He what a great lyricist. It's a guy. Again, another guy who dated Winona Ryder. I think he predated. Jesus, when was I think it followed Depp?
Because he's got to be 70, right, or something.
He's in his 60s. He's definitely in his mid to late 60s at least. He could be 70.
But the movie sucked. I didn't think the movie. I agree with Judy. Yeah, I didn't think the movie was good. But
we'll have to review it.
But I mean, I think it was a great opportunity to cash in on the grunge. Like you got them all in there, and they don't know how to act, and it was all sort of like, this is the grunge.
I didn't care about the story or anything like that. I just was so Seattled out by it. You're right. I mean, I didn't care about anything. Continuity.
There's an interview where they asked Kurt Cobain if he wanted to be on the soundtrack, and he said, "Fuck no."
Did he really? Is that true, Sam?
Yeah, that's why I love him. Yeah, that's why I love it, because he's not that kind of guy. You couldn't.
Did he say why, or he wasn't asked first?
I think it's back to that selling out. Like he thought it was maybe going to be a sellout thing for whatever reason.
I didn't know that. That's crazy. It makes sense. I could see that.
Oh, I love him. He would have said, "Why would my music
it still is incredible?
I mean, in a movie,
almost everything on it is incredible, other than the Jimi Hendrix song and the Heart song. Essentially, it's like called the Love Mongers or whatever. It's a cover, Howard's favorite cover of a Led Zeppelin song. Sorry, go on.
Nancy Wilson. She's on that?
Wilson
or Nancy Wilson?
I think both of them. They called themselves, instead of Heart, they called them the Love Mongers, and they did a Led Zeppelin cover.
And she married Cameron Crowe, right?
Yeah.
Are they still married?
No.
When did they get divorced?
I don't know. Maybe Sarah knows. I don't know.
I don't. Yeah, Cameron Crowe must have remarried by this point. He's got a fascinating career and filmography under his belt.
I mean, there's songs on this soundtrack. You've got "Drown" by Smashing Pumpkins. You've got "Birth Ritual" by Soundgarden. You've got "Nearly Lost You" by Screaming Trees.
Oh, is that on there?
You've got "Wood" by Alice in Chains. You've got "Seasons" by Chris Cornell, which is an amazing cover of acoustic. You got "Overblown" by Mudhoney. It's almost a perfect. It's as good as the "Pump Up the Volume" soundtrack.
You love Chris.
Chloe Dancer what is it? "Crown of Thorns," right?
Yeah, Paul Westerberg, "Dyslexic Heart." That's his best song by far. And John, I wanted to comment as well. Something
"Waiting
you said
for
earlier.
Somebody," right?
That's incredible.
What you said earlier about Depp, Depp should have been after the trial. Imagine if Depp had hosted Saturday Night Live a week after the trial.
Oh my god!
Oh my god! I guess Lorne Michaels is too politically correct to do that, isn't he?
I cannot get an answer. I've tried to ask people affiliated with that show. What offers have you made to him to host it? What attempts have you made? Why? It is crazy. He's 60. He's never hosted. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's like a Mandela effect. Like, I think he has hosted it. He must. It's like, why wouldn't
everyone thinks.
And why wouldn't he want to? Because he could do great things with that.
He's so versatile.
He could take the piss out of himself on it. He could do everything.
You know how the writers, the writers, the staff always complains about how people. Remember, Paris Hilton was called the worst host of all time, and what do we do with this person? And how that one niche, that one trick pony. He's the opposite. Like, that's a guy you could write like a whole season around him.
Yeah,
in his
I can
life.
Imagine it like it's already happened. It's so weird.
Oh God, yeah.
I love it. I love the idea. So we should get a petition going. We have all this power these days. We need to get on Twitter.
Right.
And
I think you're right. I think that's right. That's right, Bon. And Hunter S. Thompson was really good friends with Belushi. He used to hang out with SNL in the early days and stuff. Depp is really good friends with Bill Murray. It's just all these weird cross, and the Adam McKay thing with the Trump thing, and the Funny or Die. I don't know how they haven't made an attempt at him. If Adam McKay could get him to do the Trump thing, how could he not get him to do that show? It's so weird.
Like you were saying earlier, like he might have stage fright and all that kind of thing. I don't think he could improvise like that. And you were saying that he gets on the stage with the band. The band's different. Like, they've rehearsed so much and practiced that getting up there when you're playing, you can be thinking about what you're doing when you get home later. You don't have to worry. Like, I don't think he'd get stage fright at all playing music, because he's done it all his life. But getting on a show like Saturday Night Live is a wild card. I'd be terrified. Everyone, you're going on live and you can't do. I don't know if Depp can improvise with comedy, or not comedy, just kind of acting, like you guys were kind of talking about earlier. He might have to have it scripted for him.
I'll give you an example of the closest he's gotten to that. Has anyone on on our Patreon channel seen the Don Rickles tribute that Depp was a major part of, the dais and stuff? You guys see that? It was a Spike TV hosted. So it was a Don Rickles tribute. It was like a lot of heavyweights celebrities and comedy stuff. So it's like Seinfeld and Jon Stewart and Brian Williams and Tracy Morgan and De Niro, Scorsese, just so many big names in this thing. They loved Don Rickles is a beloved spirit. So Depp somehow befriended Don Rickles, this sort of father figure. He met at a Sinatra concert in 1995, and they stayed friends, as Depp always does. And Depp agreed to do this tribute to Don Rickles on Spike TV. It was like 2000. Amber Heard's at it with him too, by the way, and they're sitting next to Harvey Weinstein, which is so bizarre.
Ugh.
And during the thing, Depp has to do like kind of comedic stuff. He has to do like a speech, and he has to do performing, and it's the closest you're gonna get to seeing him do like a Saturday Night Live monologue.
Mhm.
And he's
And it's good.
noticeably nervous and rattled,
Yeah.
and he's kind of shaking, and he's like uncomfortable, and he's looking down. And so there might be something to that, because if you watch the Rickles thing it's on our Patreon, it was kind of a look at how he is in front of like a live crowd like that, where he has to do something SNL-esque, and that's the closest I've seen to him doing that.
Does it seem like he got some comedians to write him some material, like Sal or something?
He didn't. What he did, I think he just kind of, he was doing this thing where he was, what do they call it? What's the drum beat like when you do on the Tonight Show, when you make a punchline and the drum?
Oh,
So he was doing like lame lines almost intentionally, and he was almost doing like a very sincere tribute to him. And it was like done as a bit, but it was mostly half serious, and he wasn't telling jokes per se. So it wasn't like he was doing a monologue. It was just like, but he was very much had to be himself, and he was exposed, and he was performing, and he looked really nervous doing it. He was very, very, compared to everybody else there who are comedians, and Brian Williams in front of a camera every night, 5 nights a week. So he was very uncomfortable.
I hate that story that Howard says. Remember how, like, if you get roasted by Don Rickles, it was like considered an honor, and Howard took him aside and like literally threatened him, like, if you do that again, blah blah blah. Like, he wasn't. It could have been about his hair or whatever, or his looks, and Howard supposedly was almost like Black Mass on him,
He said, I don't know, Rickles said to Beth, he goes, "Nobody cares about you, honey. No one's going to talk about you. Nobody cares about you, honey."
And he could say that to anybody. It's funny.
Depp said Rickles was very nice to him. And he was kind of disappointed that, he was like disappointed that he didn't.
I hate that, like, one of Letterman's last appearances, like Rickles and Howard were together. That pissed me off.
Remember how that was? I gotta stop with the Howard hijack
appearance.
He was. You remember he was clasping Don Rickles. He was like homoerotically clasping.
He was like
he was
his
rubbing
helper.
him.
He walked him
so
on.
Weird.
It was
so
really
icky.
weird. It was like he was his protege or
yes.
something. It was not right.
Howard always wanted to kiss everyone on the late night shows. It's all the same, right? It's always the same.
It's disgusting.
Okay, so this audio here, Sarah, and I.
Do you have the one that I made?
What do you mean, the one that you made?
I sent you one.
Yeah, this is it. I enhanced the volume.
No, it had a screenshot on it.
I couldn't play the screenshot because it's MP3. It's not MP4. I had to turn it into an MP4 so I could play it from the folder. What's so special about your version of it?
No, nothing. Go ahead and play this.
No,
one.
is it a picture? I mean, what are we missing from? Like, what do you want to show?
No, I uploaded a different version of this, so it's fine.
I had to do it over because it was an MP3, and I can only play MP4 from this folder. So I also enhanced the volume again by 400%. So this is like it's an uncut. It's an uncut.
It's an awkward moment there, wasn't it, Judy?
I don't know what she's asking.
Yes.
I could feel that there's a tension, and let's explore that for. No, let's not.
This is the San Francisco fight they had where set it up, Sarah. So Amber Heard comes back to San Francisco. He's touring with the Hollywood Vampires, and she takes one less Hail Mary at trying to charm him and record him. Am I missing anything with that?
So she filed for the temporary restraining order on May 27th, 2016. So by July, she's dating Elon Musk. She's ready to reconcile with Depp. because I'm thinking she's thinking she's not gonna get what she wants out of this. So she contacts their mutual agent, Christian Carino, who also testified at the trial. He was kind of like the soy boy agent guy, if you remember. He had the picture, the bootleg Andy Warhol picture hanging behind him. So Christian Carino flies out. Depp is in San Francisco on tour. Christian Carino and Amber Heard fly out to a house that he has borrowed from a friend. So Johnny Depp and Amber Heard can meet. So they spend the entire day together talking. Apparently it's a great meeting. So they agree to meet the next day also at Depp's hotel. So Christian Carino accompanies Amber Heard to the hotel to meet with Depp. Christian Carino eventually leaves because they start arguing. Surprise, surprise. And this is what you hear. The beginning of this is Depp is on the phone with his lawyers because Amber Heard has requested that he call off the dogs. So he agrees. So he gets on the phone. And this is what you hear in the beginning. What you'll also hear in the beginning is Depp's on the phone. Amber Heard gets into Depp's stash. And she takes a big old sniff of the white powder. And you'll hear her go off immediately.
So I raised the volume more than it already was. I put it up 400%. That's why I had to put it on this version of it. I can't play an MP3. Bon Jovi is the only one that seems to know how to do that. And Flamer goes, that's the Depp's Don Rickles impression. Went, John, you're here. And you're not late. That was on Kimmel, I believe, is what she's quoting. And this is 400% amplified audio of this. And there's things I don't remember from this. And I listened to this a lot. I don't know if this was like released later or it was an addendum to it. There's things I don't remember from this. You like addendum?
About a year ago.
Yeah, solid.
Here we go. Yeah, by the way, Jamie's right. Christian Carino is Lady Gaga's ex-fiance. Isn't that bizarre? When did that happen?
Oh my God.
It's just the whole Depp's agent thing is such a weird saga, from Tracy Jacobs to this guy to Christian Carino to Jack Wiggum now. His whole team is weird and mercurial, and I'm not sure who remains from day to day. Obviously, his sister is around. They need me to make all the creative decisions, and we'll have no problems. I promise you. I promise you.
Yeah, I want that. That's why.
Thank you, Bon. I'm not even
this.
jerking myself off. I really believe I can make the difference. If they just let me,
I know.
I'm taking the creative baton away from him. I'm making all the cinematic decisions.
Yeah, I
know what
it.
works.
A document.
I learned from him, and I passed.
I can imagine you sitting in like an old Victorian sort of office at midnight with a candle lit, and you've got a pile of scripts, like this 5 foot of scripts, and you've got a glass of Pepsi Max and scotch, and you're just got a monocle on, and you're flipping through the scripts, and you're going, no way, and you're throwing each one in the fire. There's a fireplace, there's a beautiful hound sitting on a ground looking up at you adoringly, and you're making the decisions. That's what I'm talking about. Does everybody agree? Everyone in the chat, type 1 if you agree with this.
Thank you, Bon. And every time I could see myself every time going, nope.
Yeah.
Nope. Paul Bettany is not in this. Nope. No Paul Bettany. Sorry, no Paul Bettany. That's what I would do. I would just veto Paul Bettany every time. Sorry, can't be in this. Or he only submits scripts to you that Paul Bettany can be in, or based on Paul Bettany's schedule.
Yeah.
So here we go. This is San Francisco. Sarah, what's the date? Date this for us.
July 2016.
July.
If you can do me a favor though and play it for a few minutes, and then we'll discuss it.
Okay, you got it.
Oh, okay.
It's all right, Amber. It's all right. I'm sorry.
Is that what they're telling you to say?
No, I'm saying I'm sorry because you're.
I was sitting on the couch.
You're always right.
Okay, so are you.
Listen, this seems to be going just fucking great, Collins. We're doing it so well. Call the dogs off. Just call the dogs off.
Thank you.
And let's see what we can work out
Thank
here.
you.
Which doesn't seem promising, but
They're manipulating
all lawyers manipulating you.
Yeah, I'll have a look and I'll show her. Okay. All right.
Want to stop it there for a minute?
If you want.
But explain what people might be foggy over. When he says
Okay,
call
Depp is
the
on the
dogs
phone
off.
with his attorney, telling them to call off the dogs.
And what does call the dogs off mean in this world?
Stop attacking Amber.
Right.
Because that's why she came over also, not only to reconcile, but also to get him to call off the dogs.
Do you think there's also an implication, the massive fan base online that's coming after her?
Yes.
I mean, to me, that's probably more damaging than anyone in real life.
This is 3.5 months after she got the temporary restraining order. So he's on the phone with his attorneys, trying to put the brakes on this as a favor to her. Because they had such a great conversation the day before, he's probably thinking, oh, well, maybe she's changed. You know, it's been a few months. Maybe we can work this out. That's how this starts off. Now, if you just heard her inhale that line of cocaine like a vacuum cleaner, she is about to feel the effects, and you're about to hear the effects.
Oh, wow.
So you very faintly will hear a female voice, maybe on the phone with Depp. That's his attorney. Probably, Wasser?
We think it's actually Waldman.
No, it's a woman.
How do we think it's a woman?
Because I heard it in the earbuds today at work. It's a woman's voice.
Her sister
Where do
died
you work?
a couple days ago. You would think this is a law firm, right? But it's not. It's not.
I'm trying to work out where she works, and I'm not gonna dox her if she wants to send me a message.
She's kind of mentioned it.
Has she?
A little bit. I don't want to say. I mean,
no, I don't. But Sarah, you sound a little deflated today. Maybe this will make you feel a bit better.
You complete me.
There's Cameron Crowe.
Is that making you feel better?
Yes, that's
Sarah?
fixed all of my problems. Yes, I appreciate
a big smile. All right, let's hear this because this sounds
was,
good.
by the way,
she's going to snort.
Depp was the second choice for Jerry Maguire.
No way.
Yeah, that would have been good.
Swear to God. Swear to God.
So
I actually would love to
twice Cameron. So every time Cameron Crowe wants him, Johnny Depp says no.
It's not. He doesn't say no. He's the second choice.
Oh, okay.
So Matt Dillon was the choice in singles that Depp wanted, and then Tom Cruise got Tom Cruise is always the first choice, isn't he?
Yeah, and
1996.
Yeah, and he did Vanilla Sky with him already.
Right.
So yeah.
Sarah said that she said that Penelope Cruz called Tom Cruise El Quiro during the filming of that. Is that true?
Oh, that's nasty.
Arms of Carrie Zim and Get Shorty. That's right. That's right.
How many times has Depp done a movie with Penelope? Twice, right?
Pirates and Below.
Yeah. So they're buddies.
He's also. He's a little. We're at. Okay.
I'll forward it to her. I'll forward it to her so she can work on it.
So he says, I'll forward it to her so she can work on it. What do we suppose that's for, Sarah?
It's probably an attorney he's talking about. I don't know. He's got
kidding?
multiple attorneys.
He's so dry. It's so tough to tell when he's kidding now. You know, with that.
He doesn't know he's being recorded until the very end.
Mm-hmm.
She's recording him.
So did the alleged? Sorry,
John.
John.
No, you go.
Did the alleged coke snort just happen in that clip?
No, it was in the first clip.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Okay. I would think with the amount these two are recording each other, and it's such a weird. If anyone doesn't know, we've explained it off and on. They had like a couples marriage therapist, and their thing was let's record each other and see how we sound and try to act natural when we do it. Depp claims, she knows she's being, and as you would, right? If you know you're being recorded, you're going to be performative when you know you're being recorded. You're not going to be yourself when you know it's rolling.
And it's a dumb idea to try and get actors to do that. Like,
Has
to
anyone...
get you or me to do that might work for some therapy, but to get actors to record themselves, it's stupid. They must have
Has
been...
anyone in our midst known anyone, or you've done it yourself, that has participated in a marriage counseling scenario where you had to record each other and play it back? Has anyone ever participated in this, or is this some Hollywood thing?
It just reminds me, of Sal recording his wife going berserk. You're holding the baby. You can't help with. Remember when the dog was holding the dog's ass in the photos in front of the camera. That's all I remember. That's all I can think of people recording. It's just not a good idea. I just don't think it's a good idea at all.
Yeah, I don't know how she's still with him, right, Sal? But this is not a Howard Stern podcast.
Oh yeah, she's been through hell.
Unless it was all scripted, which don't get me started.
No, I think it was real. Sal's not a good enough actor because he came in and did some bizarre things during that.
The basic life advice people give now, and there's so many recording devices, is you always have to act like you're being recorded at all times in public, right? So you do anything, this whole YouTube cottage industry is dedicated to catching people in these, whatever it is, what is it, what's the fighting video with not Rockstar, it's called, it doesn't matter what it is. And there are videos of just like doorbell videos that Sarah watches, and it's just this whole industry. So the new advice is you have to act and always behave in a way where you feel like you're being recorded. Always assume, no matter what parking lot you're in, no matter what road you're on, that there's cameras recording you. And these two took it to a whole level. Wouldn't you at some point, and every iPhone has it and every computer is recording devices, so you could be recording someone. And wouldn't you get in the mindset, if you were Depp, that you're being recorded all the time?
Yeah. Kathy Scott's got it there. She goes, hell no.
Oh, I just don't know how to thank you, officer, but I would like to try. I'm usually at Wally's for happy hour on Tuesdays.
But he's above it. He doesn't even care. Am I wrong?
World star. Thank you, Pale. Yeah, that was... Is he above it? He agreed to this thing but he's so hallucinatory and inebriated all the time. Yeah. I think maybe you drop your guard about the recording stuff, or maybe you should impossible. But this is Donnie Brasco we're talking about, who popularized wearing a wire at all times in the boot, right?
I can't believe he went to therapy for this. Yes. I can't believe he would agree to that. It's really he must.
There's two prong with Donnie Brasco. The man popularized wearing a wire in his boot in a Japanese restaurant, right?
That's right.
Bugs the mafia more than Donnie Brasco. He should if anyone should be aware of being bugged and taped, it's Johnny Depp.
This is around the time when that photo with the ice cream on the couch was, right?
Yes.
I hate that fucking photo.
But he knows, I've passed. God, what did I do? I passed out like that once in my 20s. I'm trying to remember what I did. Oh, I fell asleep in throw up once. I vomited and passed out in my own throw up. If you took a picture of it.
Oh, I've done that. Yeah. I've woken up with pillows covered in vomit. Yeah. And then you just go, oh.
I left the toaster oven on till 4:30 in the morning cooking mozzarella sticks, and it just smoked out. Luckily, I was able to get at it soon enough. I've done way worse than that. Ice cream melting. Way worse. World star. Thank you. So
but,
here we go. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, I'm just agreeing. It freaked you out, Judy, yeah? The ice cream? Is that why you didn't like it, or you didn't?
Oh, no, the photo makes him look terrible. I hate because he didn't want to be photographed then, and he didn't have a choice. He wasn't making, it was done. Are you allowed to photograph somebody like that when they're sleeping? I don't know.
We're living in an age now where everybody's got cameras.
Oh, yeah.
All the time, every time. Johnny Bye Bye says maybe they should try Michael Seaver for marriage therapy from fucking Growing Pains. Alan Thicke.
Oh, that's obscure. That's pretty good. It's showing our age that we all get that.
Show me that smile again.
Oh, show me that smile. We could do that together. You know, we could. We could make a single, John.
Yes, I'm going to sing
We'll
that.
talk after the show. Yeah.
Don't waste another minute on your crying. The
It's a bloody
therapist.
good song.
Did they do that thing, or is he joking that they carry a baby around?
They didn't. That would have. Well, yeah. Were they planning on having a child at some point, or was that
was
never
there
on?
ever a verbal notion of that, Sarah?
Yeah.
Let's have kids.
Mm-hmm.
She said this to him, or we're assuming this happened?
It's in the audio. She says, "To think I even thought about having kids with you."
Yes, you're right. Good catch.
Now back to the audio. You're going to hear references about Elliot Spitzer.
Yeah, which
he's
I
talking
never
about Elon Musk.
Barbara DeRush is right. If you're recording, your marriage is over. If you're recording each other, there's no saving it. Agreed.
Good
Barb
point.
Babs.
I've tried to say that, it just doesn't. They've got her fucking brainwashed.
Wow.
Listen, man, if the cops bust in here,
They're not going to.
or the cops,
They're not going to.
they will if your
They're not
attorneys
go-
think that I'm breaking the restraining
My attorneys know.
really if you think
My attorneys know that you are here. They have known for over 24 hours. Okay? If they wanted to call the cops, not only would they lose me as their client, but yes, they would. I would fire them. And yes, I would.
Okay.
Do you doubt me?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, then why am I here at all?
What do you need to start with the other attorney?
Yeah. I would not allow my attorneys to do that to you. They would lose their client, and also they could have already done that.
You wouldn't allow your attorneys to do that.
I would.
But you did allow them to do that.
All right, fine. Keep talking to your lawyers. It's going really good. We're having them whisper in your ear while talking to your wife, ex-wife. No, I mean it's going really well. I think our conversations have definitely improved now that you have them in your ear. I'm telling you that there are no cops here. You've done more illegal drugs in this room that should be way more concerning to you. If you're Mr. Law all of a sudden, are you kidding me? The bag of cocaine you just took into the bathroom about an hour ago. You don't think that is illegal? That's illegal, Johnny. Do you think if you're so worried about the law?
Well, the cops told me that.
Yeah, exactly. Are you worried about the cops? No, you're fucking worried about the cops. And my lawyers are certainly not. They could have called the cops yesterday when we met all day yesterday, but they didn't. They didn't. Did they call the cops? Can your lawyers hear me now? Did they call the cops? No, they didn't.
I think they can hear you pretty well.
Good. No one called the cops yesterday. And no one called the cops today.
Can you stop being so irrational?
How is it irrational? I am speaking very rationally. If you're worried about legality, if you're worried about your liability, right? Then you would not have a pound of cocaine in your bag. And if you're worried about my lawyers, I don't know how much you have.
You shouldn't.
All right, I know what I was going to ask John O'Reilly because I listened to some of this. What is the penalty for possession of that much cocaine in New York, in LA? Anything you know? Does anyone know? What does a civilian get for being caught with that kind? I cannot believe. Do you know how, as a civilian, how nervous you would be having those kind of drugs on you? That's the world, the different world they live in. I won't even. I don't even know where to buy marijuana. I'm that terrified of that world.
How much did they have? How much did he have?
She says a pound.
Oh my god!
Let's go as high as that.
She ordered a quarter of it, probably.
Nevertheless, I want to know what what a civilian gets if
I'll tell you.
Cop busts you for that.
That's half a kilo. Just calculated. That's if you're caught outdoors on the streets, that's trafficking. They'll call it trafficking in Australia.
If you have over a certain amount, it's considered selling, right?
Yeah, that's thousands of dollars of coke. So it's,
right.
You're in deep shit. If it's a first offense, you'll just get a probation sort of thing. But if you get busted, you could be. They'd try and find out. They'd try and get you to tell them where you got it.
Right.
So you get off. So you're in deep shit. That's a lot of coke. Holy crap.
Hey, you heard me during the trial screaming like every day, like if I were in the DEA, and this is the Tom Hansen himself, right? 21 Jump Street would know. I would sit in front of Sweetser and wait for his assistants to leave and follow them right to Pablo Escobar.
But wait, could this be no different than when she goes, "Oh, Johnny, when you sent the photos to the Inquirer, like, is it possible she's saying he can't even hear her or he's not listening?" And she's saying,
he admitted to it. He admitted to having it.
Oh, okay.
In that exchange.
No, but she could be saying with that histrionic personality disorder, she could be saying a pound of cocaine and it's a little pouch.
Well, believe me, he has access to the pound.
You're right. But she knows what she's doing. She's doing this.
Yes, absolutely. And she does it a few more times with other things.
I'm making this up. If she did ecstasy with him somewhere or heroin or whatever, he doesn't bring it up because he doesn't know. She's like, this is like her trying to get him. Like he's just like, "Hi, how are you, honey?" And she's like secretly trying to, end it and make the most money she can.
Mhm.
Am I wrong? I mean,
this is why they're recording everything. Was the most stupid idea in the world. They hate each other. They sound like
they're still
crazy.
holding to it. She's obsessed with recording them. She wants it much more than just the simple marriage counselor telling them to do it. She loves this. You could record anybody all the time, every time. Josh Foster goes, "It sounds like a stupid Sid Vicious and Nancy screaming at each other." It's such a crazy conversation. Her battery is over 100%, says Pellel. G. Cannon says, "Let me guess, it was conveniently not allowed to be played at the Fairfax trial."
No, this was in evidence. This whole recording was in evidence. My theory on this, and I said this during the live streams of the trial, my theory is she was trying to seduce him because toward the middle of this, her voice drops. And she goes into that seductive mode that of course he responds to.
Definitely.
And my theory is she was trying to get him into bed so she could later have evidence for a rape.
That's a long way to go. I don't put it past her.
You agreed with me during the trial.
I agree with you. I think it's diabolical to.
And she is.
Nothing surprises me anymore in this world as far as that goes. That world of like manipulating someone into doing, I think anything's possible now. Flamer says it's all over a certain amount that you can get for distribution. So Pellel says the same thing. John O'Reilly says possession over a certain quantity presumes intent to sell, not for personal use at that point. It's a felony on some level. Of course, G. Cannon goes, rich people don't get in trouble for drugs. It seems like they don't, G. That's my point. That's why I bring it up. It's like a different rules for different people. If you're a civilian, you are his buddy George Young, right, guys, from Blow? He spent how many years in jail and he waited for him to get out. It's exactly what he got caught for, right? I mean, he obviously has multiple offenses, but still, what's the difference? You have the same shit. And I would think with Depp's friendship with George Young, cocaine would be really easy for him to have. He knows people who know people who know people who know George Young, who's Pablo Escobar's right hand man. It's crazy. And she's screaming things to incriminate him, forgetting that she's just snorting, of course. Joni, John.
I don't think she. I think she thinks he. I don't think he knew she snorted, because he was off like in a corner on the phone.
Right.
And she probably saw some stash, and she's like, "Oh, hey, community property."
Does he have an earpiece, or he's on the phone with?
He's on the. It sounds like he's on the phone.
Because he's going in your ear, almost as if like what's his name, Keenan Wyatt is giving him lines. You're saying entrapment. John O'Reilly says, I'm guessing a pound is a Class A felony, and it carries with it a severe penalty. I just like I said, if I were in the Drug Enforcement Agency and I watched that trial, I would be having people after people staking out his suites or compound, waiting for his assistants to leave and follow them right to Pablo Escobar. That's what I mean. Isn't that the job of the DEA? I don't understand how you'd go away for so long if you were a civilian.
Exactly. But if my lawyers wanted to call the cops, they could have done it yesterday. How is that not a rational statement?
I think your delivery is maybe.
Yeah, my delivery is unpleasant, but my delivery has nothing to do with the context of what I'm saying.
And you could hear her performing. It's so performative, her knowing she's being recorded, and she's definitely turning it on for it. That definitely speaks to that. Without question, it is the sounds of someone performing for a recording.
And like, at this point, you're listening to this, it's like, why doesn't he just walk out the door? Like, it is already way over it sound. I mean,
it's his room.
But it's already like, you would think somebody's smart enough to be like, this is not going to go backwards. Am I wrong?
Yeah, I mean, he's seen her in action so many times now. He sounds so jaded by it, and he's not giving her what she wants, and he's kind of holding his ground. He goes, no, I'm not going to be the one walking out of this one. You leave.
So you think he is still in love with her, potentially?
No,
Absolutely.
he's
You'll
not
hear
in
it
love
in a
with her.
few minutes. Yes, he is.
Oh,
In a few minutes, you'll hear it.
Sorry. Okay.
I think he's acting. What do you think about that?
Delivery might
Be harsh.
spurn another fight. Is that what you want?
Oh.
Another fight?
Can't be the words that you say.
We cannot be in the same fucking room together.
Hence why we're getting divorced.
I'm hanging out. I'm leaving.
You catch that in the background? I enhanced it, and it still barely can hear it. She's the one with so every time he fades off, you're not going to hear him. So he says, "What is this broad up to?" in the background as he fades out.
Interesting.
You know what this broad is up to. G. Canada says Depp is smart enough to only have an 8-ball at a time. Getting caught with it is nothing. I don't think so, G. I think he's just used to having no consequences for anything. I think he's as reckless as he wants. I don't think the amount ever occurs to him at all. He actually has a thing with old security guards who sued him for transporting cocaine for him, that he had cocaine on his face and they had to wipe it off. And they said, that's not my job description.
Obviously fucking angels. I'm just really looking out for our best needs. And they don't want to drag this out at all for money.
I keep saying they want to end it. We all want to end it. We all.
So Depp is accusing, you hear him in the background, he's accusing, as attorneys are wont to do, right? Delay. Attorneys know, greedy attorneys know that the more you prolong this, the more they get paid, right? You don't want this to be settled. You want them to fight because they'll just reap the benefits of it more than anybody does. And Depp's accusing her attorneys of prolonging it so they're on the hook.
We all want to end it, Johnny Depp. We all want to end it. We all want to end this. You're the one who won't end it.
But really? I'm the one who won't end it? You want me to put you back on the phone with these guys, or you just don't want to talk to them again?
I don't think it's prudent.
I don't think it's prudent. That's a very good push word.
She learned a new word.
John O'Reilly says the problem with having that much cocaine of a classified drug, there's no diversion or other alternative to prison, right? What else is there besides prison? It's beyond anything you would consider rehab. There's nothing about it you can rehabilitate or positive. It's nothing but crime, right? What is the alternative to prison? Of that possession of that? Nothing. There's no system. There's nothing in the system that's an alternative to prison in terms of cocaine.
All right, I'll speak to you guys later. I gotta do a sound check and all that shit.
Oh, Josh, I got to stop it on that one. Josh says that Depp Sauvage is what's luring her into the hotel. That's such a great joke, Josh. I'm jealous I didn't make it first.
Quick question. This audio, is it before or after during that kitchen video. Was that kitchen video?
This is long after. The kitchen video was during their marriage.
Okay, cool.
He brings TMZ up later in this, I think, doesn't he? At some point.
I think so.
As this goes on, I remember TMZ coming up.
Broken rape and show. All right. Speak to you guys in a bit. Next time you speak to me, you'll be dead. Oh, yeah. All right, bye, girls. Thank you. I love you. Thanks.
That's nice.
Who's he talking to there?
His attorneys, the girls. He goes, "Bye, girls. I love you."
So you think that's...
Who's he talking to?
If it's his attorneys?
Yeah. That's
It
who he's
could be
on the phone
Vasquez. It
with.
could be Jessica Myers. There's 6 of them.
Now, when you say the kitchen video was released a month after this, but it occurred and was recorded during their marriage.
Johnny Bob goes, last time I checked, it wasn't Amber passing out on drugs in a hotel room just last month. Yeah, that's allegedly some passing out on something. He has a problem. I've never once said that. I can't believe at that age, he's 60, that you could even dabble in that shit. When I was a kid, I was told, "Oh, you take coke, it's an instant, you're dead. You can't survive. You're not going to make it more than 5 years. It's a heart attack." No one past the age of freaking 40 can even look at cocaine without getting it. I can't believe it's even. And as we know, his ex-girlfriend Lori Allison, his ex-wife, I'm sorry, Bruce Witkin, said he had nothing to do with cocaine until an advanced age. It was not a drug in the rock and roll height of his early days, in the early 80s, in all 80s, 21 Jump Street years, even the 90s, the Viper Room. According to Bruce Witkin, he never even dabbled in cocaine. It's only at an advanced age. Who does that? I'm going to be middle-aged and so that, yeah, I'm going to start snorting lines post 45. Like, who does that?
Now, there is a, I don't know the timestamp, but it's coming up. In the background, you can hear a slight snort. And that, I believe, is him because he kind of gets a little wild after that.
Yeah, he does. He's all amplified.
Then he comes back down rather quickly. So,
right, Flamer says most bankers and stockbrokers and these tech have these coke parties, but they're nowhere near at Depp's level. According to everyone that knows him, he has insanely high tolerance for everything. Like insane. That's why his license should say heavyweight. He should not be subjected to the same drunk driving laws as you and I.
Wow. You've got such vitriol.
I don't. I love you.
You do.
Why do you hate me so much?
There we go. Victim.
Why do you hate me so much? Why do you hate me so much?
You're depressed from last.
All yesterday.
You're depressed from the last 3.5 months.
Why do you hate me so much?
Read it.
You allowed me to be called equally terrible names by half the world as well, and yet I'm here because I love you. And is this how you want to end this meeting? You asked me to sit down and stay.
You end this meeting. You fucking.
Well, you said sit down. You said sit down. I sat down. I thought you were calling to say to them, call the dogs off, and it doesn't sound like that's what you did.
I said the words.
Wow.
Call the dogs off. Call the dogs off.
That's got to be a drop. That's a sound drop and a
I'm
half.
going to. Or I said the words.
I can't use Marty Singer anymore.
Ooh.
Marty Singer.
Oh, listen. Hold on. Before you play, listen to what she says about Marty Singer.
Okay.
Call the dogs off. I can't use Marty Singer anymore.
Yeah, you shouldn't use fucking crooked.
Is he crooked? How'd you find that out?
I knew it before anyway.
You knew before anyway.
It's fucked up.
He's fucked up because why? He found Whitney selling shit to people in magazines.
He didn't find it. I mean, well, I don't know.
You want to know who Marty Singer represented? Lawyer. This is a Tracy Jacobs hookup.
Mm-hmm.
Stallone. Tracy Jacobs Depp has the same business manager as Stallone. So there's a connection with those two. Scarlett Johansson, Schwarzenegger, Bill Cosby, Bruce Willis, Charlie Sheen, Harry Reid, Michael Jackson, Oprah, Dennis Rodman, Tom Arnold, George Soros, Mike Myers, Kate Gosselin, Britney Spears, Tiger Woods, and Jim Carrey.
Yep. You want to know my theory? By the way, Marty Singer, for those asking, massive legal powerhouse in Hollywood. You're involved in any scandal, Marty Singer is there to represent you and dig up dirt on everybody else. My theory
Let me quickly read his description before, just to give. Marty Singer is an American attorney. He's considered to be Hollywood's foremost and widely recognized lawyers. He's been described as Hollywood's favorite legal hitman and the bane of studio chiefs and tabloid editors, and is recognized as a significant figure in the realm of celebrity legal matters. Singer is known for his robust headline snuffing approach, earning the nickname Mad Dog Marty, or the legal pit bull. Employing tactics such as cease and desist letters and legal warnings. He's recognized for his assertive efforts to curtail negative media coverage and address accusations. He is now 70 years old. Go ahead, Sarah. I'm sorry.
And he was on Depp's payroll. Probably rightfully so, with her involved. But my theory is, Depp mentions that Marty Singer discovered that Whitney Heard was selling their wedding photos to the tabloids. And they talk about the trial. That's why they wanted her to move out of the penthouses, because they discovered she was selling things. My theory is Amber Heard believes he was such a scumbag, quote unquote, because she was working with Whitney to get all that shit leaked.
Yeah, and that the Whitney thing comes up over and over again with TMZ, how she's the reason. How did I remember before any of this really hit the fan, all through as far back as like 2013, 2014, stories coming out about. I remember laughing at the stuff where Amber hates his rock and roll friends playing dinosaur rock till 4 o'clock in the morning. She thinks their music sucks and they're boring. That was an actual story I read, and it turns out it was true. Everything was true. It was like, oh, this is ridiculous rumors. It was all probably Whitney leaking this stuff. And then Depp says it to her that she was cashing in on leaking stories about and the wedding they had on Deppstein Island.
But I thoroughly believe they were both in on it.
I gotta be. And Rocky Pennington and God knows who else. And
but Amber is also recording again. So that's probably, and she's going to make comments where, no, Whitney wasn't selling anything.
Yeah.
Because she knows this is going to be heard.
He didn't find any. Remember, we couldn't find out who did. Remember? We tried to find it.
No, we knew who did.
Are you talking about with
Whitney, when she sold her fucking wedding off to People magazine?
Oh, yeah, but she didn't sell it to Peter. She didn't.
All right. In case Depp's too faint in the background, he says, Whitney was fucking selling a wedding to People magazine. She fucking sold us out. So right there, he's saying specifically, People magazine apparently got the scoop. And the wedding is weird. Their wedding is so weird. There's like a couple faint pictures in the background, and they think that it was Whitney that took him, that leaked them. And Josh Richmond does a good deposition about the stuff that went on at the wedding. Ronnie Seabach from 21 Jump Street.
Admitted to People. She did not admit to selling anything.
She admitted to us. She's not going to admit to selling it.
Everything. God, can we fight about one last thing? Please.
That baby talk is infuriating. God.
I love you so much.
She knows what works.
Sarah's right, because immediately Depp caves, and I don't know if it's him
Yes.
acting, but he just goes, oh my God, I love you so much.
And it continues.
That gives me douche
She knows
chills.
what she's doing.
But I hate when he goes, baby, 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 baby. I hate that the most. My girl.
You have. Did I fucking scream when your goddamn attorney was on the phone? Would you like me to fucking scream while your attorney's on the phone? I'd like to.
The sound of that lighter is terrifying.
You did.
Yeah,
thanks to your song.
He had me screaming and like somehow the end all be all, the very sort of offensive thing. You can throw a punch, screaming is okay. You can headbutt somebody screaming, but don't scream.
What's that?
Listen to this. She's still. This is her setting up the stories about the attacks.
I headbutted you on the fucking.
Couldn't believe you did that.
Forehead. That doesn't break a nose.
I don't know if you broke my ass. I don't think you did. I don't think you broke it.
Don't think I broke it. I didn't touch it.
Oh, please. You didn't touch it. You don't know.
On your nose.
Just like you didn't throw a phone at my face, right? You don't know.
I didn't throw a phone at your face.
You
know what? Here's the deal. We were never going to settle this. We're never going to settle this. Because you are too fucking stubborn and you are too full of yourself to fucking make it work.
I need to change my flight, okay?
We will never, ever fucking...
Johnny Bye-Bye goes, I love when Amber belittles Depp. He's such a wimp. I like it too. Because Depp really never has that kind of adversity in his life. It's just interesting to hear him in that setting. And then, I mean, I think you're hearing it here. His voice is so different, right? Judy, have you ever heard this intonation come from him? Like, it's a lot of sides to him. Have you ever heard this one?
I've heard, other things that you've played, but never with such clarity. Like, I can hear every little, like you said, every little thing he mumbles or mutters.
But also keep in mind, her voice just dropped again. I need to change my flight.
And what year was this again?
2016, July.
How great would it be if she just gets so bold and like just becomes ridiculous and she just goes, all right, how about this? You let me use your private jet and I'll go. And he's like, I'm not fucking giving you my private jet. The fucking audacity of you to ask me to fucking charter a jet for you after you just recorded me fucking solar wedding pictures to people. I'm not giving her a fucking private jet.
I just want to, I don't know if you guys care about this, but like, he's got two kids, somewhere, and he's just dealing with this stuff all the time. It's just a shame. I mean, I hope his kids are okay.
This is the third kid.
They're in the other room listening.
Yeah. You think so?
No.
Jack and...
They have, though. Jack and Lily Rose have often been in an adjoining hotel room listening to them arguing, and it's the kids and him. It's such a bizarre...
So Jack is 14 and Lily is 17, right? Sorry, go on.
Here?
No, yeah, you said 2016?
Yeah, they're about. That's about right. Yeah, I don't know how you knew that, but that's.
No, I looked it up. I did look it up. I'm not. I know everything.
I was like, wow, he's got the time. He's homework.
I looked it up.
And I always talk about the trials for them, but they stood to inherit, whatever she was going to get. Right. Let's say that she wiped him out. That's $650 million he supposedly lost through his managers. That's their inheritance. That's a lot.
He was never going to put her in the will, though.
But at that age, they'd probably just want to hang out with their dad. Instead, he's like doing all this crap,
It's so well. Even like him disappearing with Marilyn Manson on a drug bender for 2 days. Right? Could you imagine your dad at what do you ballpark his age at that point? 50, fucking early 50s, 51, 52. Disappearing with this parasitic fucking hot topic blackface poser doing cocaine and drugs for 2 days straight in his early 50s while you're in high school and middle school. Could you imagine that?
Yeah, it's
such a world we don't.
You said this is 2016? So like
this is, yeah.
Dude, Yoga Hosers is being shot. So like she's seeing the thick of this essentially.
That's funny. That's a great reference.
Of
course, Judy's talking about the Kevin Smith movie Yoga Hosers that Lily Rose stars in with Harley Quinn Smith, and it's a sequel to Tusk, and it's right around that time. Vanessa's in the movie. She plays a French teacher. It's an interesting look into the life of Depp that does not come up nearly enough.
So yeah, like with, this could be going on while he's doing Yoga Hosers. I don't know. I mean, it's just like a mess.
It is a huge mess at this point this year.
We're done. I gotta go. So
let her seduction play.
You wasted my fucking life. No. No, you're fucking hug. Get it from Elliot Spitzer or whoever that fucking tit is.
Get it from Michelle.
I will. No!
I love
You love me?
I do love you.
Yeah, you're showing it real well.
I love you.
You love something.
Remember when we talked yesterday?
I know what you fucking love, but you don't fucking love me.
I used to love you so much.
Yeah, you used to. You know what?
I love you so
Well, keep it in past tense, kid. Oh, write it off as a mistake. I'm a mistake.
You're my
Do you like this? Is this how you want it to end?
I don't want to.
Is this how you want it to end? I don't understand. Is this what you want?
No. Oh no, a hug will save it all. All this, everything we
I just wanted to touch you.
Really? After all this shit you just said?
I just wanted to give you a hug. Yes, please stop, please.
You're fucking.
Please stop.
You're fucking nuts.
Please, I just wanted to hug you and say bye. I didn't want to take it back.
We did that last night. It's fine. That was good enough. No, because I'm nothing to you. I will always be nothing to you.
Calm.
Please. Well, you're not my strength.
Your hurts my heart. Please just calm my heart. Please.
No, deal with your own fucking heart.
Deal with your own fucking heart. Interesting comeback. Tell him what's going on here, Sarah.
Okay, he just found out that she's banging Elon Musk the day before.
And calls him?
So, Elliot Spitzer.
What do you think? Is Depp joking or he just confused?
Now, if you go back, and this is not part of it, but later on during this encounter is the cutting audio that was played, right? That's not part of this. He makes a reference when he's trying to cut himself. He goes, "You'll never get this from Elliot Spitzer. He's a conservative son of a bitch," or something like that.
Does he say that?
Yeah. You'd never get this kind of passion from Elliot Spitzer, Elon Musk.
It's so weird. And what was the other? What reference did he make? Okay. This isn't really a reference to anything. It's the bottom line to all this. And I thought about this during the trial. It doesn't come up enough, and it's really what this is all about in life. Like, you can't get your time back, right? I mean, time is more valuable than time, love, and tenderness, as Michael Bolton said. And do you guys, and this is for everybody, obviously, in the chat, and you too, and do you look at this as he wasted his life? He says it bluntly there. I wasted my fucking life. So they're together for, and let's take the end of Fairfax, right? It's still going on. It still lingers, whether he wants it to or not. I said this all throughout. This is never going to go away. So from back when the Rum Diary starts and he's cheating on Vanessa to, we're going to go 14 years conservatively. Do you consider those 14 years a waste of your life? That you might as well be in prison and Kathy Scott's overlording you in Tennessee and Louisiana. Do you look at this as a waste of his life? Is that too strong?
No, and he has every right to feel that way because it is.
That you could be doing a million other things. You could have gone in a million other directions. That he was in such a pussy fog that he wasted 14 years of your life from the years of basically, 46 years old to age 60. Those years are as if they might as well have not existed. You have nothing to show for it except utter embarrassment and shame. Do you think that's too strong, Judy Tenuta?
No, I mean, other than like Black Mass, I don't think maybe most people like any of those movies he did during that relationship.
You know what, man? That's a brilliant answer by you. Black Mass is something to truly be proud of. No, I agree with you. That's something he could. That's not a waste. That movie
Take the movies out on a personal level.
No. I said
I'm talking about the whole package.
No, I of course. If you're saying, I think he wishes he never met her. I mean, right?
He wishes he never met her, but he's acting like those years entirely are a waste. Like I wish I wasn't alive for 15 years. I wasted my life is not just implying you. Everything I did with you involved. If anything, you could say that he was on planes with her on the way to Boston while filming Black. She's always around.
No, I do believe that he feels that way. I don't think he's lying.
No, I don't think you lie about that. That's a strong. Have you ever felt that way about your own life? I've wasted X amount, 14 years doing anything. Have you ever felt? I don't care what anybody says. You are full of shit if you don't think you don't have regrets in life all the time.
Of course, I feel that way.
Yeah. Does anybody have regrets? I wish I never met this person. I
The
wasted
whole first
my life.
marriage was a waste for me. So yeah, what 14 years total?
Oh my
Absolutely.
God, the same timetable.
Mm-hmm.
Is your dissolution the same timetable as his?
Society would say that was my valuable years as a woman. So yes.
Do you consider the whole thing a waste of time?
Oh yes, it ended up being a waste. At the time, no.
Do you feel you lost those years where?
Of course I did, yeah. I have to deal with that every day.
It's incredibly sad.
Mm-hmm.
When you don't, and people come like a G Canada of the world or Johnny Bye would say, oh, fuck him. He has so much access to so much stuff. She doesn't define what his years are. He has 7 residences. He can disappear to this one. He had tons of fun. She's not ruining that. That's ridiculous to put that on her.
But everything's relative. I mean, the richest person in the world or the poorest person will still feel like they have problems, you know?
Right. But if she's all too consuming in his brain, if he's in such a pussy fog that he's thinking about her other than when he's with Rochelle Hathaway, you could say that mentally those are a waste. If she's in your brain and you can't blame her for some of the fallouts with his own kids. Maybe the estrangement he had with Lily Rose and Jack, he'll blame her and she'll blame him, and but it's ultimately, does he have the right to call that a waste? I guess it's his years and he has the right to say those 14 years are a waste of my life, and that's a long time to lose.
But he's giving her a dig too. He's like, right? I mean, he's putting her down, right? I mean, he's like, I just wasted my life with you, right? I mean,
yeah, I mean, while it was going on, he didn't say that. Where they're at now, this isn't over. Are we naive enough to think that because Fairfax is over, this is over?
I would say as of today, it's closer to over, but I'm going to tell you it didn't end until he agreed to, no longer hold her responsible for the $10 million as long as she dropped the appeal. I would say that's when it kind of ended. I don't necessarily think it's happening now. I don't think he thinks about it every hour like he was. So for him, I think he considers it more over than not.
Do you guys think he wishes he stayed with Vanessa, or
yes.
she was in the rearview mirror?
I believe he thinks he should. You could tell when he's testifying, and I listened to it today. He goes, I stayed because of what I lost in my relationship with Vanessa. So
his problem is, and I think you'll agree with me, is too many options, right? With many, we hate men for a lot of reasons, but they're only as faithful as their options. If you don't realize how good you had it until it's gone, kind of thing. I don't know. There's too many women that'll say, I'll be your next big thing. I'll be your next true thing. And that is lining up. He doesn't know he is.
Well, he's very impressionable.
Yeah.
All you have to mention is that you have a love of blues and Kerouac, and he's going to think you're a goddess come to you're his soulmate.
She's
I could pull it off.
This is very similar to the Donnie Brasco fight with Anne Heche, Johnny, but you're absolutely right.
Now there is in this audio, you remember that clip they played in the trial, You Will Never See My Eyes Again?
Yeah.
I believe that's coming up in part of this, but
I was thinking about Bredehoff mocking him with that line during
but I read at one point, and I don't remember where, but I remember there was something when Amber Heard has sex, she demands that you look her in the eye. Don't ask me where I read that, but I did. So I think she's dropped down into her wimpy, seductive voice to try to get him back because she knows that she, overstepped the boundaries. So I think what she's trying to do, she removes his sunglasses to try to look in his eyes to remind him of happier times. And then you know what happens.
Who is he, Cyclops over there, for Christ's sake?
They're so over dramatic, and you know.
Yeah, I know. It's all I know. I hated it the first go around.
You do with your heart. Shut up.
How about Elaine Bredehoff mocking and goes, "You need to see my eyes again."
I think he made her horny. I think she felt things she hadn't felt in years.
Bredehoff is closer to Depp's age than Depp is to Amber Heard's age.
Yeah.
It's not like they're not peers. He's actually the same. I don't know how old Elaine is, but I bet you she's not maybe 2 years old.
She's probably my age, honestly.
Yeah. No.
Can I just add something to that conversation there? I don't think he was saying he wasted his whole life. I think he just meant the time with her. I think everything else he did, all his friends, all the times he goes out, the movies he made, I don't think he meant he wishes he could erase those.
I'd love to know
I think
from
he's
him.
just saying you turned out shit.
You could be
he's
well
prone to exaggerate as an
Yes.
actor as well.
Yes.
I think he would. I don't remember things like that with chicks, like girlfriends. I don't remember them being
Wasted my time.
Yeah, if it was like 5 years, which is kind of a long time, you'd go, you remember the good, but I don't. The way you said it is, I don't know, but we don't know for sure.
I would wager to say I said it during the trial. I said this: the worst thing about this retroactively is never going to. You are never going to look at him again without thinking of this trial, and he has to know that.
Yeah.
And that was the worst thing about it. The stigma will follow him from this trial for the rest of his life. There is nobody, the novices that didn't know shit about his career care. All they're going to think of is her and him and Fairfax for the rest of his life. No matter how much he tries to flee to Europe, it's never going to go away.
Well, that's something I didn't think about it that way. I mean,
I'm just adding on to it. I know what you're saying.
About after the trial, he was saying that during just bad times. If he said that now, I could understand him saying that. Now,
I know what you're saying, and I would like to hear it from Depp himself. If you asked Depp directly, did you waste all 14 years entirely, or is it just
if it
the
was
time
me,
with her?
And if it was me, and now the trial was over, I would say absolutely, because I had to go through that goddamn trial, and it screwed me with my name. It's ruined my name. But before then, he might have just said, like, Sarah, do you mean that when you were married, all of those good times, you go, they weren't that good.
We weren't good enough to...
Like, the best times weren't that valuable to you for your life. That's the kind of question I think you could say. Like, the
negatives far outweigh the positives. Like, the positives just aren't enough to compensate for the negatives.
For me, it should have stayed at a friendship level, and it never should have gone into a marriage where I was bound. But I think had it stayed at a friendship level, I would still be friends with him and he would be alive today. So in essence, I somewhat blame myself for him dying. I know that's way too dark, but because I gave him something he had never had. I gave him ties to a good family with my two parents who treated him, like their son. When I took that away by divorcing him, that threw him into a depression he never recovered from. And his end goal was, he died 9 days. Well, they found his body 9 days before my father died. But
so your experience is different though to Depp's because you have that guilt, the guilt.
I don't really have a guilt because I gave him a family, and it got to a point where I had no option but to move on.
Oh yeah, you have to.
Overall, I don't feel guilt for that. But I do recognize had I stayed and remained miserable in this marriage, he would be alive. But I can't blame myself for that. He's an adult or was an adult. But two things before you get back to the audio. I think with Depp, had she played her cards right, he would have reconciled with her. They wouldn't be together today, but he would have taken her back instantly during this meeting.
Oh, how about this? I'll put him under fire. How about if he doesn't cheat on her with Rochelle Hathaway? How much longer does it go?
I don't know, but my last thing before I forget, when she mentioned there's other audio, because Vanessa married rather quickly.
Yeah, almost
after
Allison's story.
And I think that hurt him
Probably they never got
more
married.
deeply, because Amber Heard used that in audio, in other audio, where she said, "Well, I hope Jack's stepfather teaches him how to be a man."
By the
'Cause
way,
you could
what's
never do
what's
that.
with the magical number 14? He was with Vanessa the same amount of years. She just keeps 14 over and over again with everything we do. Every time we do math, it's 14. They never were married, too. They were never actually married. People don't. He goes, oh, well, we don't need a piece of paper in France. So they were never married. No matter how special she was, he just didn't feel the need to. And maybe that's his lawyers telling him no. Just don't keep it legal. Stay distant from that. Johnny Johnny Limp Noodle says G Canada because of the Cialis. I forgot about the
We got a
Cialis.
bit more to go.
No, we'll never see each other again. You don't take my fucking glasses off. You don't like fucking looking at my fucking eyes? You will not see my eyes again. Touch me again, baby. Touch me. Like that. Feel my heart. Feel it. It's a little wound up, maybe. Just like wound up. No, it's just no. You know what I mean? I'm gonna kill her too.
Let's do the last.
I had the worst of the laughs I've ever seen.
Are you trying to hurt me now? Is it because I won't go to
Why are you trying to hurt me? No, I don't want to go myself. I don't want to go myself. Why?
I don't know how. I'm sorry.
I hate this baby talk so much, in the low talking and the histrionics and the kind of the
But
vocal
she knows
fry
it
and
works.
right. But even him, I hated it when he was doing that shit with the knife, trying to self-mutilate. That was so
Oh, I
cringy.
know that was
so
that
douchey.
was just.
That's
I
easy.
don't want to
That's
say
easy.
cringe because you feel bad for him because it's so dark, but it's like, stop with the dramatics.
Oh, he doesn't believe. It's so I hated every second of that.
Cut.
It's easy. It's easy. Yeah, that's right. Financially, a waste of the opportunities that he missed out on because of a lot of his creative decisions are his fault. I mean, he chose some of these horrible scripts. Tracy Jacobs details a lot of him missing out on stuff is his obsession with following the idolatry of the people in the Hollywood vampires and stuff. Money, his financial decisions I put on him, not her, without question. Not the whole life.
And whatever she spent, he allowed it.
Yeah, without question.
Bitch, you ain't buying I'm not buying you a crate of $550 wine. Go F yourself.
You remember the demands that she made with the Range Rover and stuff? That was a weird.
Well, all of these domestic violence accusations can just vanish if I get to keep this.
If you want to do that. It doesn't know what you do.
Maybe in about 20 years, 15 months, how many you do?
Can I just move glasses for me? And I'll throw it back to the phone.
Do you want to do that?
No, can you move back? Or if you can move back.
We're going to do this. We're going to do
You think they're way worse. However, how you kill that and we can do even more. Not if our lawyers whisper it. The guy saw you change some. Alright, I'm gonna get
I wish I could transcript this. It's
I know,
so hard to. That's what
I
you need.
tried running it through a transcribing program and it couldn't even pick it up. This section is a little difficult.
I have it amplified 400% from what you sent me, and you had it amplified.
No, I can fix it now. I'll just go away for like a couple of minutes. And
Oh, you don't have, we'll do it next time. Don't worry about it. It's too much. We're going on 4 hours.
Skip ahead a little bit.
Johnny Bye-Bye says, can't blame very good-looking people must have a warped sense of reality. It must be even worse when they get old. Not that too, like in his case, he can throw money at his problems. Sarah can't throw money at her problems, right? I mean, he can do a lot of things to keep.
Do you know right now all of my problems would be gone, except for the grieving of my father, of course. All of the problems would be gone with some money.
Yeah, I had it one time. I had a conversation with we were in a group therapy session when I was in the depths of depression, and I heard these guys go around, these really just lost souls. And I said, I go, you know what's the worst part about this is if these guys could throw money at their problems, they'd all go away. It's not, these aren't things that aren't, and their problem is money. And I hate, it's really the worst thing about a capitalistic society is that you can throw money at something. It's either your problem or you can make it go away. And I found that those guys their life was because of, they just didn't have any opportunity. The people that I'm talking about in this group, they didn't have options. They didn't have anyone helping them. They didn't have anything, and money was their problem. And they're masking it in mental illness. It's not. It was money that was their problem, but they're pretending that it was something that's on them. It's that just they had no options.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like some of the comments you were putting up. People saying in the last few minutes, Depp may have meant that he wouldn't have been as much as an alcoholic and a drug addict if he'd never met her. So he may, in that sense, he might regret ever meeting her.
Well, we talked about that too. That's the kind of like you're dating someone so much younger than she's in the fucking ground zero of her party girl days, right? You're in your 20s. Who drinks more than when you're in your 20s?
She's a heavy drug user during this era,
hanging out with other party animals, like going to, and so he's trying to keep up with that, right? You can't be, if you're trying to stay. So the last thing you're gonna do is go out with a party girl in their 20s when you're in your goddamn 40s and 50s. It ain't a place to get sober. You're gonna try to keep up with her.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And who could blame her? That's her time to do it, right? She's not gonna go sober because he's 50. And I'm not giving her a pass. I'm just saying,
And she sounds, focused and clear and concerned, in the video. I mean, in the audio, because she knows what she's doing. And he's like slurry and kind of all over the place and throwing stuff. It's like, I don't know if he's throwing stuff or like you said, it was just his lighter, but like it's not a good look,
Well, he doesn't set things down. He does throw things. Like he wants to put his lighter on the table. He's got to throw it.
Life is suffering, says Buddha and John O'Reilly. Yeah, that's the sound of that lighter. Yep, 27 wasted years with my wife and 19 wasted years with my girlfriend. Still, G Canada loves those.
Wow, that was
jokes.
Brutal.
I have regrets, and I'm only 40, says Joni Flamer. I've never had a drink or a drug problem.
Yep.
Yeah, we all have. I mean, if you don't have regrets, I don't trust you. You're just not human. I don't think he had erectile dysfunction, says Bebra.
I'm in that group now. I don't think he had boner issues. I think he was taking the Cialis for the depression.
He just didn't want to take a chance on her getting pregnant, giving her a toxic relationship. I think when he holds out, I think in a way to suppress an erection, you think of Marilyn Manson. And that's what he does in those situations. If you
or
feel
Sarah from the Deppening.
Come on. Hey.
Impossible.
Okay. We're all family here. If you feel you've learned a hard lesson at all, then it isn't a waste. That's true, Pella. It's a great counter to that, right? If you've learned something from those wasted 14 years, or they wasted 14 years.
And I don't mean to be like throw the sex into this, but as a woman, you have more pressure to be sad. You have more pressure to regret something when your era of time includes your entire useful period, if you know what I mean.
That's hard for
Fertility.
us
So people
to
look
relate
at you.
to. So I'm sure it is a huge thing.
Why don't you have kids? Right.
Well, I was married to somebody who didn't want to, put the effort in, who technically had a low sperm count and didn't want to put the effort into improving that. So, I mean, it's just things like that. So, but you announce your divorce when you're 40 to your family, and they're like, "Oh, I'm sorry. I guess it's too late, right?" Yeah. So you have
I
more.
happen to have a medical problem.
I can talk about this now. He's dead, and he left me nothing. So, whatever.
Yeah, certainly you're and Bobby Brown's prerogative to talk about this anytime you want. I'm not going to say no. It's a great lesson to be learned without question.
All he left me was a few months where he was stalking me after the divorce. So that's really all I got out of this.
So Johnny Bye says, Sarah, I hope it got you tougher. You're still very funny with the greatest voice I've ever heard. That's a great
Unfortunately for my
compliment.
new relationship, I am more verbal in disagreements, and that person suffers for it.
Oh no, you're in a relationship. You just ruined it for all of us, the whole audience. It's supposed to be like the Beatles. You're supposed not to tell anyone. Like John Lennon had to keep it quiet that he was married.
Bon. Let's bring it to Depp. That was on 21 Jump Street. They had to keep him single the whole time to give the broads the illusion that you could get Tom Hansen. That was real. It was a real thing. They would never had him in a relationship longer than 2 episodes.
Wow.
That's what Sarah does. She's following the lead of District Attorney Jackie Garrett.
But I don't bury it. I say it more. Once I form the words, I say it. I don't just hide. Anyway.
You have a support system around you and stuff like that, I hope.
Well, that's another. God, we should be listening to audio. But that's another thing. It's like I have a very small circle.
We all do.
And it's almost gone.
Okay.
She wanted sex on demand, so hence the erectile dysfunction.
I think you're easily a 9.5 on the hot scale.
Who is?
That's you, John. You.
That's about you.
Was that a sound drop? I can't tell. Bon Jovial's so good at this. I couldn't tell if that was really you or not.
I think Arm is hot. He's a very attractive guy. He is.
That was Bon Jovial again. I've been successfully fooled 5 times by a sound drop. That's how good you are with that.
Yeah, you guys never change mics, so it always sounds the same.
Yeah, we always sound the same. I've never changed anything. I never had it's always just right out of StreamYard. It seems to work all the time. I never have to. You are literally Fred, Sal, and Richard rolled into one. You're that talented. You're that much better than them. I couldn't tell.
As you've always said, John.
That's what we do here.
You know?
Well, I sound like a mental patient.
Was that him yelling at me? It sounds familiar. That's what we do here. I've never had the thought to listen to a podcast and go on and insult somebody on a personal level. I sound sick.
And everybody would think I was a complete and utter asshole to come in with this $10,000, $12,000, $15,000 Hermes bag.
I don't relate to that.
Flamer goes, he's still 20 at heart. That's his main problem, his heart on his sleeve. What do you think about George Clooney's wisdom? I don't know if anyone ever heard him say this. He said that in Hollywood, you are stuck at the age that you got famous at.
Oh, I love that idea.
For the rest of your life.
Isn't that they should make a movie out of that idea?
This is a George Clooney quote. He said that you are stuck. The year that you knew that you were famous is the year that you're stuck at for the rest of your life.
So he's stuck in the facts of life?
Well, I don't think anyone knew him then. I think he just knew his face.
But I feel like we all knew who he was.
I go ER with him. I go early ER. So in Depp's case, he's stuck at 23.
I don't know.
21 Jump Street. 21 Jump Street is the year he got famous. We'll say the launch of the Fox network, I think, is when he became a semi-household name. And I'll go. It's not going to be true across the board, but that's the theory that a lot of people hold to that.
No, because he wouldn't have got married to her if that was the case. He wouldn't want to do that if he was stuck in that kind of.
He was forced to do
young mindset. I think he's deeper than that. I think he's
weird. He's a walking contradiction because he's an old soul But there's this Peter Pan complex in him at the same time. He's really strange. He's really tough to figure out like that. Those two things dragging at each other.
So would you say he was a household name when 21 Jump Street hit? That's essentially what it is, right? Like
yeah. 23 is when Jump Street started. His age 23, and that's when he became a semi-household name at the launch of the Fox network, and
like
then
a
the
full
teen magazines and stuff.
Yeah, but a full household, like probably. Then let's say our parents knew about Edward Scissorhands or something, right? I mean, it's
My father watched 21 Jump Street with me.
Okay.
Like it was known. My older sister watched it when my brother-in-law, when they first left college, and we on Sunday night we watched the NFL, and I'd force them to watch that, so they knew who he was. My sister, it was so bad. I thought he got arrested. I'd heard that he got arrested and he did in Jump Street. So I thought he was really arrested in real life. At the end of season 3, they closed the jail door on him when they go into season 4. And I thought he was like I thought it was done from a real prison cell.
What are they chanting? I forget.
I love that.
My sister goes, he's not arrested in real life, you stupid idiot.
What are the prisoners chanting?
Was he super wealthy?
Skin the pig, skin the pig, skin the pig, skin the pig, skin the pig. And this really good guitar riff plays over that from the 21 Jump Street house band. And it shows the light reveals, and it shows him sitting in a prison, and the light comes over his face, and the hair is short again, and he's staring into the abyss like this is the rest of my life. And the prisoners like know he's a cop, and they're all screaming, "Skin the pig!" And I didn't even know what that meant at the time. That's season 4, episode 1.
I apologize. Where are we at with the audio? Because I have an idea.
It's only a couple minutes left.
Okay. Because I want to hear the ending.
Okay. It's okay, right?
Oh, she probably is great in the sack, Johnny. I could tell. Ask Channing Tatum just off Magic Mike 2, the dry humping scene in the in Magic Mike 2.
She doesn't do any of the work there. He does all that work.
She's.
I don't. I'll tell you this. I think she's very acrobatic, but I don't think she orgasms.
He does do most of the work. You're right. He does do most of the work in that. Ben Chu made John O'Reilly horny, and you could tell if you watch us covering the trial. JOR could not go 3 minutes without making a Ben Chu comment about whether it's a DC, Maryland steakhouse or his write-offs. And he had mastered Ben Chu humor like no one had in all the trial.
I'm used to flying. Wait, let's get it.
No, I don't want to bring up for show. But I'm not every time if you think.
What's Sarah?
She mentions Rochelle.
It's really faint.
It's coming. It'll come back.
I don't want to bring up for show. But I'm not every time if you think. I hate her. Do you want to be with me ever again? Do you want me? Do you see me like I need you?
But I needed the Roxy's.
Yeah, sure.
I needed the Roxy's not together.
I'm really keeping from dying. What have you done with us?
Did you say pause?
Yes, I think there he says, "I needed you like I needed the Roxys."
Oh wow. He means
and now
Roxy
he goes
Carmichael.
Now he goes in. No, not that Roxy Carmichael. Nice try. But now he goes into why he is on drugs all the time.
And you got to really tune in. It's that vocal fry mumbling they're doing, which I hate so much.
I know it gets better. It gets better. This is the worst part.
Joni says, I think she's good because her prettiness translates to turns her prey on, but the personality gives major limp dick. She knows how to turn that on and off too. I think eventually it will.
She hits those high-pitched tones. Oh.
Yeah. Bebra says, G Canada says, I'm sorry, Sarah, for your loss. Thank you, G Canada. Sarah,
I will focus that on my father, not on the ex.
Bebra says, I think he felt his whole life because his whole life reputation has been tarnished forever. Yes, it has, Bebra.
Mm-hmm.
Everything. Kids, career, friends. I said that all throughout covering the trial, every day, all 6 weeks. It will never leave him, the stank and stigma of this trial. You could flee to Europe all you want, and that's why he and Amber seem to never leave Europe, is because it's the place they don't care about American gossip in that way. They will let it go, maybe in some of these countries, but we will not. In America, we love Schadenfreude, we love gossip, we live for it. No one's ever going to let it go. It's not going away ever in America.
I'm not sure. And that's the nice thing. We're having fun because I've seen pictures of you having a great time. I love you.
I was having a great time. On stage?
No, and then there's like stage, backstage, at bars, smiling at people, girls, all the stuff.
I'm doing a
We make love.
I'm gonna come around.
A lot of mumbling, a lot of vocal fry, a lot of whining. It's tough.
You know what they're saying?
I think she's talking about groupies.
She's saying, I see all these pictures of you having a good time.
Yeah.
And it hurts me.
Yeah.
She's doing everything she can right now.
You don't think, though, there's some genuine jealousy there, though?
Of course.
Hell hath no fury as a woman, as an Amber scorned. Continues. I feel like I was watching something with Trump's finance and his scandals going on in New York and all the stuff with the what do you call it?
You can't help yourself.
Real estate or whatever.
Yeah, oh God, what's the term for the legal term?
He bloated how much something's worth or something.
That's the case, but I'm trying to think of the legal term for it.
Oh,
not extort. Anyway, so one of the things that comes up a lot, and I couldn't agree with this more. It's amazing how Ivanka seems to weasel out of accountability for all these things. She's right there benefiting from it on the front lines, engineering. And I feel that way about Rochelle Hathaway during this. She couldn't be, she's the reason all this happened. And she she doesn't get dragged through. Rochelle Hathaway is his side piece that caused all this. She's the reason he found the text. She cheated on him with Vanessa. She's been there all along. She never gets dragged. She deserves all the shit online that everybody else gets.
You guys have mentioned there must be something with Amber part of it, or that you guys have mentioned that there has to be a reason why Amber's not bringing it up.
My theory was that Rochelle had a lawyer issue some kind of gag order.
I don't think so.
That she doesn't come up during the stuff.
I think if Amber mentioned it, she knew that her past would be fair game.
We bring up Rochelle Hathaway on this show 1,000 times more than anybody else does. You are kidding.
Nobody does. Nobody
does. You are
a
naive rube if you think she didn't cause all this.
I wonder. I watch these audio videos or the trial watches with the law tubers. This name will come up repeatedly, and nobody stops to say, who's Rochelle?
No one does.
Like, it comes up in this audio. Everybody I've watched covering this, nobody pauses it. Say Rochelle,
except us.
I know.
And I do it psychotically. Like, I'm obsessed with it. I can't bring enough attention to it.
And you want to be Rochelle, but
no, well, here's the other crazy thing is the sexuality. How about this?
Oh, God,
Amber Heard, Rochelle Hathaway, and Lily Rose all have the same sexuality. They're all like sexually fluid, ambiguous lesbians who kind of like came to. It's the same thing. They're all three of them. Everyone associated with him turns lesbian.
It's normal now.
I all three. It's the same.
You're a weirdo level. If you're cis. You're a weirdo.
And when she comes up, and I tell you, you broads hate your other broad. You hate your fellow broads. And
no, we just expect more from them.
The lesson to be learned from this trial, if there's several lessons to be learned, but not only just make your jury like you in legal, you can be the worst lawyer in the world. If they like you, you're going to win. Hell hath no fury as a woman scorned. And that causes everything. As soon as she found the Rochelle Hathaway text, all hell broke loose. And it's like a footnote. Oh my, oh really? He's going through something. No, she caused the whole thing. She's been there all along.
I wouldn't say
that side piece thing. She found someone younger than her, more appealing, with a better cool factor.
And she found somebody many side pieces younger than him. So she has no right to go off about Rochelle Hathaway.
He cheated before he cheated.
You don't know that?
Yes, I do.
Oh, do you?
For ascertaining all the research we've done, he cheated on Vanessa as well with Amber. Why should he be trusted?
In the relationship with Amber Heard, you have no idea when he started cheating.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't.
I love you. I love you. What are you in that for? You are not. Okay. Do you love me?
There we go.
You still love me?
Yes.
Yes.
I don't care what you say. I will not do anything.
Thank you for the kind, Sarah. Thanks you for the kind words, Johnny. Bye. Don't come off pretty kind. Don't overwhelm yourself with those bad feelings. Take your grief slow. He's right. Thank you, Johnny.
You want a divorce?
That's right, fellow.
Let's get a divorce.
If you want one,
if you said I don't know, that means let's get a divorce.
That means I don't know if we should have one.
Let's get a divorce.
What do you think?
Get a divorce.
But what do you think we should do? So you're 100%. 50%.
I'm 100%.
That we should.
No, it doesn't mean we can't see each other.
Okay.
Translate that, Sarah.
They're gonna fuck. A divorce doesn't mean we can't have sex.
It doesn't mean we can't see each other.
Mm-hmm. But also, she's making gaslighting. She's somewhat gaslighting by saying, "What do you think we should do?" And she knows she has all the control.
Bon, you're watching. You finished it because I didn't. I'm finishing season 2. We're talking about Justified, which is a show on FX, which aired a few years ago. And this guy Timothy Oliphant, who actually is in Rango, he actually does a voice in Rango, stars in it. It's about a U.S. Marshal. It's better, more cerebral than I thought. It's not a typical cop movie, and Bon Jovi really likes it, and I'm really liking it so far. Bon, does their relationship not remind you what she's talking about here? And it's funny because his ex-wife's name is Winona on the show.
Oh, yes.
They rekindled it.
Sure. That's great observation and a great recommendation.
Thank you.
If anyone wants a good show, just listen to John. His recommendations. The moment he recommended it to me last week or whenever, I just immediately downloaded it. So
you finished it?
It's gonna be good. No, just that I've finished the first season. I'm starting the second now, but the first
watches
season is
Vanderpump
great.
Rules.
So his that's because the Eastern Columbia building's in it.
Oh, that's why. Okay, we'll go with that.
It's in the interstitials over there.
But
you start talking about Sheena Shea. Like you care about what Sheena Shea's next decision on the show is going to be. You are such a poser.
No, who's my favorite on that show? Oh, I forget. I got to think of it.
Yeah,
my favorite one is the
Potomac dramas. Sure, you do.
The Potomac Housewives I love my brown sugar. So there's Crazy Robin. Speaking of which, so his ex-wife, he's divorced, and they get back together, and they have what his ex-wife's name is Winona, and she's a lawyer in the district he goes back to in Kentucky, and then they rekindle their relationship after their divorce. It's the weirdest thing, and it reminds me of this. It's the only thing I can think of that compares to this.
And it comes up so strangely in that show. It just happens, and you go, "Oh God, this is going to make everything worse that's happening right now." So yeah, it's and these two just sound so toxic. This conversation they're having, like they sound like they're lying on a floor. Just
hey, Bon, how good is the captain Art? There, his captain, his superior officer. on the show. He plays like he's kind of like it's a little bit of a comic relief, but he's like a very experienced captain, and he's like I forget the actor's name. His name is Art on the show. And he steals every scene he's in. That guy.
He's great. It's great. Yeah, it complements perfectly. Everyone should watch it.
If anyone has a lot of people have seen The Shield. Walton Goggins is on there. He plays like his foil kind of. He's not. Would you call him an anti-hero at this point? The way they're writing him.
Yeah, but still a bad guy.
Tough to. He's really complicated. He's so all over the place. He's a great character because you just can't figure him out. I just can't.
He's awesome. It just reminds me of like The Dark Knight. I was just like, when's Heath Ledger coming back? When's he coming back? This is the same with this show. I'm just waiting for him to come back because he just chews the scenery. And you're right, The Shield. If anyone listening's never watched The Shield, it's such a great.
It's so FX the way the network FX. It's an FX show. It feels like an FX show. You see the same characters and Margot Martindale, who is on The Americans. She plays the head of the Southern crime family. God, she's a brilliant actress, that woman.
I love these shows. I just want more and more.
They're endless. There's so many of them.
Was that's like 5-star show. I can't wait for
Mayor of Kingstown and Jeremy
season
Renner.
Of that. Oh, that's like a movie. It just feels like a big fucking movie. I'm so happy about that.
Remember the Hasselhoff video with the hamburger and stuff? Doesn't Depp with the ice cream is a spinning image of that almost? It's too reminiscent of that.
Yes, it's just disgusting.
They're
just degenerates. Amber and Johnny they're degenerates. It's so sick.
It's the reality show.
Sound is
the missing reality show of all time, if I had my druthers, would be like the Eastern Columbia, just called ECB. And you just cover that world in those years.
No, you call it PH3.
Oh, PH3, yeah, it's a better title, you're right.
I know.
I mean, if you don't surround temporary restraint.
You're right. You want a divorce.
Nobody's telling me.
Okay, no, you told me.
We're on the road.
You told me you want a divorce, and that's what I came to figure out.
You're not going to go your lawyers and say, stop the process. I don't want a divorce. You're not going to do that.
No, not if, especially if you want.
Okay, I don't want a divorce.
You don't?
No.
Which one?
I don't want a divorce. I never wanted a fucking divorce.
Really?
I never wanted a divorce. I didn't want you to fucking go to Coachella without fucking talking to me. Because I left you because you were fucking... You fucking haymakered me, man. You came around the bed to fucking start punching on me. Why?
That Hicksville scene is a wild scene.
No, that's the birthday. The night
No,
of the birthday
I'm just talking about. It just reminded me of Hicksville, and that whole scene. If you ever the transcript of that is crazy. I don't know if we'll ever get the true story from that of the different perspectives.
I love you. I love you. I've done nothing but my fucking heart. I broke fucking heart from the one person I love and trusted. And I gave. I'm talking about them. I gave you everything I could do. I did everything I could do to make you happy. It wasn't enough. You don't want to be happy. Man.
I wanted you. I wanted to have my Muslim. I want to be able to talk to you. I thought you'd get clean and sober and it would fix a lot of our problems.
I'm never getting clean and sober.
I know. So many more problems will be hard.
Well, you can deal with them or not.
Like yesterday, our conversations were going so much better, and They deteriorated. Like today, they're so bad today, and it would have.
I woke up beautifully.
And you use drink, the harder it can get. You know, the harder it is when you use a drink. Like look at today, how much up and down and violent and sideways it is.
No, you have no understanding about that. You really are naive.
I know.
Because
But I do love you.
booze does not make me.
But I do love you.
Booze does not make me crazy.
I do love you.
Drugs do not make me crazy.
I do love you.
Tolerance of a fucking battleship.
I know.
And here's the deal.
But it got so much worse
You
today
make
once
me
you.
crazy. And the reason that I drank so much, you go, why do you drink so much? Why do you drink all the time? Why do you do this? Why do you do that? Was because of
Me.
you. Yes.
It's my fault you drink. Okay.
It's not your fault. It's just, that's why I did it.
But it got so much worse.
Because I couldn't stand the fucking haranguing at all times. Anything you could
like
say
today,
to
I didn't harangue you today about it, but you're still drinking nonetheless.
anything you could harangue me about, anything you could make me feel
Smaller
about.
I don't want.
Smaller.
I don't want you to keep fighting with me about everything I did wrong in the relationship. I know what I
Like
mean.
my God.
I know you. I don't want you to say.
Yeah.
I don't want to fight. You want to fight. That's the thing I'm talking about. Is you say you don't want to fight, but you. Oh, look at this. I'm saying nothing but I love you, and how do we solve this? How do we fix this? All you're doing is picking apart things that we've said, nitpicking, things you do wrong. All you're doing is throwing blame at me. You did this, you did that.
I'm sorry that my mind works that way.
Stop
But
it.
you did say last
But
night.
stop it.
You did
Stop it. Stop the blame. Stop the nitpicking.
What?
Stop the fighting. I don't
Admit
wanna
what you
fight.
said.
I don't want to fight with you.
Admit what
I
you
don't
said.
wanna fight.
Well, that tone I've not quite heard before. The way he's, well, Mitch, what you said, man. It's he kind of launches into Keith Richards a lot. If you could hear that, goes.
You hear that when he goes, "Why do you drink?" Wow,
That's what it sounded like, right?
Why are you drinking so much?
You gotta stop the haranguing, man.
That's so Aussie.
That's
it's
what
Aussie
he was,
in the 70s.
Yeah. Pillow goes, he really needs to learn some kind of lesson from this because he chased her. I say that all the time, pal. Nothing happened to him that he didn't allow himself. Even the drugs, he gets away with that. I say this from every experience too. I don't know, I don't know, I'm sure in his mind, he said, I've learned a lesson from, but I don't know. Again, with the access he has and everyone telling him about, there's still a whole swath of people telling him you were wronged at every turn, that you are no accountability in this. Does he come away with this thinking that he is a victim and she thinks she's a victim? But I don't know. That's the ultimate question, Powell. What lesson is he truly learning in this? Is there a lesson that can he learn at the level he's at? Is it possible to learn a lesson? Crazy Robin, we brought you up before. Here's Crazy Robin. You are mightily invited to the next 90210 watch along with the spring dance that Sarah has personally invited, and we so love you and so love that you're here with us now, and everything is on the end. She's Crazy Robin.
If you want to join, I just email the deppening@gmail.com, and that's where I will send the link. If you don't, no pressure, we will figure it out.
Personality disordered people love to play different roles. You never quite know who you're dealing with.
She's all over.
She is all over. Crazy Robin.
It's almost done, by the way.
Admit what you said.
I don't want to fight with you.
Admit what you
I
said.
don't want to fight with you. I don't want to fight with you. I was telling you I love you. It's all. I refuse to fight. I'm not going to fight with you about a fight.
It's not a fight.
I'm not going to fight with you.
Admit what you said.
I'm not going to fight with you. All I can say is I love
can't
you.
do it.
All I'm going to say is I love you. All I'm going to do is say is I love you.
Because you're a pussy.
All I'm going to do is say I love you.
Have you ever called a woman a pussy in that way?
Nah.
It's like saying dude or bro to a woman. It's the same kind of like, it doesn't really feel right. He's such a pussy.
She's a very masculine woman, so she can be called a pussy.
My father got a son. He got me. Remember she said that about David Hurd?
Yes.
He wanted a son, and he got me.
You can't.
All I'm going to do is say I love you. All I'm going to do is say I I love you, and I don't and will not sit there and argue with you about the minutia of one of the million fights we had, one of the lines of a million. Do you think I'm pulling out the things you said to me last night right now? No, because it's worthless. In the big picture, the big scheme of things, it does nothing but hurt us. And why? Because the Coke booze doesn't make it easier for you to see how clearly that is.
You gotta stop with the Coke.
All the Coke you've done today, and all the booze you've drank today.
By the way,
has it helped you? Has it helped us?
Just got the Coke
Has it helped us?
today.
Yeah, I know, because yesterday you were 1,000 times better.
Right.
Yesterday, were we in this? No. Yesterday, did you think it was important to fight about the minutia of one line of one of our million of you're listening.
Yesterday, I didn't know about Elliot Spitzer.
Yesterday, you were fine.
And that makes me so
then.
sick.
Even
So
then.
sick. Because
What, you were fucking Michelle? Hypocrite. Hypocrite. Hypocrite.
have a look at her
Hypocrite.
and have a look at him.
Hypocrite. Hypocrite.
Hypocrite, get out.
I'm getting You're fucking Michelle. You're giving me shit.
Hypocrite, you are a leftover fucking over the hill stripper. And that's all you'll ever be.
Wow.
And this industry, all you've done, I can't clear that. You're recording? Yeah, I am. Go. Hi, I'd like to say hello to David and Paige and say that I love you. And
Anything. He catches the recording at that moment, and then it stopped. Very similar to the TMZ video.
Yeah, and she goes, "Now I am." Okay. I just started recording.
Have you heard anything more toxic?
No,
No.
it's a mess.
It's so brutal.
They have all the chemistry of Richard Belzer and Ice-T in Law and Order, right?
No, Richard Belzer and Hulk Hogan.
And Richard Belzer and Hulk, that's even better.
I know.
Richard Belzer and Noxzema.
Oh man.
God, and Belzer's a France guy. Big Depp fan too, by the way, Belzer.
No, not anymore.
I miss the bells. Not anymore. Hey, the bells. Come on.
That's all right. All right, let's get out of here.
Yeah, have you ever seen worse chemistry in the history of? There's just nothing. How could you even? Again, this is what Robbing the Cradle gets you. Right? 25 years. Kathy Scott says, "Do you believe he gave her a new phone number?" When
I
they saw each other
have
at
an
the lawyer's
opinion.
office. Okay.
I have an opinion. I think he did, but he apparently blocked her immediately after he gave her the phone number.
And what would have been the original intention? Did he just cave
I
in?
think at the moment in the office, again, it was one of these moments where he's like, "I love you," and maybe we can be friends. And no, I just think he's always going to be, up until like the trial, he was always going to be obsessed with her.
Amber's truly nuts. She's a major manipulator. Crazy Robin says, "Listen to the tone of her voice. She wants to sound helpless, little girl."
Yep.
But she's also performing for the recording.
Oh, yeah.
Crazy Robin. She knows.
That's why she brings up the drugs.
Yep. And
She's
the
got a
big
plan.
The big bomb at the end. If you didn't hear it, and it's possible you didn't, because I knew it was coming. She says, "Well, you were fucking Rochelle. You were fucking Rochelle. You hypocrite." Again, Rochelle Hathaway was his side piece. He cheated on her with Vanessa, and she caused this whole thing. And like Ivanka Trump and any of the scandals, somehow skates away and has this great
look
life.
at the other side of it, though. Imagine you're Elon Musk and you hear this, because you know he heard this. And she's like, I love you, Johnny.
He said
I
Elliot
love you."
Spitzer.
Yeah, he calls him Elliot Spitzer.
So this is code for Elon Musk. He's not senile. This is his nickname, like Mollusk or Crooked Dick.
Mm-hmm.
He's calling Elon Musk Elliot Spitzer.
Because Elon Musk, by all accounts, was obsessed with her during this time.
Oh, do you know? I told you the story of how that happened, right? This is what rich people
Yeah,
can do.
movie set.
Yes, this is what rich people can get away with. G Canada. So Elon Musk's using his resources and his green rectangles. Somehow got a hold of Robert Rodriguez, who directed, what's the movie, Judy and Bond with the Rose McGowan and Rosario Dawson are in it?
So it was Grindhouse.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
It was
She's in
Planet
yes.
Terror and Death Proof.
Yes, thank you. So Amber Heard is in a vignette in that somewhere, and
oh yeah,
apparently Elon Musk is such a fan of this movie, he became smitten with Amber Heard. Make a few phone calls with a couple green rectangles, can't solve. Got a hold of her and had Robert Rodriguez, through publicists and people, hook them up because he had a cross. This is what you could do, when you have money and you have access like that. And according to Elon's ex-wife, he has been obsessed with her for years and years and years. And that's how that got going. There's footage of them at award shows together and stuff. And this is
We have a new name in the chat, Tommy Dunn. This is the exact reason he began recording their conversation. She would say something and then claim not to have said it. Yep. Now, the greatest thing he ever did was record that audio. That helped him more than his own word.
Sarah. He should know all the tricks about bugging yourself, putting a recorder in your boot. Tom Hansen, undercover cop extraordinaire. He should know all wires that are happening.
We also
at all times.
investigated the Biggie Smalls murder, so
yes,
he knows what he's doing on the beat.
That's right. That's no different than Tommy. Welcome, Tommy Dunn. As a matter of fact, such a C word. They're toxic and acidic together. Yes, Crazy Robin. It's just he's too old to change, and he'll probably cheat again, says J.I. Young. So they'll be a lot smarter about surroundings and people he keeps around. Well, I mean, like his security, wouldn't you say that their job description is to shield him from all sorts of, they play good cop, bad cop when they're out and about together. And I think Sean Bett and Mark Gibbs and fucking Malcolm Connolly, they know the deal, right? I mean, part of it is shielding him from ever such thing of happening again. But how much can you do when everyone in the world has 5 recording devices on them at all? He will
never, this is my prediction, he will never marry again.
Bebra puts it very well. Bebra, their discussions are circuitous. They never have a resolution. There's no end in sight. So crazy, so sad. Drugs by any word.
But by the way, he said that too. The arguments were circular. But you never get out of it.
Do you think Amber Heard even knows who Elliot Spitzer is?
No. I'm surprised Depp knows who he is.
Because I was thinking Bond might not know who it is, and
it's such a localized reference. I know you're so right. You're so right, Judy.
Okay,
it's
former governor. I'd had no idea, but I wouldn't expect either of them to know who that is.
Us arrogant, elitist New Yorkers and tribal people. No, seriously, we expect everyone to know our local politicians all the time and shit. It really is an arrogant thing. Who would give a shit about the Long Island congressman or something? Who gives a shit?
Isn't it weird? I know the name Ashley Dupre. That's
It's such a great point by you. Anyway, I want to thank everyone for joining us. The chat was especially brilliant, as they always are. I welcome all the new people, Bebra and Tommy Gunn and everyone. Bond, thank you for I couldn't be more honored with your cameo appearance here at the end. And
thank you.
Do you have anything you want to promote or plug or?
No.
Norm?
Can we? Yeah.
Okay.
Like and subscribe.
Yes. The video that's under the intro, I want you to play that.
John O'Reilly, thank you. Crazy Robin, we so need you to participate in that 9. Everyone's anticipating your cameo. Crazy Robin has called Radio Gunk, by the way, when we did a call-in thing. A lot of people don't realize she has 2 or 3 cameo appearances. It was her and G Canada on the same show.
Down to the ground.
I just want to say, I want the Deppening to do I just want to say I want the Deppening to do a Patreon Sarah movie watch, stretch goals. So
a fundraiser.
So every time you hit the money goal, then she has to keep watching till she gets to Yoga Hoshers or
God.
name the worst movie.
Tusk. Should I make a goal bar with the names of movies on it?
Yeah, and then what's that? What's a gold bar?
The amount raised.
Oh yeah.
Different milestones would be a movie.
Yes.
I'll figure it out.
Okay. Sarah, what am I playing again?
The one that's under the intro that you normally play. It's called Arm.
It just says Arm?
Yes. The second one.
It says Armageddon.
Okay, play it.
It's an arm.
I would sneak that in, and of course, you never noticed it. So
it makes you so uncomfortable. It's so
who
well
cares?
done.
It's too bad. Get over it.
You don't care.
I don't get one of those, so be happy you have one.
I'll make one. I'll make one. And
Why do you
John,
think I
there
said
was a clandestine direct message to Sarah to load that in. So there was behind the scenes. I was saying, John will go crazy. He loves this kind of stuff. Would you put it in? She agreed to. I mean,
what I was hoping he would do is, what's this? And just push play and not know. Because it's been in front of his eyes the entire 4.5 hours here.
Blacks, Jews, Hispanics, whatever. And people.
I can't wait until those are gone, so they don't
Why?
off whenever you play them.
Why? Because it's mine?
No, I'm gonna make it better.
Oh, you talking about like the quality of it?
I'm gonna make it an MP3 so it doesn't cut everybody off.
Oh, that's the point. You want to cut everybody off.
Oh, okay.
No.
Is that why you only played over me? All right. I'm going to bed. Good night.
Anyway, thank you, everyone. We love you all. And Sarah, this is what Jack Depp has to say to you.
Oh.
Moo! 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 I'm a loser! Eh?
Sit down. Stay where you are. For the first time, I choose to walk out on you.
Or 21 Jump.